What's going on, everybody? My name is C4. Welcome back to the channel, and today we are here for a brand new Madden 20-year rebuild with the St. Louis Rams. Now, we've already rebuilt the Colts and the Red Command football teams. I thought the next logical, what team, what franchise could we reshape history? What has happened in this 20-year frame? And the Rams going from St. Louis to LA, I don't think it's talked about enough how, they kind of stole the team from St. Louis. I don't think St. Louis deserved to lose their team. But if everything stayed in St. Louis, can we find the same success that the Rams have been able to find over the past 20 years? So we're going to take this Madden 12 roster from the Rams. It has some excellent players. Take a look at the team that we are inheriting. There's some good pieces for sure. There's also question marks. There's also what ifs. Look at the offense here. We'll start on the offensive line. We have a couple good veterans here, faceless veterans. Brown and Bell, really high rated, maybe surprisingly high rated. We have Mr. Smith here, Jason Smith, regarded as quite the bust for the Rams, but at this point in time, he still had a hope, still was pulling a very, very generous rating. So I feel like in cases like this, where the dev traits are up to the beholder, I feel like normal dev for Jason Smith. I mean, he's one of those guys too, you never know. He had like a really bad concussion, had concussion problems, and then was just like always missing time, missing games. Maybe there was a player there in a different scenario that if he stayed healthy, he could have lived up to the billing. But Saffold, Roger Saffold here at left tackle, can obviously move to guard eventually in his career with a very, very solid offensive lineman. He's really the key piece there that I am circling. We're going to need some help there in the tight end room. Lance Kendricks at tight end 1. At receiver, we got, this is beginning to be prime Danny Amendola, so that's going to be a fun slot wide receiver for us, even though that's an outrageous face choice there. Brandon Lloyd, Donnie Avery, got good speed with Donnie Avery. Brandon Lloyd had a great highlight reel of spectacular catches. Darius Alexander is going to be a fun player for us potentially to develop. 6'5", 215 pounds, and I was surprised, like looking through his stats, 97 jumping, 90 spectacular catch. Maybe there's something there for him to develop into a playmaker for us. Obviously, Steven Jackson, an incredible talent, one of the more underrated running backs of the 2000s. I don't think he gets enough love for the fact that he was obviously a monster of a power back, but he was doing it all. He could catch the football in the backfield. I believe, where did he finish his career? Was he with like Atlanta or something like that? But I think of him fondly as a Rams running back, and while he is kind of near the end there at 28 years old for his prime and his peak, he's going to be an important player early on in this rebuild. Defensively, this is where it needs a lot of work. The defensive line is horrific. We're going to need to fix that. The corner room, when like Bradley Fletcher, and that is a name that gives Philadelphia Eagle fans PTSD. When he is the best corner in your room, we got some problems. The safety room doesn't get a lot better. You got Craig Dahl, who was kind of solid. Darian Stewart ended up having a decent career. I believe he was more productive as a Denver Bronco. Quentin McKell, another guy, kind of spent some time with the Eagles as well. So, I mean, the entire secondary is going to need some love. And as you know, with this series, if you've tuned into the first 2 episodes, and if you haven't, how we play it is we follow the exact draft that actually happened every single season, but based off of performances, based off of achieving challenges that we set out at the beginning of the year. If we hit that challenge, we can kind of flip one of our draft picks into a better draft pick from a team that we beat during that season. So we're going to need to probably get a little bit of love there to the secondary, because I don't think we have a lot of good corners coming. I think Tremaine Johnson actually is coming up, but outside of that, it's not particularly great. Linebacking core, it's James Laurinaitis and really no one else. Real good situation with the pass rush, though. We got prime Chris Long, 92 rated, star dev trait. Feel like that's kind of fair. I feel like the rating's a little bit generous for Chris Long being 92, and I love Chris Long, obviously. But, and that's a thick Chris Long while we're at it. But 26, 92 rated. Not going to complain about that. Maybe the most insane rating is Robert Quinn in his rookie season pulled from Madden 12 a 91 rated. Now, I can't remember, man, am I tripping? Like, there weren't roster updates back in, the PS2 days, right? Like, back in Madden 12, or what? There had to be. There's no way Robert Quinn at launch was a 91 rated. But this is what we're working with. 91 rookie out of North Carolina. And obviously, Robert Quinn was immense. I put him up there on my Hall of Fame of Madden edge rushers. Obviously, he had a great NFL career. But, he was one of those guys back in the day. You felt every bit of that 94 acceleration when you would use her on the defensive line, Robert Quinn. So, I mean, we're going to have a 99 pass rusher, and it's going to be very expensive. But the question mark is like, I don't think we're going to have too many issues having to pay him. But you never know, because the last player we're going to talk about is their quarterback, Sam Bradford. We talk what ifs, right? Something we relive history with these rebuild series. We recreate history with this rebuild series when we can, win our challenges and kind of pink slip draft picks away and bring some players in and get off some, bad bust selections over the next 20 years that we're coming. But as far as like inheriting a roster, Sam Bradford for quarterbacks, we did Andrew Luck on the Colts. We did RG3 on Washington. I think you could put Bradford in that conversation of what if quarterbacks in the NFL. We're getting second-year Sam Bradford. Sam Bradford was electrifying at the University of Oklahoma. Every bit justified the selection of being the first overall pick, and all the boxes that he was going to be a franchise quarterback and a quarterback that would lead the Rams to multiple Super Bowls. Injuries. I try to replicate that by giving him 72 injury rating. Man, the most injury-prone quarterback I might have ever seen. Obviously spent time with my Philadelphia Eagles. We were able to flip him for really good picks. Howie Roseman was the first little bit of Howie Roseman magic. But old Sammy Sleeves, Sam Bradford, always had potential, and he is absolutely a gigantic. What if this guy could have stayed healthy? What would his NFL career look like? Would have looked like what he did and was able to accomplish at the University of Oklahoma? I think potentially. So that is something we're going to try. We are going to try and develop and try to make Sam Bradford our franchise guy. I don't know if it's going to work out, but we'll try our best. From a coaching staff standpoint, not bad. We got Josh McDaniels running the offense. Sick. We have Steve Spagnuolo running the head coach and defense. One of the best defensive coordinators of all time. Had a lengthy... Where was he? Was he the Giants head coach for a little bit? He was the Rams head coach and then settled in as an all-time defensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs dynasty. So I think we're going to have a pretty damn good team. Now, if we stick with this, we're never going to get through the highs of the Sean McVay years. But I think we can make some magic with Spags running the defense and Josh McDaniels running the offense. So as we replay the history, the 2012 class for the Rams was a mixed bag. I don't think Michael Brockers ever really lived up to first round, but wasn't a bust. You know what I'm saying? He's one of those players that was like a solid defensive tackle for most of his NFL career. Never really put up godly numbers. 29 sacks in his career, which for a defensive tackle is, if you're like a plus run defender. But he's just one of those guys that was solid, was good, had a nice long NFL career, was with the Rams for 9 seasons. And was always like a solid defensive tackle. Are you fine with solid in the first round? You know what I'm saying? It's one of those, it's not an absolute bust. But hey, if we hit our challenge, we're going to be pretty damn happy to potentially flip off of Michael Brockers. Brian Quick, no. Jackrabbit Jenkins in the second round was an awesome selection. Tremaine Johnson in the third round was an excellent selection. So actually, I kind of said we need some TLC to our secondary. We can not lose our challenge, because I imagine if we lose the challenge, Jackrabbit Jenkins probably would be the player that we actually would lose to another team. That'd be pretty good to have in our secondary, absolutely. Outside you got Legatron and Greg Zuerlein, but there also was just a bunch of nothing picks from this 2013 class. So, what we need to do for a challenge, you know what? You know what I want to see? I want to be better than the Rams were in real life, because the context of this challenge is that the Rams this season IRL went 2-14, and that gave them a 5-year stretch from 2007 to 2011. The team went 15-65, which at that time was the worst 5-year span in NFL history. So they went 2-14. They finished 4th in the NFC West. How about 6 wins? We get, I would say 500. I have no idea how well this team's actually going to play. We have a lot of holes. We're not a particularly good roster. We're on the bottom side, probably a bottom 5 team right now. 6 wins. 6 wins, and we can upgrade one of these picks. Not too hard. No idea what to expect with this team. Come on. Let's start this rebuild with a little bit of juice. Our rebuild season opener is against the Philadelphia Eagles at home. Let's play some moments. Let's see. Let's get the vibes. Oh, the dome looks pretty good. Got the Eagles looking like the Eagles, but we get the Rams in the classics. Getting ready to come out here. Like to see, man. I'd love to see Bradford get on the same page with Michael Ho'o Maunui. Get Andy Reid and the Philadelphia Eagles there. What a mod. This is one of those round of applause to this mod, man. Absolutely makes it feel like you're just picking up the keys to Madden 12. And we're right back in that season. Oh, maybe Amendola. Use that route running on the outside. No, we're going to go to Kendrick. Oh, I thought that was Ho'o Maunui. We got Sammy Sleeves going against his future team. And I feel like we're going to have a lot of rushing with Steven Jackson. So when we're hopping in, let's see if we can help out old Bradford with his stats. Brandon Lloyd. Oh, he makes a spectacular grab over the shoulder. And that is exactly what Brandon Lloyd used to do. I don't know if you, I mean, I feel like a lot, I know my demographics. I think a lot of people will remember Brandon Lloyd. Brandon Lloyd used to be, back in the day, like never was a prolific 1,000-yard receiver, never was a top 10, maybe there was a year or two that you regarded him as a top 10 wide receiver. But he was one of those guys that, like, I don't know. It felt like he bounced around to a couple teams. And he almost would figure out where Brandon Lloyd was playing because he'd always have, at least once a month, like a Sports Center catch of the day, catch of the week type play. Unbelievable highlight reel. Oh, we got Amendola. Let's go, Danny. And we are belt to Assen. I'm going to do my part to get one of and make it so the team just has to get 5 sim wins this season. And we can upgrade a pick. And you know what? Just circle back to that class, right? Oh, there we go. Nice little CPU touchdown. I don't love how not great the CPU is playing, and maybe that gives us an idea what the season's going to hold. I'm not going to say that we are going to flip that Michael Brockers pick. That is my review of Michael Brockers being that first-round pick. There's a chance that nothing else lines up, and we end up keeping him. I think there will be a solid player there. Maybe there's a steal at other rounds. But there we go. Year 2 for Sam Bradford, a healthy Sam Bradford, and we were able to win at home in front of the great people of St. Louis. We outduel Michael Vick. Hell yeah. But mid-season, we are 4-2. So, well on our way to achieving our goal. But still also plenty of times for the wheels to fall off. I need to highlight, though, every single week, every team has been at least like an 81. So us at a 78, there's honestly a chance that we are the worst team in the game. Like, we just played the Command Washington, who also was ass, and they were an 81. So I was like, we're 78. That's not great. We do have a great salary cap situation here. With $215 million, it kind of gives us like a baseline. Like, we are going to be able to build, and we're going to first up keep Donnie Bag of Bones Jones here. Super Bowl winning punter for the Philadelphia Eagles. I kind of want to keep Amendola. Need to have at least like a receiver that can grow with Bradford, be that reliable weapon for Bradford. So I don't think we're too far away, but I don't also love paying like a crazy amount there, but I'd rather pay him than Brandon Lloyd. I think Darian Stewart could be a long-term fixture on this team. So we're going to try to keep him on a 5-year long-term deal. Bartell 29, Goldberg 31. Like we don't want any of the old dead weight here. Donnie Avery, that's insane money for Donnie Avery. I think if this Bell guy wants a 1-year deal, he's probably not going to regress too much. So even if he regresses like a point or two down to an 84, I could still live with that contract. We also, that's it. That'll be it. All right, we'll figure out an extension for Danny Amendola. The rest of these guys, frig off. So our goal for year number 1 was 6 wins. We go 8 wins. We go 8-8, and we get the rare. I think only this first year is modded from a schedule standpoint. We made the playoffs. We were the 7 seed. We get the Philadelphia Eagles. Look at the ratings. All green offensively. Now a little Spags defense. We got a lot of work to be done. We don't love our secondary. We literally only like our edge rushers and 1 linebacker. So I'm not expecting the defense to be lights out right away in this rebuild. But man, oh man, the offense, them boys were good enough to sneak us into the playoffs. So our goal has been check mark, which means we get to upgrade one of our picks. Probably going to be Michael Brockers in the first round, but we'll see. Now, statistically speaking, top 5 in yards for Sam Bradford. 25 touchdowns, 5 picks. Definitely not prolific passing numbers, but we also don't really have much of a support system in place from a receiving standpoint. Our tight room's not great. Our receiving room is solid, not amazing. So I think there's definitely, this might be the floor of Sam Bradford. I'm optimistic that that is exactly what this is. Almost 1,500 yards, 17 touchdowns for Steven Jackson. What a machine. Don't know how many more years of his prime and peak that we're going to have maybe next season, but we're making it count. 2,000-yard receivers, both Brandon Lloyd and Danny Amendola go over 1,000 catches on the year. Defensively, Laurinaitis was a tackle machine, 139 tackles, 4 TFLs, 3 sacks, 3 picks. Outstanding. We got 13 sacks from a Gary Gibson. No idea who that is. But we get 10 sacks on 12 TFLs for Chris Long, 10 sacks, 17 TFLs for the rookie Robert Quinn. And on the INT front, James Laurinaitis leading the team with 3 picks, Bradley Fletcher with 2. Man, what do you call it? Where is Darian? Oh, Darian Stewart had 107. He popped off, man. 15 PBUs, over 100 tackles. He started this as like a 69 rated, and he finishes on out house rules, right? So every single time we upgrade a player, they have to go into scheme fit. So we've been spending all of our points trying to make him a zone player. He's still a 78 overall, so huge gains from him. Glad we got him under a contract extension. Robert Quinn ends up winning Defensive Rookie of the Year, out-dueling Cam Jordan. I mean, what a class. Cam Jordan, Richard Sherman, Patrick Peterson, Nick Fairley. Steven Jackson wins Running Back of the Year. And just enjoy that, Eagles fans, right there. Yep. Oh, we beat the Philadelphia Eagles in our season opener. Now it's playoff time. We know they have Lineman of the Year, Danny Watkins. I don't know. We probably have a pissed off, motivated Michael Vick in this one. And we're a team that is barely limping into the playoffs at 8-8. But you know what? Our offense was really, really consistent. One of the most consistent offenses in the league. So I think we can make a game out of this. But I don't know if our defense is going to be good enough to go on a deep playoff run. But we know we have at least a pass rush good enough to keep our defense in it. But unfortunately, we have 2 field goals in a gotta-have-it playoff game. That just kind of shows, yes, we limped into the playoffs, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. Bradford didn't really do a whole lot. Had 1 turnover, no touchdowns. They did a decent job shutting down Steven Jackson. Amendola had a decent game. 0 on the sacks. Department had a couple TFLs, but no sacks. No picks, only 2 PBUs. Yeah. So at the end of the season, on a good note, we have some depth traits going in the right direction. Steven Jackson for winning Running Back of the Year makes the jump from Superstar up to a Superstar X Factor. Danny Amendola. We also had Kendricks going from normal to star, but how does Amendola? I thought he just had a solid year, and he goes from star up to Superstar. Also got him on a contract extension, so that is, you know what? I guess there's our wide receiver 1 for the next little bit. Defensively, Robert Quinn doesn't go up, or I don't think anyways. I think he was actually a superstar defense. So he didn't gain anything for getting Defensive Rookie of the Year. That's a little harsh. But on defense, that was Phil of normal depths. We got a couple depth trades. Chamberlain goes up to a star depth. Darian Stewart goes from normal up to star, so that makes that contract extension again look incredible. Bradley Fletcher, I will never forget you for how bad you were on the Eagles, but he also goes from normal up to star. Because we achieved our challenge, we have a pick that we could go steal. We have a couple options at play. We beat the Philadelphia Eagles in the season opener, so that means we could swap Michael Brockers for the great Fletcher Cox. Probably leaning that direction, because then hopefully someday we could have Fletcher Cox and Aaron Donald, which would be awesome. Or we keep Michael Brockers in the first round, and in the second round, we could steal from the Seattle Seahawks Bobby Wagner. So it's kind of like, do we get, you know, I feel like that might need to be the play, because this way here, we're ensuring that Seattle doesn't get a generational linebacker. And for us, we go from having like a solid D tackle. Like, I feel like getting a solid D tackle to a elite D tackle, which is what we do if we get Fletcher Cox. Or we can keep a solid D tackle and then get an elite linebacker. So we're getting 2 starters on a defense that needs a lot of starters. So I'm thinking this is probably the best bang for our buck. I don't know. Obviously, there's Eagle bias when it comes to this. Fletcher Cox. I mean, our D tackle, that Gary Gibson, whatever the fuck. Like, imagine putting Fletcher Cox in that spot. He's going to eat double Bs, block shed finesse, 8 power, B tackle. And we don't know the combine information yet, but it's probably going to be pretty damn good. Michael Brockers, in comparison, double Bs as well. A tackle, 6'6", 322. Different type of player, for sure. Obviously, Bobby Wagner, A blocks at 8 pursuit, and I imagine the combine's going to be very, very good. This is tough, man. I think if I wasn't an Eagle fan, it might not be as tough of a call. I think I'm just overthinking it. Like, I'm looking down the line, right? If we can wait 2 seasons and we don't lose a challenge, in 2014's draft, we get Aaron Donald. So Aaron Donald will be able to play one of those spots. If we do that, then we can have Aaron Donald, and then we'd have Bobby Wagner and James Laurinaitis as our linebackers going forward. And then we'd have Aaron Donald and Michael Brockers. Or we go and get Fletcher Cox, and then assuming we win in 2014, we'll have Aaron Donald and Fletcher Cox as our defensive tackles, and then we'll have James Laurinaitis, and in next year's class, they draft Alec Ogletree. Very solid linebacker, played a lot of games down the stretch. He was a first-round linebacker out of Georgia. I feel like Alec Ogletree would be... It's basically, in this big scenario, do we want Alec Ogletree and Fletcher Cox, or do we want Michael Brockers and Bobby Wagner? Oh, it's a tough call. I don't know. I'm going to wait till the draft day. Glad to have options. I've decided with our first round pick, the St. Louis Rams are going to select defensive linemen from the SEC, from LSU. We're going to go Michael Brockers. I think, if this wasn't poaching from a division rival, if I knew that all things were equal, I wouldn't have to go up against Bobby Wagner twice a year, wouldn't have to go against Fletcher Cox twice a year. They were all in a vacuum. I'd go Fletcher Cox. I think the duo, a great D tackle is more valuable than an elite linebacker in Madden, in my opinion. I think the combo of Aaron Donald and Fletcher Cox would be absolutely insane. But because this prevents Seattle from hypothetically getting Bobby Wagner in this scenario, I think it's the double whammy. We got to do it. Come on in, Bobby Wagner, number 13 in true value. He's going to be that dude for us. Take a look at our draft recap. We got Michael Brockers, 72 normal. We got Brian Quick. I mean, that pick definitely kind of sucked. But instead of Isaiah Peed, we got Bobby Wagner, which certainly helps a little bit, 76. 73 dev trait for Janoris Jenkins. We get Tremaine Johnson, 70 rated with normal, but still a 70 rated. Chris Givens is there. Rokevius Watkins, Daryl Richardson, 74 on Legatron. Greg Zuerlein, so he's going to come in and be our starting kicker. But I'm looking at Zuerlein. I'd like to think Tremaine Johnson can develop into a dude. So that's a maybe. But Bobby Wagner, Jack Rabbit, and Michael Brockers all are going to be starters for us next season. So a really, really good haul here for the St. Louis Rams. It looks weird, but we're going to make it look right. I'm not going to lie, I'm trying to make up numbers here. I need an edge and a strong safety. Rodney McLeod, I thought, he must have been a UDFA or something like that. Because I know the Eagles signed him after he broke out as a safety for the Rams. So, obviously not a terrific profile here, but maybe we'll have a go of it. Now we're going into year 2, and this 2013 class for the Rams is definitely one of those all-time, I was so wrong. I thought this was an insane draft class. Maybe I never liked, getting Ogletree, getting a linebacker like that in the first round. But he had a really nice career. But I was like, all right, you got TJ McDonald, so you got just another one of these USC freak safeties. You get Barrett Jones, who was won every offensive line award possible for Alabama. How does this guy get a suck? And then they went out and got Stedman Bailey and Tavon Austin, who absolutely, along with Geno Smith, dominated and terrorized college football with their air raid offense. I was like, this is insane. How did they get both of the West Virginia wide receivers? And as much as this rebuild is enjoying a little bit of pink slips, if we hit our challenges and stealing away the Bobby Wagners and seeing what would happen if the Rams were able to steal Bobby Wagner, there's just as many, can we take fun players that didn't work out and try and make it work out? We got a little bit of that with Sam Bradford. I think Tavon Austin falls in line. If we hit our challenge, I don't think I would flip necessarily this Tavon Austin pick, because I think a lot of people, when they were suggesting to the Rams, it was, can we give Tavon Austin another shot? So yeah, this is our picks. Our goal this season, we're going to go just based off of last year. Last year, I think I was expecting, 2 wins in real life. We get 8 wins and sneak into the playoffs. Let's just go 9 wins. I want progress. I want to go above 500, and 8 wins gets us to the playoffs last year. 9 wins should absolutely get us to the playoffs this year. That is going to be our goal. All All right, so coming out of our bye week, 3 and 4 on the season. So pretty much where we were a year ago, which we just need one more win to go our way, and we'll be able to achieve our challenge. Salary cap wise, we're going to lock in James Laurinaitis for the next 5 seasons. We have Chris Long. I think they let him walk at this point. I mean, it's a lot, but we have so much money, and we're not just going to let a 90-plus rated pass rusher. Even though we have Robert Quinn, I want that duo together. So I don't think we're too far away for Chris Long, even though he doesn't have a lot of interest in staying here. My Eagles, but I can't. No, best of luck elsewhere. Bradley Fletcher can't do it. Simply cannot. I think Jacob Bell, if he wants to keep playing and re-upping on one-year deal, we have the money to facilitate that until we can bring in a replacement. I want to try to keep Rodney McLeod here. I don't know if it's going to cost a whole lot, but he would be a fun developmental player, just knowing that he ended up having a really, really nice career when all is said and done. Everybody else, though, best of luck. I don't think we're too far away on Chris Long. We should be able to get that locked up next week. Well, that was fun while it lasted. Year 2, we go 7-10, a win less than what we had in year number 1, 2011. So that means we do lose our challenge, unfortunately, but we'll deal with that in just 1 second. How are we 7-10? Look at the ratings. All good. Nothing in the reds. Defense was good. Offense was good. Just not good enough, I guess. Take a look at our performance this year. Man, we're just not getting enough touchdowns out of Bradford. And he's developed nice. He's an 85 scheme fit right now, 24 years old. But back-to-back seasons where it's like, you know, that's kind of what you are. You are not a $50 million a year quarterback, unfortunately. Now, I mean, we're the Patriots offense. Patriots, I mean, Drake May can pop off. You know, that's the ceiling of this offense. We gotta figure it out. Now, I'm not saying we don't have weapons around Sam Bradford that can help, but I know our run game's been on point. Steven Jackson crushing it yet again. Danny Amendola goes over 1,000 yards with 12 touchdowns. Denario Alexander had a very nice season as well. But, I mean, I think that would be my answer to our dilemma, our passing number dilemma. I think we need to get more skill position players in. And, you know, Tavon Austin could potentially do it. Stedman Daly could potentially do it. 200 times. I mean, both Bobby Wagner, James Laurinaitis, that duo look pretty good right away. We get 13.5 sacks, Chris Long, 12.5 from Robert Quinn. So, like, even Michael Rocker's not bad. 8 TFLs, 66 tackles, 5 sacks on the season. He finishes as a scheme fit, 77 rated. Yeah, you know, limited ceiling there, but, like, you know, who knows what happened. I wouldn't be shocked if at some point he goes off with a dev trade. And I think for the fact that our defense was so good, we didn't really have any turnovers. So, Rodney McLeod getting an INT, Tremaine Johnson, Jackrabbit, Bobby Wagner, but I feel like we can get a little bit more production there. But why are we 7-10? Why, you know, have we yet to have any success? I think we just need to get more at wide receiver and tight end. Look at us where some of the rookies ended up going. We got T.Y. Hilton on the Panthers. Andrew Luck is a commander in this scenario. Defensively, Bobby Wagner wins Defensive Rookie of the Year. Awesome to see. Davante David ends up on the Commanders. We got Jackrabbit at 5, Brockers at 6, Demario Davis, Hightower. Wow, all in the division, huh? Okay, cool. I suppose the good news about losing the challenge this year is, well, Ogletree's the best of the bunch. I'm looking at Pro Football Reference with about, you know, the weighted career average, and he has literally the same amount. He has 52 is his score. In comparison, Tavon Austin, 26. TJ McDonald, 24. We're going to be losing out on Ogletree. And you know the best thing about the 2013 class? No lack of busts going around. Alec Ogletree was a first-round pick. We are going to go with one of the biggest busts from that class. We are going to lose out on Alec Ogletree, and we're going to get D. Milner, corner. Yep. Showed everyone who knows who that was from the Jets. The cleared our lockers from a dev trade standpoint. Didn't have any regression to Steven Jackson from a dev trade perspective. Did lose a couple rating points, but that's nature of the business. 30 years old. Defensively, we got from dev traits nothing gained. Fletcher remains a star. Jackrabbit, star. Bobby Wagner, obviously a superstar out the gate. So that's a little disappointing. So as per our punishment from the Jets, first round pick, we get D. Milner. Good athlete. That was never the problem. Him coming out of Alabama. We're also able to get Tavon Austin, who get no dev trait, but look at that elite athletic profile. The kind of player that even if you told me he wasn't going to be good, I'd still probably end up drafting him based off those measurables. So if a down year, we gotta have a draft class that certainly reflects that. We get Brandon McGee, we get Barrett Jones, we get Stedman Bailey. Man, didn't Stedman Bailey get like shot or something like that? Like, wasn't that maybe something that kind of derailed the hype that he and Tavon Austin? I mean, just again, if you don't remember, go YouTube that. YouTube, the Geno Smith era West Virginia offense. Tavon Austin and Stedman Bailey's like, oh, they're just gonna both get 2,000 yards pretty much every year. TJ McDonald was solid. I think injuries kind of cut his career short. He had like over 100 tackles for the Rams in his second season. Ended up being a starter there. 69 rated, not too bad. Tavon Austin, 73 rated, 68 rated for first round pick D. Milner. So, I mean, again, like there's a chance that like D. Milner could develop into a serviceable player for us. But that's also a terrible selection at 7, which you want to feel the brunt of when you miss a challenge. In Tavon Austin's case, I mean, there's only so much you can do to nerf a guy that didn't really make it, but still had undeniable traits. 96 speed, 97 acceleration, 96 agility, 92 change of direction, 90 juke move, 91 spin. As a receiver, you know, it's also reflected in his limited route running, but still, I mean, 77 catching, 75 deep route running. You can work with that. You can build off a base, so we have every opportunity, I think, with just even having that athletic profile to make Tavon Austin a dude for us in this rebuild, which I think a lot of people want to see, myself included. So going into year number 3, we are still looking for our first playoff win, but I don't know how far away we are. I mean, the offensive line is pretty damn good. 85, 86, 90, 85, maybe a weak spot at right guard, but we're working on it. Offensively, we add the electrifying Tavon Austin, who doesn't look like much now, but I think we can certainly get a player there. And Mendola's reliable. Probably going to be our last season of Steven Jackson in his prime, but he has shown to be an unbelievably reliable weapon here on this offense. We got old Sammy Sleeve. Sam Bradford is an 87 rated. Love to see him take his game up just one more notch. Can we start getting consistently 30-plus passing touchdowns? I'd be pretty happy with that. Defensively, we got a good pass rush. Brockers is solid. Our linebackers, if we're primarily with Laurinaitis and Wagner, is about as good as it gets. Stewart, solid. We're gonna have to go. I'm gonna try and develop Riley McLeod. We could go T.J. McDonald though if it's not working out and we're getting exposed a little bit. I think the same kind of goes in the secondary. Jackrabbit Jenkins looks like he's going to be a stud for us, but we're going to continue to try to get the development here out of Tremaine Johnson and see if we can make the most out of our bust selection in D. Milner. Now, taking a look at this class, the Rams in drafting offensive linemen early. That is something I'm learning. Wasn't very good. Just constantly swing and a miss. Greg Robinson, add his name to that list. I think he was a tackle, eventually tried out guard. But then you followed up with one of the best picks of all time, getting Aaron Donald. So we very much want Aaron Donald to be a part of this series and this rebuild. LaMarcus Joyner had a pretty solid career as a versatile defensive back. Outside of that, not too much. Like I remember a lot of these names: Trey Mason, Garrett Gilbert, obviously Michael Sam, the first openly gay NFL player, and was a pretty damn good pass rusher in the SEC. Unfortunately, just wasn't a next level guy. I remember he came up here to the CFL and I couldn't cut it as well. But, a pretty interesting class, to say the least, here from the Rams. But it's all about Aaron Donald. The fact that we missed last year's goal of 9 wins, I'm going to go... I honestly feel like I'm going to make that the same goal this year. 9 wins. I think 9 wins should get us in the playoffs. It might not. It's kind of on the cutoff there. But we can do 9. We got 8. We got 7. Year 3, let's do 9. Do 9, we keep Aaron Donald, and we can likely upgrade Greg Robinson. And at the bye week, again, it doesn't make sense. Our ratings, defensively, it's not the best. It's just points against, though, because 14th yards against, 10th rush yards, you feel pretty good. Offensively, I can't ask for more, because we still don't really have a prolific offense. We have a running back. We have a pretty good quarterback. Our offensive line is good, but our wide receivers, for the most part, aren't anything great. Same with tight end. The fact that we're putting up those type of numbers... I like that. How are we 2-3? Still plenty of time. Early bye week, plenty of time to get our 9 wins. 9 wins, and we can keep Aaron Donald, and we already know it's going to probably come down to the last week or two. Looking at our contracts here, $173 million. So with that money, we could pretty much keep any and everybody that we want. As long as Jacob Bell, that guard, just keeps going, we don't have any good guards on the way in here. We hopefully hit our goal and don't have to bring in Greg Robinson in a first-round pick at guard. Jason Brown would be good to keep, but that's no interest. These guys are sick of the program. Saffold's the big one. We do not want him going anywhere. We want him locked in for, honestly, I'd give him a 7-year deal. Big time contract. We'll come back. Make sure Steven Jackson doesn't have that little end with the Falcons, you know, where you get career Ram right here. I also think Jason Smith doing nothing wrong. I mean, not really developing any, kind of just been stuck at an 85, but I'm not going to complain about that one bit for a right tackle. Get him on a 2-year deal. Well, that was a good kick in the ass. We are 8-4. We need one more win with a bunch of games remaining to get this thing on the line. We got a 4-win Bears team, and more importantly, we have our first breakout in 2 seasons. And it is for Robert Quinn to try and become a superstar X Factor. Ken Flajole kind of come in with Spags, 2 defensive masterminds, trying to figure out. But we get one more win, we achieve our goal. Honestly, one more win, we're probably going to make the playoffs again. And we get it. Let's go. 24-16 over the Bears with 4 games remaining. Goal has been hit. And do we, on top of that, get a superstar X Factor, Bobby Quinn? Yeah, well, you know, hey, XP's not the end. But we got 9 wins. Let's go. Back in the win column. We keep Aaron Donald. And we get to not get Greg Robinson. Well, that was pleasantly expected. We go 11-6 on the season. We did lose the final 2. I thought we had a chance to actually have a really impressive record. But even in defeat, we lose a close one to the Colts. We get a James Laurinaitis Road Warrior Defensive Player of the Week. Very, very cool. Look at all the rankings. Very happy with all of that. The top 5 offense, a number 2 defense, Spags defense playing like we need it to play. We have no other challenges or anything like that this season. We hit our goal already, so we're kind of playing with house money. But it's always about stacking Super Bowls, especially after our last 20-year rebuild, where we really just, it was insane. Absolutely insane with the Commanders. How much success we had, and every 20-year rebuild after is going to be compared to that. So take a look at our team. You know, again, yeah, we're going to have probably an interesting conversation when it comes time to pay Sam Bradford, because now he's winning, which is the most important. But production-wise, you know, how much better is he going to get? I don't know. So it's still very much a question mark, unfortunately, for him. Steven Jackson crushes it, as always. We had 2,000-yard receivers, which is not uncommon for this offense. Over 100 catches, 1,300 yards, 5 touchdowns for Amendola. And Tavon Austin, who I did put in the slot, which is kind of overkill with Amendola. But to try to get him to become a thing, we got 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns. Be interested to see where that ranks for Offensive Rookie of the Year voting. 9 touchdowns for Denari Alexander. Not too bad. Defensively, Wagner killed it. Laurinaitis killed it. Tremaine Johnson goes over 100 tackles. We had insane development of Roddy McLeod. We got like +5, I think, for 75 tackles, which brought him over a 70. So there's a chance he can develop into a player for us. 17 sacks from Chris Long on 14 TFLs, 10.5 sacks on 17 TFLs for Robert Quinn. So really happy with that production. And I think we're about to find a solution to our lack of interior defensive line sacks after this upcoming draft. Shout out Roddy McLeod, 3 picks, 2 picks for Jack Rabbit. And honestly, Milner developed. I mean, he was our 3rd corner, but 76 overall. Where was it? Right there. 75 tackles gave us almost 16,000 XP. He was already a scheme fit. So he might not ever be an insane player, but I think much like Tremaine Johnson, we have a couple solid corners that shouldn't be liability. So, last year's L of missing out on Alec Ogletree, we get D. Milner. It's not really the end of the world. It's not a great pick, but it's not really the bust that he was IRL. And Chris Long, runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year. Good for him. Shout out Greenlight Pod. Tavon Austin wins Rookie of the Year. Let's go. Take a look at some of the other landing spots. We have Keenan Allen on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Bobby Trees on the 49ers. Le'Veon Bell on the Dallas Cowboys. Sheldon Richardson on the Falcons. Honey Badger on Washington. Slay on the New York Giants. Just to the polarizing question of Bradford. We are number 10. He's the 10th quarterback in the NFC, and he didn't have that bad of a year. Shout out Chris Long for getting D Lineman of the Year. He's been stuck on a star dev, so I'm optimistic he will be a superstar come season's end. And in the playoff matchup, after getting a nice little rest on our first round bye, we get the Arizona Cardinals, who have a very good pass defense. They have talent, obviously, Patrick Peterson, Larry Fitzgerald, but from a schematic standpoint of how these teams are actually playing, I think we might have an advantage here at home. But you never know. I think as long as Bradford's our quarterback, I think that's going to be my take every time we take the field. You never know. If he's efficient, could be good. But if you told me, Bradford didn't throw for a touchdown for a second straight playoff game, I would say believable. How do we still have 0? Trick play, Tavon Austin, something. There we go, finally on our board. Our defense has done an excellent job keeping our slow start offense in this thing, and then they just fucking... I'm trying, man. Not everything's going to have a happy ending, but we do have Legatron. So we are just in 2 plays. Got to have it into his range to tie this one up. But look at this drive by Bradford. Utilizing the tight ends. 2 yard to Jackson. Clock's running. Kendricks. It's all been Kendricks. Goal to go. Michael Ho-Oh Mawanawa Ui. 18 yards. Is this a legacy drive from Sam Bradford? Yeah. Well, that was super disappointing, but outside of that, we got Tavon Austin up a dev trade. Kind of forced the issue there, and a great start for him to become the next great what-if player in our 20-year rebuild series. Defensively, Chris Long getting a hell of a year with a superstar dev trade increase. James Laurinaitis goes from star up to superstar. Robert Quinn, even though we missed the breakout in season, is now a superstar X Factor. We also didn't get I like the base rating of where Tremaine Johnson and D. Milliner are headed, but we did also get a breakout on Rodney McLeod, trying to develop him up a little bit. Very nice. How to make us feel better? Let's go window shopping for who we're going to get instead of Greg Robinson in the first round. We have some options here with the Atlanta Falcons. They selected Jake Matthews. He'd be a great long-term tackle, but I feel decent. I mean, we could move Saffold into guard and then put Matthews at tackle, but I don't know if that's necessarily our best upgrade. Could in the second round get Joel Bitonio from the Browns. Not a sexy selection, but a guy that's been very elite for pretty much his whole career, and it's a position we need at guard. I think one of the top contenders here would be Kyle Fuller from the Chicago Bears. I think you look at our secondary with Tremaine Johnson and with D. Milliner. Sure, their base rating is going fine, but they don't have dev traits. Their ceiling's going to be capped. I bet you Kyle Fuller would have a dev trait. But I think our best option here, we have Green Bay. They have 2 good options. First round, they get HaHa Clinton-Dix at safety. He'd be a great long-term safety for us. Higher ceiling likely than, Darian Stewart or Rodney McLeod. But the obvious answer when you're looking at the big board is the Green Bay Packers' second-round pick. I don't know if you guys ever... What's this guy's... I don't know if I can pronounce it right. Davante Adams? Yep, that'll do. Yeah, he's gonna look great. He already has the futuristic jersey on. What if Davante Adams played his whole career with the Rams? We're about to find out what would happen. So we're going to welcome our first pick. We're not changing up the first round too much. We're going to get Greg Robinson, which is the wet fart. But we're going to get the best one first. Aaron freaking Donald, number 2 player in the class. Honestly, who the hell's number 1? So the 2014 NFL Draft ends up being just excellent for the St. Louis Rams. Aaron Donald comes in out the gate in 80 dev trait. Oh, it looks good, man. It looks good. Getting to replay this career is going to be awesome. Greg Robinson, I think kind of like D. Milliner. Got obviously tanked his rating a little bit because he was a bust, but there's still a chance. He can be, honestly, I might make him our starting guard. Our right guard position is very much up for grabs, and if he can, he has a big-time athletic profile. 87 acceleration, 73 speed, 93 strength. Don't necessarily know how all that necessarily translates to guard, but there could be a player there. Let's see if we can develop a little bit. Davante Adams. Now, for some reason, every time his draft walkout, which I like to try to show those when I can, was kind of crashing the game. So I was like, screw it, we'll just look at him here. Looking great in the old school Rams threads. 77 rated. Never really a burner, but I mean, look at that. You got 92 acceleration, 93 release, 94 agility, 95 jumping, 91 ball carrier vision, 94 change of direction, and everything else. The route running is going to take off as we develop our future wide receiver 1. Davante Adams, Tavon Austin, Danny Amendola, and then hopefully down the line we can flip that Amendola into a Cooper Kupp. That would be awesome. We got Trey Mason, Alexander, Gaines, like all these guys, like mid-60s, good, solid depth. Garrett Gilbert, Michael Sam, and Mitchell Van Dyke end up being the rest of the class. Not no real late round finds, but Aaron Donald, Davante Adams. I think we're going to start winning Super Bowl. And hey, Davante Adams could be a problem solver to our lack of big-time performances in Sam Bradford. He's certainly going to help out our passing game. Here now in the 2014 season, better than it is year 4 of this 20-year rebuild. We're not gonna, oh, we're surprised. No, we know we have Davante Adams, wide receiver 1, immediately, because I think we're getting to a point in this rebuild where we got to figure out what we got in Bradford. Like, that is kind of all this season matters, because Bobby Wagner, Robert Quinn, maybe Chris Long, eventually Aaron Donald. Those are going to be, I mean, Bobby Wagner is going to be very expensive, but like I imagine Robert Quinn and eventually Aaron Donald, those are going to be franchise quarterback contracts right there. Okay? So we need to start planning and deciding whether or not we're going to want to potentially have a tough conversation when it comes to those guys if we want to give Bradford what he's probably going to be looking for, which is, I'm going to guess it's going to start with a $300 million in some range. So what do we have in our quarterback here? That is what this season is going to be about. Our goal this season, playoff win. We have yet to win a playoff game. 0-2 in the Sam Bradford era. Seems like an easy goal, but in both playoff games, our offense did absolutely nothing. So we're not only going to get an opportunity to improve a draft pick if we win a playoff game, but it might give us a lot more clarity for our quarterback situation. Our upcoming draft class was, you hit early. That's all you really need to do. No real late round pick. Shadow, we got the Eagles' new offensive coordinator, Sean Mannion, here. But the first 2 selections were great. Rob Havenstein at right tackle just retired this season, so he gave a lot of great football to the Rams. That'd be a good get for us. And obviously Todd Gurley. I think you enter in another kind of what-if scenario. He was so freaking good, so elite, but unfortunately injuries cut down a little bit on the longevity. Like, when did he stop? Like 27? Like, I still feel like Todd Gurley had like 3 good years left. 3 years of being in the discussion for the best running back in the league. Waiting to decide to hang him up. So it'd be awesome to run it back with Todd Gurley. So if we get a playoff win, we for sure get to lock in Todd Gurley, and then we get to hopefully flip one of these picks for a better one. If we don't get a playoff win, we have more questions and answers at quarterback, and we lose, fair to say, like a generational running back prospect. Okay, well, we're 6-3, so like we got to make the playoffs to achieve our goal this season. The bad news is we're kind of here because of our defense. Offensively, nothing's looking great. Davante Adams hasn't hit the ground running, I don't think. Luckily, we have a S-tier defense, so that should help us while we navigate this rut stretch, and maybe we put up a couple big-time scores to close out the year. We feel pretty good. $139 million of salary cap. Well, got old Donnie Jones at punter. We'll keep him. Jacob Bell, if this guy wants to just keep on keeping on, sure. I mean, Kendricks has been solid. It's just, is he $10 million a year solid? Because I think next year's class, again, we talk about future players. We have to obviously assume that we got to hit the challenge. You can't assume that we'll win the challenge. But next year's pool players, we got Tyler Higbee at tight end. Kind of always looking ahead. So, like, do we really want to commit long-term money? But what about something like that? How about 2-year? Up the bonus because it's not meeting you on the years that you like. Let's go. That should be fine. So the interview number 4, the good news is we made the playoffs. Our goal is to get a playoff win, and at least we have an opportunity to do so, but we get a very difficult first opponent here in the wildcard round. Green Bay was a 92 rated offense, the number 2 offense in the league, 6th in passing, a top 5 defense. We have a top 10 offense, top 5 defense as well. I think we get probably a little bit more talent on the defensive side of the ball, even though it is showing we have a tied rating there. But for us to hit our challenge, for us to essentially lock in Todd Gurley and upgrade another pick, going to be very, very difficult. We're going to need to see it out of Mr. Bradford, who was outside a top 10 quarterback this year. 30 touchdowns, 6 picks, just under 4,000 yards. Not a bad year. It's also just kind of you know, hard to say we want to pay this guy. Steven Jackson was solid. And it'd be the perfect time to get Todd Gurley because Steven Jackson's like at that age. It'd be a natural change into the guard if we can make that happen. Davante Adams pops off 1,300 yards and 12 touchdowns on 90 catches. Tavon Austin just under 905. It'd be good to get both of them over 1,000, but that's, you know, I think if Tavon Austin can develop into this kind of a guy, it still would be a success story from where he started. Amendola was solid. Kendricks was solid. Defensively, we had 400 tacklers. D. Milner, man, it's kind of might come a guy. You know what I'm saying? Roddy McLeod over 100 tackles. Bobby Wagner and Laurinaitis doing the damn thing. We got 15.5 sacks. Aaron Donald, 12.5. Chris Long, 9 from Robert Quinn, 7 from Michael Brockers. If we can just get a little bit more, I'd love to see Robert Quinn 3 double-digit sack getters. That would be ideal. And our INT numbers, man, continue just to not be great. But this is not the first time Josh Freeman's got an MVP in this rebuild, in this world. But it ends up being a clean sweep. Our only 2 award winners are the 2 big dogs. Davante Adams wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. We have Derek Carr on the Seahawks, Mike Evans on the Vikings. Very interesting. And Defensive Rookie of the Year goes to Aaron Donald. We got Shaq Barrett ending up on the Bucks, where he spent a lot of time in his career. Khalil Mack ends up on the Bears. Always pretty cool when like those scenarios play out. We have record-setting performances. Aaron Donald has set the rookie. Wait, is that actually what he got in real life? Wow, couldn't actually achieve it. No, I got it. No, I didn't, because it would have been the same rookie year. There's no way he had 15. He actually had 15. He did better in real life than he did for us. Okay, well, we did set the new single-season touchdown catches record for a rookie with Davante Adams. So our goal this season, come on, man. Seems very attainable for the team that we have. It's just we got a very tough matchup on the road against the Green Bay Packers. But if we win this, we get Todd Gurley. If we lose this, we're definitely going to be losing Todd Gurley. There we go. We have a lead. 2 straight touchdowns. Let's go. This be, I mean, look at our defense. Holy shit. I mean, you know, it's not like, oh my God, Sam Bradford finally put it all together, but man, oh man, he just didn't suck. And our defense gets, that's checkmark. That, I don't know, 17 points, which is our best showing so far offensively in any of our playoff games. I don't know if that's going to be sustainable enough to go on a run here, but it's good enough to achieve our challenge, getting our first playoff victory of the rebuild here in year 4. And it locks in Todd Gurley as our top selection in the 2015 draft. Look at that old Sam Bradford out-dueling Aaron Rodgers in this one. Very nice. Hey, not bad. Not bad for old Sammy Sleeves. Run game non-existent. Davante Adams. Very nice. Defensively, 2.5 sacks for Bobby Quinn. Brockers sack and a half. Bobby Wagner with a sack. Aaron Donald getting after it. Had a couple PBUs. Ooh. What I would give to get that in our Yetis franchise. But hell yeah, baby. Give me an old check mark. Oh yeah. Should have been noted that the 49ers went 16-1. Yeah, they sure did. Okay, well, let's go play spoiler. Big time rivalry. I don't know what NFC West. Yeah, NFC West. What's like the power rankings of the rival? Oh, we're up. Like in my mind, I think like Niners, Seahawks hate each other the most, and then it'd be Niners, Rams as like if you're power ranking the rivalries within that division. Like no one really cares about the Cardinals, unfortunately. But look at this, man. We get a chance. 16-1. 2:56 to go. We have the ball. Field goal with Legatron. Oh, we start with a fucking sack. Aldon Smith. Ooh, okay. Dante hit here with an unnecessary roughness. If we can get this in the field goal range, this would be such a freaking upset. 2-minute warning. 2nd and 10. Oh, shot play. Danny Amendola, 25. Slow it down. Slow it down. Now, the last playoff game, we had a field goal, gimme field goal blocked. Let's see what we can get here, man. 4th and 10. What are we doing throwing it away? We are able to kick the field goal, but now we got to play defense for a minute 3 to try and take down the 16-1 Colin Kaepernick-led Niners. We get a penalty on Anthony Davis. They get a first down. They got 1 timeout remaining. Ooh, they're going to have to go for it. I don't know what they're going to do. Field goal? Spike it. I assume that's a spike. 4th and 1. That is, they're going to have to go for this, man. This is looking... Suck it. Suck it. That's probably, in all of our rebuilds in Madden 26, the most impressive CPU team we've seen. Suck it. We needed him. Bradford did the job. Yeah, he had a pick, but everything else looked pretty damn good against that defense. Shout out Lance Kendricks. Shout out Michael Brockers. Chris Long, 2 TFLs. Not too shabby. Just like that. No success turns into a lot of success. I'm not going to call it a Cinderella team. Our defense is too good for that. But we are 1 win away from getting into the Super Bowl. And to make it to the Super Bowl, I mean, just run the gauntlet. Had to take down a 16-1 team. Now we get the MVP, Josh Freeman, and the 11-6 Tampa Bay Bucks on the road. They get a top 5 offense, prolific passing game. Look at that, 4,700 yards, 36 touchdowns for Josh Freeman. They get a keep to lead. Gerald McCoy, studs on the defense. But, I mean, just look at the team ratings. Huge advantage for the Rams. Let's give them hell, man. I mean, you can take down 16-1. You can take down just about everybody. That's the opening drive. Touchdown goes to the Rams. And it's just our defense is going to make... We have just... At every level. We got linebackers, Bobby Wagner, Laurinaitis. Our D-line is the best D-line in the league with Chris Long, Aaron Donald, and Robert Quinn. And our secondary is getting good. It's not elite, but it's good enough, and we are going to go to the Super Bowl. Look at this belt to ass. This is the league MVP, Josh Freeman, in this scenario. And they got a garbage time touchdown from, avoiding a naked mile because we shut their ass out. Look at that, man. Sam Bradford in the Super Bowl, just finding ways to win. It hasn't been pretty this whole rebuild. The yards kind of suck. But I'll take that completion percentage. I'll take those touchdowns. Steven Jackson, first big playoff game of the run here. Danny Amendola, 2 receiving touchdowns. Defensively, Bobby Wagner making plays. Look at that. 4 sacks for Chris Long. Aaron Donald also getting involved. Jackrabbit Jenkins with an INT. I mean, we have the resume now to absolutely... We should be favorites, whoever we're playing in the Super Bowl. Huh. Really, really weird. Super Bowl, we got the Raiders, who are one of the lower rated teams I've ever seen make a Super Bowl from a sim standpoint. 83 rated. Now, they have a top 10 passing offense. What else? What do they got going on? I think it's, 2 incredibly unlikely teams here. Carson Palmer was decent, very similar, comparable to Sam Bradford. Their run game was, very comparable to what we have. It's like looking at a mirror image. Shout out Run DMC there. They had 3,000-yard receivers. They stole Denario Alexander from us. There's definitely a scenario I could have kept him. Had a great skill set. He had a hell of a year. 1,000 yards Denarius Moore, 1,000 yards Darius Hayward-Bayes, a thing. Defensively, Rolando McClain, Kevin Williams, part of the Williams Wall, famous Viking. Lamar Houston's there. Not much. They do have Jerry Hughes, INTs, nothing too... I think there's going to be the advantage. We obviously have a much better defense, but offensively, very, very similar. But I'm thinking this might be a sneaky Super Bowl win, year 4 for the St. Louis Rams. We're already playing with house money, man. We got our challenge hit. We're getting Todd Gurley. We're getting an upgraded pick. And if you look at the context, we could have played Brady Patriots. Bengals are usually pretty good. Steelers are probably the best team in the AFC at this current point in the game. Kansas City can always get super hot. It would feel like a missed opportunity. We had no expectations this year. Literally, our goal was to win 1 playoff game. So to be in the Super Bowl, we're overachieving, and it's, because we already hit our challenge goal, it's not like it's going to be the end of the world if we don't. But because of the matchup, because we got Oakland, it feels like this is a terrific opportunity to kind of cash in an early Super Bowl. But 2 field goal drives, both defenses showing up here. I trust ours to get more stops than not. Here we go. Huge turnover. Keep going. How are we not getting a touchdown yet? First touchdown of the game goes to the Oakland Raiders. We have 3 straight field goals. Bradford, you get me at... Watch this live. Bradford gets us a win here. I might pay him, even if the numbers suck. Kind of like a Joe Flacco kind of deal. There we go. Boom. Who else? Rookie Davante Adams, 23 yards in the Super Bowl. 2-minute warning. Just don't give up a touchdown. Our famed defense, can they do the job? And there we go. We get a nice sack by Michael Brockers. Brings up 3rd and 15. And it's another sack. Chris Long, who has been our best, most consistent pass rusher this whole playoff run. I always feel like we got to play this one. We're going to hit him with a stunt. And I'm going to be Mr. Aaron Donald. 4th and 24. Get a stop here. We win the Super Bowl. Aaron Donald, please destroy this man in front of you. Spin move. Oh, it's picking up. And it's not over, but there's a chance, I guess, that you could, kneel down, fumble. I don't know. Madden would bat it. But it's a Super Bowl win. Able to cash one in much earlier than expected in my I'm keeping notes now. I bought the tiniest handbook you'll ever see to keep track of her, because we've done the Colts and Washington, but I didn't have any notes. I always kind of having a little history, old school. I probably should stop being unk and put that in a text document on my computer, but I just write it down. It's easier to make little notes and stuff like that. And I was thinking, remember, we won an insane amount of Super Bowls with Washington. I think we won 6 in 20 years. But when we did the Colts, it took us 10 seasons to win 1. I was thinking with the Rams, similar to the Colts. I thought we'd probably have 1 Super Bowl win within our first 10 seasons. In fact, we got it in before our first 5. Very impressive, and it's on the back of our defense. We have an absolute juggernaut of a defense, which, in turn, again, I don't want to call out my bluff. Do we really need to pay Sam Bradford? It feels like we got Jared Goff, and we're following the history here. Jared Goff is coming up, I think, in 2 draft classes. And then just, this rebuild might be keep the expensive defense together and then just keep rotating rookie quarterback contract quarterbacks and finding ways to win. Because, where is this team going to be in 5 years from now, right? I think I would much rather have a cheap quarterback and then pay Davante Adams, probably end up paying Tavon Austin, pay Bobby Wagner, pay Robert Quinn. Chris Long will probably be gone, but pay Aaron Donald. You know what I'm saying? I think that's going to be the formula. Every rebuild's going to be different, but I think this is going to be a rebuild where it's going to be defense. Colts rebuild, 20-year rebuild, that was Andrew Luck. He got the money, figure the rest out. Commanders rebuild, pay RG3, figure the rest out. This rebuild, I think it's going to be pay the defense. Shout out D. Milner, man, becoming a guy for us. INT, forced fumble for James Laurinaitis. Both sides of the football get it done, but it was the defense. They're getting the game ball, and we'll give it to old Bobby Quinn. We have our first notable retirement of the rebuild. Starting left guard, Jacob Bell, I think it was an 86 overall, has retired after 11 seasons. So I'm thinking maybe, I have no idea actually what pick we're going to steal, but we bring in Rob Havenstein. Maybe one of those tackles goes into guard. Maybe that's the time to move Saffold in to guard. As far as our lineup is concerned, offensively, no dev traits up. 1 dev trait down as Dan Amendola loses his superstar dev trait, which is natural given the fact that he is very firmly our wide receiver 3. Greg Robinson's developed nicely into a guard, already a scheme fit. And you know what I'm saying? Kick Saffold into left guard, get Havenstein at left tackle. I know he's a right tackle, but semantics there a little bit. We feel pretty damn good about that O-line. Defensively, from a dev trait standpoint, oh yeah, Chris Long goes from superstar to an X Factor. Aaron Donald was an X Factor out the box. Robert Quinn, X Factor. Laurinaitis, superstar. Bobby Wags. Maybe surprising that Bobby Wagner is yet to become an X Factor. We also have Tremaine Johnson, going from normal up to a star dev. So he's actually developing into a baller like he was IRL for the Rams. I believe he had 7 or 8 picks one year before he cashed out in free agency and was an absolute bust for the Jets. For the pick that we're going to steal, I don't really want to flip our first or second round pick unless we had to. Todd Gurley, Rob Havenstein, fine with that. So we're going to look for value, and in our 1-point victory of the Falcons, we are going to steal their 5th round selection, D lineman out of Clemson, Grady Jarrett. And with knowing Grady Jarrett's coming in, Michael Brockers is a damn good player, but the fact is D tackles get paid. He's got to probably look for $20 million for an extension. So So it's going to make a lot of sense just to have Grady Jarrett in there. Oh, very nice. We got the draft presentation going. I have no idea why. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Whoever made this mod, please help me figure that out. Because I love having this as part, especially when we steal a pick. But this is very much the rich getting richer. And I think it's all about snowballing. I think the reason why we didn't win a bunch of Super Bowls early with the Andrew Luck Colts rebuild is because we had so many of those bad Colt classes, you just couldn't stack anything. But we started winning Super Bowls early with the Washingtons. That means Super Bowl champions, and then we're hitting our challenges and we're stealing picks from having big-time draft classes. This might be that. Todd Gurley, #1 player in the class. I don't actually think, I mean, that might be a glitch, but he also might be. Yeah, looking real good. And this is going to be Todd Gurley with no injuries. No, I don't know what is, he was like a knee issue that was known that he wouldn't have a long career or something like that. That doesn't exist. We have our Steven Jackson successor right here. We're just looking at draft class as your defending champs. Couple, you know, I hope he's a much better coordinator than he was an NFL quarterback. He was pretty damn solid at Oregon State. But we get Hager 64, Jamon Brown 67. Hey, for the kids. Grady Jarrett is a 70 rate in the 5th round, but he does have a dev trait. And again, it's timing up very nicely where we can enjoy that we had Michael Brockers as a run defender for when we did, but we're not got to pay him. I would be shocked if it's anything less than 15. That's going to be that money again. We got to be very cap conscientious. We might not even pay Bradford, for God's sakes. So having Grady Jarrett in the pipeline, I think much like Todd Gurley, this is a draft class that's going to be felt a lot more next season than this coming season, because there's a chance that they're going to be rotated in and stuff like that, but they'll be the outright starters in 2 years' time. Yeah, this is going to be sick with Todd Gurley. What was his number? He definitely wasn't 38. And then Havenstein, 71 in the 2nd round with a dev trait. I think what we're going to do for simplicity's sake, just to get our best lineman, we're going to say, hey, you're going to learn how to play left tackle, and then we're going to take Saffold, who I think Roger Saffold's probably played more guard in his career than he did tackle. We're going to put him back at guard. See, I'm not tripping. He played 3 years at tackle with the Rams, and then they moved him into guard. So here's our team going into year 5, the 2015 season. It's always difficult once you win a Super Bowl to be like, what are our team goals? That's like one thing about this series that, like, once we get in a couple years, I start, I don't want to say get lazy, but then it's just be like, win another Super Bowl, win another Super Bowl. Try a little bit more flavor, and I'm always looking for more feedback on how we can do this challenge. I have a lot of people saying, like, C4, don't redraft the same drafts. It's not really rebuild, but trust me. Just trust me. That's the one thing that makes this rebuild entertaining for me to do, because every other retro rebuild I've done in the last 5 years that I've been doing them, it's been a free-for-all, and I feel like having this structure helps me a little bit. Our goal is this, we're going to go 2-goal. It's important we actually hit our goal this year, but it's going to be a 2-goal. One is going to be to make the Super Bowl. Not to win it, to make the Super Bowl. Number 2, and this one's going to be manageable, because I think we're so good defensively. I'm going to say top 10 defense. Thought about saying top 5 defense, but if we're like 6, I'd feel pretty bad. Like if we win the Super Bowl and we come to 6, and that's how we miss. Top 10, very attainable, but there's always a chance of like the RNG randomness that happens in a franchise mode. And I think the goal of making a Super Bowl, who knows, last year was a Cinderella run. Like, we're going to need Bradford to be efficient this season. We're going to need Davante Adams to take another step. We're going to need this 1-2 punch in our backfield to crush. We're going to need our offensive line to keep doing the damn thing. And we need our defense, especially with the addition of Grady Jarrett, to be absolutely elite. Hit those 2 goals, though, and we get to upgrade our picks. Now, speaking of the picks, if we want to go with the approach of never paying our quarterback so we can pay quarterback money elsewhere, Jared Goff will be coming in at the perfect time. Now, I don't think a lot of Rams fans are going to have fond memories of Jared Goff's tenure there. They traded a bunch of picks to go get that selection and ended up trading him. But in a way, you only won your Super Bowl with Stafford because of Goff. You didn't have Goff, you wouldn't be able to get Stafford. But for us and our plan, I think Jared Goff would be plenty fine. He would be plenty fine, and it would be a cheap quarterback contract. And I mean, or we could flip out that pick. Absolutely. Then when we got Tyler Higbee, hell yeah, that'd be a great get for us at tight end. Rest of the class, not the best. Like, I'd hope if we hit our goal, if we decide not to flip Jared Goff, you know, I'd probably, much like last year's class, try to keep our top 2 picks and then see if we can find value after that. But we got to make a Super Bowl, top 10 defense. Let's go. Okay, well, at midseason, as we defend our Super Bowl title, we are 7-4. It's I'm going to be honest, a couple L's that I thought were going to just smash the teams. But the good news is we have a top 10 offense. Not so much because of Mr. Bradford, but top 10 offense on the list. But our goal of a top 10 defense, we are number 4. And I'm going to be honest, if we finish with a top 5 defense, I'm going to act like that was our goal all along. Oh, yeah, actually, we'll make a top 5 defense in hindsight. But our defense is playing out of their freaking mind. We had Robert Quinn week 11, defensive player of the week. I think we had Aaron Donald up here week 8. I'm pretty sure Chris Long had one, week 1 with 3 sacks. Defense has been popping off. $140 million of salary cap. So, yep, we're going to look 7 years for Bobby Wagner. For Robert Quinn, we'll look in for 6 years. No. I don't even think if I had the money, I'd be paying Bradford upwards of $80 million a year. But that's going to put the pressure on us to get Jared Goff. Jack Rabbit Jenkins, I'd like to keep him here, maybe 4 years. Round that up a little bit. Not too bad. I want to keep the defense guy. I'm spending my money on the defensive side of the ball instead of paying a quarterback. That's how this is going to work. Amendola is replaceable now. Steven Jackson, it'd be real nice if you just retire. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else, I think we can get back Jason Smith here on 1 year. He's been pretty serviceable, probably not too far away on a contract extension. Mr. Brown at center. We could probably go with Barrett. We're trying to save money. I think we could save money now on center now that we're paying big-time contracts. Legatron, get him on a 2-year deal. Yeah, so we'll come back for Smith at right tackle. Brockers, Jackson, I'm hoping Brockers retires. But I think we gotta gamble that we're gonna hit our goals and get Goff to replace Bradford. Alrighty, so at the end of the season, we go 12-5, trying to defend our Super Bowl crown. Not bad. And we're gonna adjust our goal from a top 10 defense. Top 5 defense achieved number 3. Very nice. Offense, we scored maybe not a lot of points. We scored 6th most. At least we're seeing enough out of Bradford that's like $500 million pretty much is what he wants. 27 touchdowns, 3 picks. Like, he's literally the most game man. Like, I have a limit. Like, 150 is the most you pay a game managing quarterback. And, I think we win 3 games and get Jared Goff. I think that's our plan. Because if not, we're going to have to get a free agent quarterback. 1,000 yards, 12 touchdowns, Steven Jackson, 4 and 7 from Todd Gurley. Todd Gurley's our 3rd down back. Obviously, a risk of not starting Todd Gurley. He is a superstar dev, and we'll get his number. That's classic rookie, right? You got to earn your number. There is a chance he loses that superstar dev because the production wasn't there. I don't think the game will be that harsh, but if it is, so be it. Davante Adams, 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns. Not bad. Tavon Austin was solid, but I think we may be entering territory that Josh McDaniels' offense. I'm not saying I need like the cheesy, when we did the Washington rebuild, we had Scary Terry getting like 25 touchdowns a year. I'm not saying I need that, but what I'm saying is I feel like we could be a little bit better with the talent that we have. Defensively, though, the defense so freaking good. All the tackles. Bobby Wagner, James Laurinaitis, incredible. 20.5 sacks for Robert Quinn, 13.5 for Aaron Donald. Chris Long, it was his turn to not have a crazy year. But even then, 17 TFLs and 7 sacks is pretty damn good. Grady Jarrett, modest production, 6 TFLs, sack and a half. But as long as the big dogs are eating, it's not going to be any. D. Milner said, I heard I was here because I was a bust. I'm actually going to develop into a hell of a corner. With that, 4 INTs could get him off that normal dev trade at 23 years old. Something to think about. For the awards, always just kind of recapping the rookies here. Todd Gurley, 4th. David Johnson ends up actually on the Cardinals. That's kind of cool. Jay Ajayi on the Falcons. Quan Alexander, Leonard Williams. Byron Jones ends up on the Cowboys. Very, very interesting. With his 20.5 sacks, Robert Quinn wins Defensive Lineman of the Year as our only award winner. So we need 3 wins, gentlemen. We start here on the wild card. Got to run the gauntlet. New York Giants, 10-7. At home, we're the home team. We have the better roster. They have a top 10 passing offense. Everything else looks certainly containable. We just need our defense to keep doing what they do and letting teams, like, you're lucky if you get 14 points on our defense right now. But I already know there's some sickos out there that are hoping for chaos. So we don't make the Super Bowl, and we got to go with a free agent quarterback and not Jared Goff. But you guys are haters. You guys are nothing but haters. You got to trust the defense. Do the job, man. Field goals only. We'll get that only kicks defense. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe now, $9.99 a month. Only kicks. Oh my God. Yeah, this is gonna work. My method, my blueprint for how we're gonna do this rebuild. Cheap quarterbacks, pay defense. You rode that to a Super Bowl last year, and it's looking pretty good this year. Bradford was solid. Shut down Eli Manning. In the division round, a divisional rival. We have the 11-6 Seattle Seahawks, who have a top 10 rushing offense and the #1 defense in the league. Legion of Boom. I mean, against only kicks defense. Who is going to win? Come on, Bradford. Just give me 3 touchdowns. 3 touchdowns, and we win this game easy. Even just get us into field goal range. Let Legatron do the rest. Looks like there was a turnover. Oh, no. Come on. Fourth quarter. Ready to the fourth quarter. Boom. Let's watch it. Down 6. Can he do it? Sammy Sleeves. 11 yards to Tavon Austin at the 2-minute warning. Follow that up with a huge shot play. Davante Adams, 22. Legion of Boom. What? Here we go. Alan Brandt's a sack, but not a huge sack. Only loss of 4. Follow that up with a first down. Lance Kendricks, 15 yards. Second down and 10. Let's go! Tavon Austin, 26 yards. Well, this is going to be it. Eddie Goldman gets a sack. Oh, baby. Touchdown. Davante Adams, 2-point conversion. Ice in his veins. We've been here before. What a fucking win. Let's go. That's sick. Adrenaline is flowing thinking about, I was like, oh, shit. What quarterback's going to be available free agent? Tebow? Don't have to worry about it yet. One more win, and we don't have to worry about it. Shout out Bradford, man. When we needed him to be clutch, he's been clutch. Ooh, nice little milestone here as we upgrade Robert Quinn, the defensive lineman of the year. He's now a 99 overall. The Bears in the NFC Championship game. They run the football well with Matt Forte. They play pretty damn good defense at the top 5 defense. They got Khalil Mack. To be honest, though. Good roll. Even on the road, good roll. The iconic Soldier Field is the backdrop for this one. It is an iconic defense. And Sam Bradford knows this every game could be his last game here before he goes and tricks some team into paying him $200 million. I can't even exaggerate and say $200 million. $400 million. A missed extra points, the only thing that separates us, able to kick a field goal so we can go into halftime with a lead. I'll give credit where credit's due, though. 14 points scored in the first half by the Bears. Well against our average. There we go. Huge touchdown. We have a fourth quarter lead, and the defense that we got, we do not blow fourth quarter leads. It's over. There we go, boys. Don't have to worry about it. We at least have Jared Goff as an option. Could be other options now, right? There could be a way that we, I don't know. Could be, there could other, I mean, that was Carson Wentz. Was there another quarterback taken that year? Can't remember. If there is, my apologies. But I'll be honest, man. I would pay Bradford if it was a reasonable contract for a game manager quarterback. He plays well in the playoffs. He's our Joe Flacco. He's our Nick Foles. He's our Jalen Hurts. Ooh, perfect Super Bowl. The 2 technically defunct teams that are no longer. We get the San Diego Chargers. This is going to be offense versus defense. And we can score points, but they can pass the football very efficiently. They can run the football really, really well. It's Madden 26. My theory will always remain true. Defense wins championships. Let's go. Because we already won a Super Bowl, it's no longer like my influence is going to affect, this has no bearing on whether or not this is a successful rebuild. So we might hop in. Get old Sam Bradford a sign-off moment. But first touchdown goes to the Rams. San Diego replies right away. Let's come in right now. 3rd and 10. Charger territory. Let's go flood. Something that can use Davante Adams route running. And give us an option right there to send Tavon Austin deep. One of the two. Oh, we got Tavon. Sick. Imagine saying that. Imagine being like Sam Bradford to Tavon Austin, shot play touchdown, and the Rams have the lead in the Super Bowl. That phrase could have been said in real life. Couple things go a different way here. But we are now trailing. We need a great drive. How do we get no points there? We gotta watch this. Rodney McLeod gets us a huge INT. Classic. Our defense giving us a chance. Need a touchdown to keep this thing going. Huge third down, 9-yard to Tavon Austin. We win this game, Tavon Austin might be our Super Bowl MVP. What a play to Tavon Austin, 26 yards. Goal to go on the 2 punch. Give it to Todd Gurley. Why are we not running this? We pass. Okay, we're padding our stats. We're doing the Utah Yetis, I suppose. We are now tied at 21. Can our defense force a punt, force overtime? 3rd and 5, 4th and 2. We're going to OT. Alrighty, who gets the ball first? Both teams get the ball. So we get the ball first. What can Bradford and company do? We start with Davante. 3rd and 2. Little pass play to Steven Jackson. Little screen action. 2nd and 10 becomes 3rd and 10. Becomes 1st and 10. It is Lance Kendricks. It's your role players. Stepping up when you need them to. We get a nice Steven Jackson run. First, look at this drive. It's kind of like, how do you want it? Ooh, big sack. Jonathan Hankins gets through. And now it's a 3rd and 11. We are in field goal range, but we're not settling for field goals. Davante Adams, 15 yards. What a freaking drive. Another sack. Zach Brown. We're able to respond off these sacks. Ooh. And we get Todd Gurley. A little bit of Steven Jackson. A little bit of God Turley. And we were able to punch this one in. Tavon Austin, 4. It's just so clutch, man. I'm going to remember how clutch Bradford was when we needed him to be. It's over. We got a defensive turnover. We got the method, man. The blueprint is here. Check mark. 2nd straight Super Bowl. The Washingtons are worried with the pace that we're saying. But with that, we always had the constant that was a quarterback. This is going to be a different approach to trying to stack. Because 2 Super Bowls early within the first 5 years. Bradford. Someone's going to, a team that needs a culture changer is going to absolutely have no problem paying him $500 million. It's just not going to be here. But I appreciate everything that he's done for the team. He had a strong game. I think, we'll see our MVP. I think it's going to be Tavon Austin. But it's a quarterback award. They'd probably give it to Bradford. 4 touchdowns, out-dueling Phillip Rivers. 108 yards. I mean, you know what? In a case like that, 8 catches, 108, 3 touchdowns, you probably would give it to the wide receiver there. Defensively, got a couple sacks. Rodney McLeod, Bobby Wagner. So it must have been a Bobby Wagner INT late. Game sealing, overtime. I mean, that's why you pay him the money. That's why we're spending our money on defense. Let's go, man. 2-time Super Bowl champs. And count. We only have 15 more years to go. I couldn't have written that one any better. Steven Jackson goes off as Super Bowl champion. Todd Gurley, it is your time. RB1 season. I just want to make sure I didn't lose his dev trade. He did not. No other dev trades up or down. Rob Havenstein was a star dev. Defensively, we have Grady Jarrett as a star. We get James Laurinaitis goes up a dev trade before Bobby Wagner. That is very surprising. But D. Milner goes up dev trade. That's the hard list team right here. As long as we keep this together, and as long as we keep that together and then have a quarterback that can at least keep Davante Adams happy, we're going to be good. Now, in terms of who we're going to steal for hitting our goal, Super Bowl appearance, we won it. Top 10 defense, we had top 5. We have, again, Goff makes sense. Options right now, 3rd round, Austin Hooper, tight end from the Falcons. I could see him being hidden dev, and that would give us a nice cheap tight end going forward. I'll be honest, really the only other option here would be Tennessee. 2nd round pick, they had Derrick Henry, but with Todd Gurley, I don't really think we need that 2-headed attack. But their 3rd round pick was Kevin Byard at safety. And I think while I like our safeties, I'd rather not have to pay one at some point. So it really comes down to Kevin Byard or you go Austin Hooper at tight end. Not crazy, right? Like, that's kind of, and also a thing about doing this, where you win a challenge, get the steal pick. Not every time is it going to be getting Davante Adams or a Bobby Wagner. Sometimes it's just like, you know, you get a solid pick. And I think that's what we're going to have to do this year. So the rich don't get that much richer. So it's going to be the end of the road here. Sam Bradford, thank you very much for the 2 Super Bowls. Thank you for being clutch. I cannot pay that. Thank you, Amendola. We're going to decline the option on D. Milliner, but I'd honestly, holy fuck, not at that price point. We can't keep him. Goodbye, Michael Brockers. Goodbye, Jason Brown. I'm keeping Donnie Jones. We're keeping Donnie Bag of Bones Jones. Bradford, not too bad. 22,000 yards, 153 touchdowns to 53 picks. It's more, I think, of his playoff stats and his success in the playoffs in the regular season. There's a legacy. He's just, he's top 10. Credit where credit's due. But I think the Super Bowls there are doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Fuck, the number went up. He's looking for 71. I guess when you win a Super Bowl like that, be interested to see where he goes. And we actually signed our first free agent. We're going to bring in David Andrews at center. Obviously, I would assume he would have done a lot better than 24.73 normal. But it gives us a small upgrade at center as we let Jason Brown hit the open market. He ends up going to the Bucks. We also had Danny Amendola leave, who goes to the Bucks. And who gets Bradford? I'll just say the Bucks. Goes to Washington. Okay. With our first pick, we have our game manager, Jared Goff. Nice. This is going to work. This is all going swimmingly. And instead of getting Pharaoh Cooper, we are stealing Kevin Byard, the safety from the Titans. This is I don't know. It came down to, if I want Austin Hooper, we have Higbee. I think Hooper's a little bit better, but not enough for me to say, when I look at our safety room, Darian Stewart's getting up there in age. Roddy McLeod's getting up there in age. Having Kevin Byard, who can play either spot, I think there's just a little bit more versatility in stealing him, and he also comes with a dev trait. Where I didn't know Austin Hooper would have a dev trait. I played the dev trait game. Here's a look at our class. We have our first sub-60 rated player, Tamarick Hemingway. I got Josh Forrest, Mike Thomas, not that Mike Thomas. We got Kevin Byard, 73 with a dev trait. Might follow in the lines of Todd Gurley and Grady Jarrett, where he might not play as his rookie, but we might feel his impact 2 years from now. We get Tyler Higbee. He's a 70 rated, no dev trait, but we got some upside there. And obviously, QB1, our new, no pressure, just find ways to win Super Bowls with our defense that we're providing you. Can he do it? I can totally see a scenario where we don't even make the playoffs with him as a rookie. Or he could just pick up where Sam Bradford left off. I just don't know which one to expect. I'm dead on 50-50 which way this is going to go. Year 6, 2016. Your Rams, new look Rams. We've won Super Bowls, but we don't have a quarterback that has proven success. That is why our challenge this season is going to be tied to Goff. And I think, honestly, there's a chance that it might be more difficult than even winning another Super Bowl, which we are currently, 2 in a row. Jared Goff needs to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. That is our goal. That is our challenge for this season. And the reason why I think that's so difficult is because there has been no way, maybe if there's not a lot of competition, but there's other quarterbacks and stuff like that in this year's class that he's going to be competing against. Maybe they're in our conference. But at no point did Sam Bradford put up numbers that I think would be a lock to get a Rookie of the Year or any quarterback award. So to have a fresh new quarterback in here, that's 13 overall points lower than the quarterback we just had. Our goal this season is to find some bit of a passing offense and get Jared Goff Offensive Rookie of the Year, as well as obviously make the playoffs, win 3 straight Super Bowls, etc., etc. And I promise I'm not giving us an easy attainable goal because Cooper Kupp is in this class. I just feel like, again, we don't want to make it just another year of win the Super Bowl, have a good defense. I think the most challenging, somewhat realistic would be just, can Goff play well enough to get that award? And if he does, we'll be able to keep a Cooper Kupp selection. Probably flip Gerald Everett, just because I don't think we need another tight end. John Johnson was a pretty damn good player. Would be great safety depth. Josh Reynolds was a fun height, weight, speed wide receiver. Ebukam became a pretty nice rotational pass rusher. So it's not a brutal draft class by any means. Obviously headlined by Cooper Kupp. But, you know, maybe we could flip Gerald Everett into something nice. He was a second-round pick, though, so we'll have to see what we get as options as long as we beat our goal. But first, at home, we have the NFL debut of Jared Goff. Let's grab a front row seat for that against a bitter divisional rival in the San Francisco 49ers, who actually have a higher-rated team, more importantly, higher-rated defense than what we have. So I'd love to just see Goff pass the vibes test. Because when we watched the sim, like outside of playoff games, it just felt like Bradford was never kind of that guy. And there we go. We get an opening drive touchdown. We're definitely gonna hop in here at some point. Let's come in right now. I mean, maybe we should have came in to get his first touchdown, but just to know that he's good, and it's not just be like, well, he got 3 touchdowns, but he threw them all. It wasn't like the sim got it. Let's see right now. Great opening drive. We get great field position here. Let's see if we get this to Davante. Well, actually, let's chuck it out to Tavon Austin. Let him do the rest with some yak. Let's go, Jared Goff. Very efficient thus far. And we also have Todd Gurley out of the backfield. I think any play like that, using him as a receiver. Not known as like a crazy receiver, but he was always reliable. You know, never like a dual threat, you know, scat back, I guess, if that's how you want to call it. But as someone that benefited heavily by having Todd Gurley on my fantasy football team for years in a keeper league, that guy could get it done a multitude of ways. Oh, it's not an easy one, man. The Niners are not that far removed from going 16-1, and then us adding fuel to that rivalry, defeating them in the playoffs. But there's no way you're going to be able to contain Davante Adams in the red zone, back-to-back slants. One of the best red zone wide receivers in NFL history. We're going to take advantage of it. But look at our defense. Pitching a shutout in the first half, but the Niners score in the second half. We're going to come back in. Let's get another one. Of course, running clock. I love that. I mean, this could be another Davante Adams. Or, oh, God, we are getting crunched. The interior of this offensive line. I'd want to say it's a strength of the team, right? Especially when we moved Saffold into guard. But we do have Andrews, a new center that we got off free agency. Oh, there we go. God Turley out the backfield. I think Jared Goff, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions against one of the best defenses in the league. Look at this. I don't even need to do it. Hands off. He will navigate. He will orchestrate a drive to get us just over the line. 24-14. A hell of an NFL debut. 3 touchdowns. 258 yards. No interceptions. Feeling pretty good about that goal that we set. So mid-season, we're 5-3. There's been bumps in the road, but for a rookie quarterback, that's to be expected. We have a top 10 passing offense, so we're feeling pretty good. Definitely would like to get Todd Gurley going a little bit more. Thought he would complement and kind of take the pressure off the quarterback. But our goal's our goal. Goff keeps throwing the football. It's going to probably favor very, very, very well Paxton Lynch, Josh Jameis Winston, a lot of yards, as expected, right? And then Cole Beasley, the leading receiver in the league. Okay, well, great timeline that we're in. We're coming off a Davante Adams, Offensive Player of the Week, $176, hat trick of touchdowns. Very nice. Looking at our contracts. Tavon Austin, this is one of the ones like, yep, we're trying to make you a thing. Why does he want so much money? He's being an asshole. But Chris Young, another guy, let's get you to retire as a Ram. Now we have the benefit of a rookie quarterback contract. All right, man, Milner, this is one of those ones where, like, enjoy it while he's there. He's not really in our budget. Darian Stewart, this is where Kevin Byard can take over. Stewart's been a great Lance Kendricks. This is where Tyler Higbee can step up. So a great kind of successor draft. I think if Jason Smith wants to keep coming back on these 1-year rentals, I will oblige. Same with Donnie Jones. He's going to probably be retiring any minute. And we have Aaron Donald's contract coming up, so we don't want to spend needlessly. Like, I would look at, like, Milner. Makes sense. You know, easy starter for us in the secondary. But we need to kind of penny pinch because we don't have an insane budget. And I think once we get let's just get Tavon Austin across the line. Worry about the rest later. All right, so 2016 is come and gone. We go 11-6. At least we make the playoffs. I thought there was absolutely a chance with the drop-off in quarterback, rookie quarterback. Big expectations. It's Jared Goff, so I don't want to shot fire at Jared Goff. He's been playing pretty damn well lately with the Lions, but, you know, it's still Jared Goff. It's not like we just got a known commodity at quarterback, consensus top 5 type guy. Not bad. 11-6, second offense, top 10 passing, rushing yard could be better. Top 10 defense. I'm not gonna lie, that would have been the other goal I would have. I would have just thrown in again, Goff, offensive rookie of the year, and another top 10 defense. So we got top 10. 5th in pass yards, #1 run defense. Good luck doing anything. I'm going to assume Jared Goff did pretty well for himself. As we finish the year, he has 8 skill points available. So that is going to go quite the ways into his base overall. And let's see, take a look at the stats. Jared Goff was 10th in yards, 7th in touchdowns. Maybe a little higher than I'd like to see on INTs. We'll call it the rookie growing pains. We got a shot. That's not a foregone conclusion for offensive rookie of the year. But I think we had a good shot. Todd Gurley was solid, 1,200 yards, 12 touchdowns. Definitely would like a little bit more, but I don't know if our scheme's ever going to allow that. 1,200 yards, 14 touchdowns for Davante Adams. A great campaign. Tavon Austin goes over 1,000 yards. Let's go. Defensively, we got a bunch of tackles there from you-know-who, obviously. 17 TFLs, 12.5 sacks. Aaron Donald, 12 sacks. Chris Long, 11 for Mr. Robert Quinn. 3 picks. Byard, the rookie, out of Middle Tennessee. I had him playing, I think I made him the nickel. Hell yeah. I mean, this could be potentially Wardson. We're going to keep it alive. Did we get offensive rookie of the year? What? More picks. Give it for yards. Paxton Lynch is costing us Cooper Kupp. Fucker. Well, I'm not gonna lie. As soon as I paid Tavon Austin that money, I literally thought, oh shit, we're getting Cooper Kupp. That's kind of stupid. So silver lining there. Look at other rookie. Zeke Elliott is on the 49ers. We got Dak Prescott on the Chicago Bears. Defensively, nothing too crazy. Jalen Ramsey on the Saints. We were able to set rookie season passing records for yards and touchdowns. But, man. Paxton Lynch, huh? I guess we were due. It's been a minute since we lost one of our own good picks. Failed a challenge. It's a two-way street. So, bye-bye, Cooper Kupp. All we got to play for now is, well, ourselves. We are the defending Super Bowl champions. And I'd like to think that we're further along than if we had Bradford on $500 million. So if we can go on a little bit of a playoff run, that made me feel pretty nice. Nice little consolation prize for losing out on Cooper Kupp, who, get it within the context of our roster, would be excessive. Davante Adams, wide receiver 1. Tavon Austin does his thing. This is looking pretty good, man. We're moving the football up and down. I mean, our defense is always going to give us a chance. We score 20 points, we have like a 75% chance of winning. So not bad for a playoff debut for Jared Goff. 3 touchdowns, 250 yards. Very efficient. Outduels Aaron Rodgers. Oh, fuck yeah. Revenge. Let's go fuck on Paxton Lynch. Pardon my French. Man, I remember Paxton Lynch. I remember that. I thought I liked Paxton Lynch. Didn't like him as a first rounder, though. He was like that classic, like that second, third round quarterback. Like, let's develop him. He has traits. And then he went like late first round. I was like, whoa. Little rich for my blood. Well, Paxton Lynch, I guess, is a juggernaut on the Minnesota Vikings. Well, let's wake up. Let's wake up. Let's have a big second. There we go. Defense gets us a turnover. Offense can't fucking capitalize. Down 10. Down 3. Oh, Paxton Lynch cost us the three-peat. Paxton Lynch costs us our challenge. Paxton Lynch cost us Cooper Kupp. I mean, Jared Goff played better. Very, very small silver lining, but... Those include our lockers. Good news. Davante Adams is now a superstar X Factor. Very nice. Kind of a... Felt inevitable, but we need it to happen. Defensively, dev trait-wise... Darian Stewart goes up superstar, but then Kevin Byard goes up superstar. How did he get that? Just gave it to him. Sweet. Bad news is what we're going to get instead of Cooper Kupp. For losing our challenge, we're going to take Green Bay Packers' 3rd round pick. Something known as Montravis Adams. Sweet. Oh, yeah, this guy. Look, man, he doesn't look terrible. Doesn't look great, but doesn't look terrible. So here's a look at our draft class. Would have looked a lot cooler with Cooper Kupp in Paxton Lynch. Speechless. It's hurting my brain. We get Samson Ebukam, good athlete, 68, kind of a pass rush. However, we get Josh Reynolds here at wide receiver, 67. John Johnson, 70. Thought there might have been a chance for a dev trade there. Coming normal. Kind of is what it... Whoa! It's been cultivating mass. We can fix it. I'll tie that up. Montravius Adams, this is what we get for losing our challenge. 67 normal. And we get Gerald Everett, who ends up being another player probably on the bubble of potentially getting a dev trade. Whoa, he's also cultivating mass. But it'd be a nice little kind of, 1-2 punch at tight end with Tyler Higbee. Why did they draft this guy if they have Tyler Higbee? Rams, explain yourself. All right, well, last season, we crashed and burned a little bit, but we are back. 2017. Our team is starting to show some cracks. Like, we no longer have, like, a perfect roster. I think that's fair to say. We have no wide receiver 3. So we need Reynolds. We need Gerald Everett. Like, one of those guys step up for the time being. Obviously, our tight end room right now. Higbee's a work in progress. Our center is a work in progress. Like, we are far from a team that's like, you think of like our regular 5-year rebuilds where pretty much every starter you feel real good about that they're a top 5, top 10 player in their position. Kind of working towards that. Now we're starting to get to a point where like Roger Saffold's getting up there in age. Smith is getting up there in age. Like, he's pretty much just signing 1-year deals at a time. We're getting kind of close with Tavon Austin. I think more so in terms of his dev trait. You know what I'm saying? Bobby Wagner just decided, I'm going to lose my superstar dev. I don't know really why that happened. But, I mean, he's still playing really, really well. No complaints whatsoever. But that certainly stinks. But, like, just giving you the vibes. So, like, yes, we got our Super Bowls. But now it's the new era. It's no longer the Bradford Rams. It's the Goff Rams. And we're getting to that point where our... I don't really want to call it a challenge. With the premise of the series of just revising history, we may need to start not just looking necessarily for BPA. What is the best player we should steal if we hit our challenge? But it might have to go to, like, we need better players at specific positions. Like, we don't really have a nickel corner. We're going to have to use, like, John Johnson a little bit at the nickel position. Or maybe use Kevin Byard at nickel and have John Johnson. Like, was that actually what I think I did? Nickelback. Yeah, I'm going to go Byard at nickel, and that means John Johnson, who had a really, really decent career, especially with the Rams. He'll get on the field a little bit more as a rookie. But we just got to trust the defense again, and hopefully we get like 10% better at a Jared Goff. And honestly, I want to see Todd Gurley be a little bit more impactful. Obviously, schematically, maybe that's going to put a limit on how good and how effective he can be. But I think I'm looking at, like, Davante Adams has been giving us great return on investment. He's been playing at a really reasonable level. Todd Gurley, for the talent that he has, I think we can get a little more. The Rams had a shit ton. Not even saying, excuse my French. That is literally, should be the definition in the dictionary of a shit ton of picks. Most of whom not great. I think, Joseph Day has had a pretty solid NFL career. Okoronkwo has stuck around in the NFL for a minute. Franklin Myers is probably the best of the bunch. But this is certainly a year that we're going to want to achieve our challenge, which we lost our challenge last year. I'm going to try and make it still a more attainable, yet challenging challenge for this season. It is going to be make the NFC Championship game. Don't have to win it, but last year our team kind of plateaued in the divisional round. I want to see one better. I want to see the height, the ceiling of where Jared Goff can take this franchise get a little bit more higher, and therefore make the NFC Championship game, and one of these picks can get upgraded. So the mid-season of the 2017 season, we are 7-2, looking pretty good. Our 2 losses, unfortunately, weren't really that competitive, as you can see right there, off a defeat 28-7 to the Giants. Let's actually keep it alive. Can we beat the Vikings this year? Vikings, Paxton Lynch. Why is he a thing? There we go. Suck it. And, ooh. Let's see what we got here for Mr. Todd Gurley. God Hurley. Trying to become a superstar X Factor. We'll see, right? Keep it here live if we can hit that in time. Pressure on. 175 total yards from scrimmage. Probably on the difficult side here, but let's see what we got. We got the Pittsburgh Steelers, Week 11. Shit. Los. Oh, yeah, there's just, I mean, we got to talk to it because there's a chance. But. Damn. Okay, anyways. We are here to talk about contracts. $129 million. We have Davante Adams. And I think we just, boom, 6-year deal. Get him till he's 30. Lock him in for the rest of his prime. Absolutely an irreplaceable player. Aaron Donald, you are why we do not have a franchise quarterback. I want you to retire a Ram. Done. Now we have no money. $26 million remaining. Couple starters for sure. Donnie Jones, you know, the special teams, we got to get cheaper there. Jason Smith has been 1-year rentals. I feel like let's get him again at tackle if he'll take it. You know, not long-term money, like 1-year, 2-year deals I can live with. Look, Greg Robinson, man. It's very similar to like D. Milner. These guys that are like known busts did develop into like all-world players, but they developed into really, really solid squad players. Like Greg Robinson, 81-24. He's already a scheme fit. Like his ceiling, if we got him to a 6-year deal, like he'd probably be 85, 86, be one of the better guards in the league. Rodney McLeod, I kind of like a hometown discount, but $10 million per year is certainly not that. So much like in real life when he get a second contract with the Philadelphia Eagles, that's going to be the case here. And then we got James Laurinaitis, been a very loyal servant to the program. We just have no money. Like $7 million is too close. And I mean, we are a team now led by Bobby Wagner. I think we give him a send-off. I think we look at his stats. But we're really at a... We can't have two expensive middle linebackers. You know what I'm saying? That'd be... I'm down for having a lot of our investment on defense, but having two expensive safeties and two expensive off-ball linebackers, we just can't swing it. We gotta keep our money on the D-line, in the trenches, in that corner. A special moment as Aaron Donald reaches a 99 overall at 26 years age, 3 years in the league. Perfect scheme fit, and now we get to... You know, with power rusher and speed rusher, start helping out those pass rush numbers. See if we get those sacks. See if we start getting them averaging like 15 a year. All right, Jared Goff got this thing humming. I mean, our team ratings, I don't think we were ever that high from like a roster overall during the Bradford years. I feel like we were like just under 90. Maybe our defense was a 90, but I don't think our offense has ever been 91. So Jared Goff got this thing going. Number 2 scoring offense, while our yards are top 10-ish. Number 1 defense, which I hope we can ride to another Super Bowl. Take a look at our stats. Jared Goff, 11th in yards, top 5 in touchdowns. Got single digits on his INT, so a great second-year campaign for the franchise quarterback out of Cal. And he's a franchise quarterback until I see what's going to cost to re-sign him. And then in an event that happens, he is absolutely a game-managing quarterback. Todd Gurley, good. I mean, we know in this scheme with some of the numbers Steven Jackson put up early in the rebuild that like you could have good running back numbers, and we're starting to get there with Todd Gurley. I think if we can get like 1,500 yards rushing, I'm happy with 16 touchdowns. Davante Adams, 1,300 yards, 19 touchdowns. We got 1,000 for Tavon Austin. Actually, but let's be honest. Let's give him a couple yards there. 1,100 yards for Tavon Austin. Higbee was solid. Josh Reynolds contributed defensively. Bobby Wagner, just again defying the laws of why he lost a dev trait. It makes no sense. 16.5 sacks for the ageless Chris Long. 12.5 Aaron Donald. 12 from Robert Quinn. 9.5 Grady Jarrett steps up and finally has his little breakout campaign. INT front, we get Rodney McLeod 3 picks. Of course, he's leaving, so I'm certain he's going to make the jump from star up to superstar just because that's how it tends to work. Can't have nice things. Man, they need comp picks. That's what we need. Madden 27. Let's get comp picks added to franchise mode. Wow, that's certainly notable. Davante Adams, runner for Offensive Player of the Year. It's former Ram Danny Amendola winning Offensive Player of the Year for the Bucks. And this thing, Sean Lismore wins Defensive Player of the Year with Aaron Donald at 2, Robert Quinn at 3, Chris Long at 4. Taking a little peek where the rookies went. Deshaun Watson's on the Cardinals. Chris Godwin, Seattle. CMC on the Detroit Lions. Alvin Kamara on the Commanders. George Kittle on the Saints. Defensively, Myles Garrett on the Chicago Bears. Great. AFC just never gets anybody good. Well, I mean, lucky for us, we got a first-round bye. Hopefully, we don't run into the Bucks. Bucks seem pretty tricky. And also worth noting, this is our second divisional title of the rebuild. I'm actually kind of surprised it's only happened that amount of times, but sure. It's been difficult. Niners have been really good. Like, hasn't been a cupcake division. It's really been us and the Niners battling it out. And in the division round, we get the 9-8 Saints, who actually have a higher rated... I don't believe that. I don't believe someone has a higher rated defense than us. So because we got our bye... Check. Because we got our bye, we literally need to win this game, and our goal is achieved. And with how light this upcoming draft class is for us, kind of need this win. Need to get a little bit of juice coming into the building, because we're about to lose some pretty notable free agents. But this should be a low-scoring game. This is two of the best defenses in the league, and they are making us settle for way more field goals than what I like. We've had a lot of good drives, but unfortunately have settled for 3 too often. But with a 9-point lead in the fourth quarter, we just do not... Yeah, there we go. There's a turnover. We do not lose from these positions. Very nice. The Rams are in the NFC Championship game. We have achieved our goal. Check mark. And we get to upgrade one of our picks. And the floor of this franchise, with now Jared Goff at the helm as our franchise quarterback, it has been raised as we outduel Jimmy Garoppolo. Not a crazy game by Jared Goff, but got our challenge cashed in. That's all I needed from him this year. Now let's go win a Super Bowl. And in the NFC Championship game, we get the 11-6 New York Giants, who have a top 10 passing offense, but outside of that, they're just kind of a solid team. Nothing special about them. We're 91s across the board. How did our defense go from 89 to a 91 in 1 week? Explain that. But, all right, very winnable game. We've been here before. We have the experience. Most of these players have won Super Bowls with the Rams. And those that haven't are really good players that are ready for this moment. We got Spags, maybe the most successful playoff defensive coordinator in NFL history. And look at that, man. Our defense. Ooh, okay. They're making it interesting. Everything to play for here in the fourth quarter. A 3-point slim lead. And it is now tied. 2:31 to go. And we got a minute 6. Let's get our front row seat for this one. 3rd and inches. Goes to 1st and 10 on a 14-yard pass to Davante Adams. We got Legatron, Zerline. We need maybe one more first down. Still have 2 timeouts. That should be able to attempt a long field goal. I trust our kicker. That is why we invest in our kicker. And Legatron has sent the St. Louis Rams back to a Super Bowl. First of the Jared Goff era. Obviously, Jared Goff in real life made 1 Super Bowl with the Rams. And it was probably one of the worst Super Bowls of all time. So we're hoping this time around we'll put up a better effort as we look to try and get our 3rd Super Bowl in 7 seasons. And we get the Houston Texans in the Super Bowl. Well-built squad, 89s across the board. A 6th-ranked offense, top 5 rushing. Really good rush defense led by Arian Foster, J.J. Watt. They got Brian Cushing. Who's their quarterback? Because we know Deshaun Watson is in our conference. Just out of curiosity. I always like, now at this point, they got famous Jameis, Arian Foster, Allen Robinson, there's where Cooper Kupp ended up. He should be ours. Fucking Paxton Lynch. They got Bakhtiari, Kelly, J.J. Watt. Son Reddick's there. Brian Cushing still doing things. They got a Rakpo, former Washington's secondary. Got some nice safeties, but I mean, that corner room's a little light. I think there could be a weak spot for us to exploit here. Well, let's see it. Our big-time defense needs to show up while all these guys are in their prime, right? Because Chris Long's going to start regressing. Robert Quinn's probably not too far off from that regression train. So we need to maximize. Because when those guys leave, I think there might be a couple years that we need to rebuild ourselves back up here a little bit. So we need to win as much as we can while all these guys are in their prime. And with a 10-10 game. Oh. Let me get 1 pass. Psych. 2-minute warning. Let me get 1. Let me start this drive, and then we'll... You know what? Fuck it. Let's play this drive. Fuck it. Oh. Not gonna lie. That was late. That was not a good throw. We get this Davante Adams. Ooh, right there across the middle. Higbee? Higbee! No! Oh! Machine! Oh my God, we had like under 100 yards passing until that moment. Let's get to let the clock go here a little bit. So this Texans defense, very much like IRL Houston Texans, just an absolute juggernaut of a defense. We'll go to Todd Gurley. Right now, we just need, obviously, a quick throw. We got some wear and tear. -6 speed for Todd Gurley. I imagine that's probably had something to do with this low-scoring game. He's not been able to have his full amount of impact that he usually does. Here we go. Play action. Davante. They bite on it. He gets a little separation. It is going to be a foot race to the end zone. But there is still time for them to go do something here. But not enough. Let's go. Another one. Cash it in the peak, the prime of the only kicks defense. Put another ring on it. A little notebook here. Check mark. I circle when we win a Super Bowl, so it stands out a little bit. We hit our challenge, so we get to upgrade what is kind of a lackluster upcoming draft class. Things are looking pretty good. But hey, that's also, we've never won one without Sam Bradford as our quarterback. Jared Goff come in. The blueprint, cheap quarterbacks, find a way to win with it. We get it with Jared Goff. So probably next year's challenge is likely going to be win another Super Bowl with Jared Goff, as lazy as it may be. Let's see if he can do what Sam Bradford is, and that is win back-to-back. But, I mean, this would be one of those games I actually need to go look at it. Who the hell would actually get Super Bowl MVP in this one? Because Jared Goff did not play particularly good. It's not like he played bad, but, 50% completion percentage is not great. Todd Gurley, 50 yards and a touchdown. You look at the defense. Ooh, you're probably giving it to Aaron Donald. Honestly, 6 tackles, a TFL, and 2 sacks. So we get to the end of the season. We are letting James Laurinaitis walk. I now can say that with confidence that we're going to let him walk, and he has 1,200 tackles, 61 TFLs, 22.5 sacks, 12 INTs, son of the Road Warriors, and, awesome player. But the reason why we're cool with letting him walk is because the player that we're going to steal is from the San Francisco 49ers in the 3rd round, a linebacker from BYU, Fred Warner. Come on down. He's going to look good in the Rams uniform. He's going to be able to learn from Bobby Wagner and form an elite duo. Well, and now we have a need at right tackle is Jason Smith. Former bust, turned 3-time Super Bowl starting right tackle, retires after 9 seasons. Another success story. Well, for us, that gives us some issues. Our right-hand side of the offensive line, Robinson's leaving. We have no successor in place. So we're going to have to hopefully find like a bargain in free agency. Todd Gurley makes a jump from superstar to an X Factor this season, so that's pretty cool. Defensively, Bobby Wagner back up to a superstar. And as we hit the offseason, we're going to need a replacement here at strong safety. But you know what we probably could do? Probably could take old Johnson and have him actually start at strong safety. I think that could work. Look at the upcoming draft. We're going to dip our toe a little bit here into free agency and get, assumed starters, if you will. We're going to look at Josh Robinson here. We need a nickel corner with Kevin Byard now have to be a full-time free safety. So we got Josh Robinson, perfect scheme fit, fits that nickel corner build. Electrifying athlete, 97 speed, 97 acceleration. We got our special teams sorted out. We added a little bit of corner depth as well. And the big get for us at right tackle to replace Mr. Smith is Trent Brown, the gigantic 6'8", 355-pound tackle out of Florida, 25.79 with a star dev. Excellent business for the Rams getting him here on a 5-year deal. Out of the draft, really the highlight, the player that we stole, Mr. Fred Warner. Come on down. Number 29 in true value. So not super overpowered out the gate, but 82 speed feels a little light as well. But we got a very good dev trade, I imagine, behind that mystery. Alrighty, so take a look at our draft recap. We actually got sniped on Okoronkwo, the edge rusher, who I was actually kind of hoping would be like a sneaky, high 60s or something like that. Happens every now and again, but we got Joseph Day in the 5th round, a defensive tackle, 68 with a dev trade. So there is definitely some upside there. When I look at our roster right now, we're probably not going to have the money to pay Grady Jarrett. So having some defensive tackles on the pipeline is certainly going to help. Same could be said here for John Franklin Myers, also with a dev trade, a little undersized, could probably play defensive end. hybrid, move him around the defensive line. But the big get here, obviously we got Note Boom in the first round, but Fred Warner, 75 dev trait, hitting our challenge. Him alongside Mr. Bobby Wagner. He's taking over for James Laurinaitis. No pressure, but he's going to be a stud. Come on, we know this. So it's now time to defend our Super Bowl for the first time in the Jared Goff era. Our team, you know, we're at that point where we're just not drafting where we need replacements at. So we had to dip into free agency. We have Jamon Brown at right guard, but the free agency, Trent Brown at right tackle. I'm hoping that can work out. We still don't really have a wide receiver 3. We don't have any depth behind Todd Gurley, so it's certainly not a perfect offense, but an offense we know we can win with as long as Jared Goff doesn't regress. Defense, we get a lot of nice young rookie depth coming in on the defensive line. I think with Grady Jarrett, probably difficult conversation to be had there. I'd love to see maybe a Johnson here in the secondary pop off for a dev trade. Bringing in Robinson in free agency to be our nickel. Linebacking core, obviously Bobby Wagner, Fred Warner. We're hoping they're going to be very special for years to come. Goal this year, very simple. Win a Super Bowl, and if we don't, well, we have a draft class upcoming that we definitely need a winning challenge to assist, because it's not that great. I mean, we have guys that stuck around the league for a bit, you know. Taylor Rapp, not too bad. I mean, Darrell Harrison, always kind of fun from a Madden standpoint. He's really fast. David Long's been around for a minute. Greg Gaines and really David Edwards are probably like the 2 best players of this class alongside Rapp, but they're all just kind of squad players for the most part. So it'd be very nice to win another Super Bowl from just the fact of, you know, let's get our 4th Super Bowl of the rebuild. Let's get another back-to-back. But we really need to upgrade these picks, some of these picks, one of these picks to get a stud from this class. Well, here's where it just doesn't really make sense. We've literally won a game, lost a game. Like that pattern has followed throughout. And look at our defense. The defense that has been #1 rated pretty much this whole rebuild. I mean, there's a chance we can fix these numbers, but we have the 2nd worst pass defense. Huh. Very random. Sus. Why? What's going on? For our team here. I knew we weren't going to pay Grady Jarrett. There's... I'm keeping Todd. We were able to turn it around, though, down the backstretch of the season. We finished 12-5. Our defense, not S tier, but A tier, top 10 defense, even though our pass yards, not very good. But our offense puts up some of the best numbers we've put up all rebuild. And we got some big-time performances that we did break down. Jared Goff, firmly a top 10 quarterback, but closer to 10 than not. But 33 touchdowns to 4 picks. Never going to complain about that. Run the football. Todd Gurley was great. 1,300 yards, 14 touchdowns. Davante Adams was exceptional. 84 catches, 1,300 yards, 17 touchdowns. Tavon Austin's really like the big, the hell happened here? You've been, you know, over 1,000 yards, what, the last 2 years, 3 years? His worst season of his career. And he's like 2 years into like his final big contract. You know, it's a little early for him to be slowing down. I'm hoping it's just kind of an off year. Defensively, Fred Warner, welcome to the league. 152 tackles, 5 TFLs, 6 sacks, and an INT. Doing it all. John Johnson, Bobby Wagner, and Jermaine Johnson all were great. 14 sacks for Aaron Donald, 9 for Quinn, 9 for Chris Long. Grady Jarrett, you know, he's always just kind of that guy on the outside. There's a reason why we are not re-signing him. Interception totals for how bad our secondary was in terms of yards against. Our turnover numbers are the best they've ever been. Weird. Not even going to highlight Paxton Lynch won MVP again. Fuck that guy. Saquon Barkley on the Falcons. DJ Moore on Washington. Nick Chubb on the Vikings. Mark Andrews on the 49ers. Dallas Goedert ends up as an Eagle. But we get Defensive Rookie of the Year going to Fred Warner, which we love to see very much so. Minkah Fitzpatrick there on the Cardinals. We have Offensive Player of the Year and Wide Receiver of the Year going to Davante Adams, and Running Back of the Year to Todd Gurley. And with our goal of winning a Super Bowl, we have to run the gauntlet. We start here in the wildcard round against the 9-7-1 Philadelphia Eagles, who we beat in the regular season. Let's beat them again at home. I think we're in a pretty good spot, man. This is like an old Eagles team. You get like an old LaShawn McCoy, an old Jeremy Maclin still there. We have peak defense. Offense hasn't been this good, and we have fucking 3 points to show for it. Come on, let's have a hell of a second half here, fellas. There we go. Instant touchdown. We need that to tie it up at 10, and we are always a good fourth quarter team. 3-point lead. Philadelphia ties it up, trading field goals here. I like our defense. Look at that, man. Multiple fourth down conversions, and we just know how to fucking win. Be it Sam Bradford or Jared Goff at quarterback in the playoffs when you need a drive, we have not been let down 90% of the time. Let's go on our run. I'd also like to welcome Davante Adams to the 99 Club. Todd Gurley's probably going to be here shortly. We're just going to run through the NFC East. Divisional round, we get and host the New York Giants, 10-6-1. So there's the other one of that Eagles tie in the regular season. Giants played a little bit better. Top 10 offense, top 10 defense. Let's continue our dominance over the NFC East. Open drive, touchdown, very nice. I think they'll probably stand and bang with us. I don't think this is going to be a game that we pull ahead. I think it's going to probably come down, much like that Eagles game, to a fourth quarter, either defensive stand or offensive drive, game-winning drive. Up 2, we get a field goal. Ooh, we are trailing by 3. This is not looking good. We need the defense to hold to a field goal. We have a minute 25 to march down the field, either get into field goal range or go win it. This is where Sam Bradford wouldn't let us down. Look at that. 20 yards, Josh Reynolds. Oh my God, dude, so clutch. Like, who are these fucking guys? Right? Higbee, whatever. Kick the field goal, 20-20. Giants get the ball first in overtime. We get into a 4th and 9. We force a punt. It is a touchback. Can we get into field goal range and set up something there for Legatron? Oh, go for it. Don't punt it. Don't you fucking punt it, you coward. You're just asking to get beat. Our defense is going to try their best. Chris Long with a big sack. Sets up 3rd and 4 at about midfield. 4th and 4. What are they going to do? Long field goal? They punt it. We are trading punts. It's going to take one good drive. Tavon Austin, 11 yards. Get a Todd Gurley run. Hey, Todd Gurley run. Go for it. Why are we punting it? We're just asking to fucking lose. 3rd and 4. Oh my God. This is about to be like, this is the worst overtime. Now we have 96 yards to go. We start with a loss of 3. We're going to need an all-time drive here. Let's see if we can do it. Higbee. Gurley. Like, this is just gonna, I mean, this is going to be weird. What does it happen? Okay, we're just going to the next overtime, 2nd and 15. This is a game that will never end. Another punt. Oh, there they go. They're going to get it here, I think. Fuck! Christian Ponder. In an all-time yuck playoff performance. We cannot defend our Super Bowl crown. We give up 400 yards to Christian Ponder. We lose our challenge. Not great. So after losing our challenge, there's a little bit of silver lining here when I was looking through the roster, seeing who, if anybody, went up dev trade or down dev trade. We had one dev trade going up on the defensive side. That is John Johnson at safety, going for normal up to a star dev. The reason why that is important, because after losing our challenge, we're going to lose one of our picks. And I'm going to probably go with Taylor Rapp. You look at these players. Gaines has played at some decent. David Edwards actually finally put it together. He's going to be one of the more coveted tackle prospects, lineman prospects in this year's IRL free agency. But, I mean, it's probably between him and Taylor Rapp. And I'm going to use the fact that Taylor Rapp was a much higher pick as the tiebreaker as what player we are losing for failing our challenge. So because John Johnson went up dev trade, it kind of makes this one not sting as badly. And honestly, it's not that bad of a year. It's one of those, like, this was a fine year. It's not that bad of a year if we lost our challenge and lose out on one of these outstanding picks. And it would have been cool if we would have won to get a better pick, but it's not the end of the world. The player we're going to get in return is after our loss to the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to take their D lineman, Tristan Hill from Central Florida. He sucks. Now, we're also getting to that point of the rebuild. We are going to decline the 5th-year option on Jared Goff. Nope. No way. We're gonna need to find a new quarterback next. After we got one more year, Jared Goff. We knew we were losing some big free agents. I didn't think it was gonna be that bad. We were 89s across the board, and we pretty much go down 3 to 4 overall rating spots. That is damn. I'll tell you right now, step 1, Roger Saffold, you are back to left tackle, my boy. We're gonna take our highest pick from a year ago, Joseph Noteboom, who's just sitting behind Trent Brown at tackle. And we're going to slide him into guard where he played in real life as well. A very limited salary cap, but there's deals in free agency. We got Zaire Franklin at linebacker, 2380, normal dev, so not a crazy ceiling, but gives us some really, really good depth. And J.C. Jackson at a price, 5 years, almost $16 million, 2280 with a dev trait. I was shocked that we could get him at this price point, but for us, long-term corner, long-term nickel, pretty sick. That makes Josh Robinson kind of expendable a little bit. Still a good player, 82, 28 years old, still has 2-3 years left of his prime. Looking at what players we could get, we have the Buffalo Bills throwing up Phillip Lindsay. We don't need running back. Todd Gurley's paid, but that could be just a fun, if I'm looking at value, very cheap, just an RB2. Yes, the dev trade makes this trade look a little one-sided, but like Lindsay's never going to start for us. Todd Gurley's already been paid. I'm looking at like other players, you know, like some good D tackles, just not what we need. We're really, really good at defensive tackles, so for the sake, I mean, hey, there we go. We'll take that deal. Really, I just want to dump his salary cap. So we'll get a nice RB2 upgrade. So yeah, the nothing class ends up being a nothing class. Tristan Hill instead of Taylor Rapp, 66 normal, 67 normal on Darrell Henderson, 69 normal. David Long, great athlete though. 91 speed, 94 acceleration, 96 agility. I like that. David Edwards, a 70 rated guard. I thought there might have been a chance at a dev trait there, but either way, he's probably going to be our starting left guard, with us moving Roger Saffold back to left tackle. So there could be something there. Greg Gaines, 69. Not bad. Nice. We got Bobby Evans and Dakota Allen. You know, there is just the context of we're about to lose our quarterback because we can't afford to pay him. And having a bad class, especially one that does not have a young quarterback coming into the building, we're not in a great spot. We really, really are not. Now, going into the 2019 season, here's a look at our class. And it's another just, you know, at best, squad player class. Like Cam Akers been around the league. Van Jefferson, not too bad. Terrell Burgess, Jordan Fuller at safety. But we embrace the challenge every time it comes. The Rams did not have a first-round pick this year. So if we hit our challenge goal, it's not like we could just add a magical first-round pick for a class that Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, but there was a non-first-round quarterback that fits the exact description of what we've had at quarterback. So we really need to, well, not saying we really need to, because again, if we don't, it could get very interesting. But there is an opportunity here that this could all work out. But our challenge last year was to win the Super Bowl. Did not happen. Lost in the divisional round. Our challenge this year, I'm going to just hit it with what we did the last time we set a big goal like this. Let's just make it to the NFC Championship game. Let's get back to in the conversation of being a Super Bowl team. And of course, we don't play the Eagles this year. So that's fuck. And a cool moment early in the year, Todd Gurley. Not the first, won't be the last, hopefully. Member of the 99 Club for the St. Louis Rams. And about midseason, undefeated. A very hot start for the team. Everything looks good. Even the passing yards is 17th. That's not horrific. We've seen a lot worse. Looking at our contracts, we have over $100 million. We just can't. There's just, we can. It's not how this rebuild's going to go. We pay him, it's going to destroy everything that we've had, everything that we've built. We won't be able to pay anybody else. And when we look at what we have here, right, we got, I mean, that's pretty, Jesus Christ, these guys, oh my God, there's so much. We got to trust the process here. So we'll go Kevin Byard. $20 million for Tremaine Johnson. We just got J.C. Jackson in on a cheap deal. 29. Jackrabbits 30. They're both looking for insane money. Even Higbee's looking for what world is a tight end that gets like 400 yards worth $15 million? Chris Long's worth it. He's justified. He's almost double-digit sacks. David Andrews. Probably see if he wants a 3-year. Yes, we can get him locked in. But we're going to have big turn. I'm happy we got J.C. Jackson at corner. We're going to have a little bit of turnover there. I mean, we can't now. We can't afford to pay Jared Goff. We can't do it. This whole rebuild, we said early, we're never going to pay quarterbacks unless the deal makes sense. And nothing about Jared Goff, outside the fact that he's won a Super Bowl, performance-wise, says $600 million quarterback. So we might as well just pay short-term our corner. So we'll get Tremaine Johnson on a 2-year, and we'll get Jackrabbit on a 2-year. Oh, maybe we won't get Jackrabbit on a 2-year. And of course, as soon as I highlight why we're not going to pay Jared Goff, he has 4 passing touchdowns, player of the week, week 7, 5 passing touchdowns, player of the week number 8. Cool. You won't believe it. 4, 5, 6. Give me 7. You give me 7 touchdowns week 10, I will franchise tag you. You get 7, but oh my God, dude. What the fuck? Oh, you fuckers. Let's get ready to go, boys. Undefeated season loading up. The 49ers. I don't hope we lose another one. Let me lose 2 in a row. Oh, no, actually, instead of losing 2 in a row, it's just insane. Number one, 16-1. And we have no chance at a quarterback. So that's kind of nuts. That's kind of insane. At least, I mean, Goff did pop off, but not enough to be in the top 3 there. Todd Gurley, the leading rusher in the league. He could have an MVP coming for sure. 51 touchdowns for Jared Goff. What? Insane year for Todd Gurley. Davante Adams, cheat code. Not a lot of yards, not a crazy amount of yards. I'm going to be honest, I think I'm regretting Tavon Austin's contract. Probably didn't have Tavon Austin under contract. We could probably pay Jared Goff. Defensively, looking pretty good there. Bobby Wagner, Fred Warner doing what they need to do. 15.5 sacks, Aaron Donald. 13 Quinn. 10.5 Chris Long. John Franklin Myers making the most of his opportunities. Jackrabbit Jenkins, of course. The one corner that I didn't pay. 5 picks, 9 PBUs, almost 100 tackles. And of course, Jared Goff, MVP. We get Spags, Coach of the Year. Davante Adams wins Offensive Player of the Year and Wide Receiver of the Year. Looking at some of the rookies, A.J. Brown on the Bucks, Scary Terry on the Saints, Daniel Jones on the Saints. Defensively, Josh Allen on the Bucks. Bucks had a hell of a draft. Nick Bosa on the Cardinals. Max Crosby on the Cowboys. Gross. Jared Goff wins Quarterback of the Year. Todd Gurley wins Running Back of the Year. Davante Adams wins Wide Receiver of the Year. And shockingly, Jackrabbit wins DB of the Year. The first year we can't pay him. Also, shout out D. Milner continuing his little career revival within this rebuild. We also have Davante Adams this season achieving Rams history. Career touchdown leader. Jared Goff this season broke the touchdown record in a single season, as did Davante Adams for receiving. And we have the 10-7 Saints here in the division round. I mean, our goal of making the NFC Championship game, we need 1 win. 1 win and we get to upgrade our pick. But now, honestly, all I'm thinking about is how the fuck can I franchise tag Jared Goff and make it work. Or, to think about it from an evil standpoint, if we lose and we're 1 and done, then the vibes immediately get sucked out of the building on Jared Goff. 50 touchdowns won't matter if he can't fucking get 1 playoff win. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think that's going to happen. Our team is an absolute super team this season, and we're looking very much primed to win our 2nd Super Bowl of the Jared Goff era, equaling our success in 2 Super Bowls that we hit during the Sam Bradford era. Our team's just... I still think our ideology and roster building was sound. There we go. We make the championship game. Check mark. We achieve our challenge for the 2019 season. 17-1. But I still think going all heavy on the defense, I think still so much of our success is our defense. And look, Jared Goff, that was our defense. He had 0 touchdowns today. The worst possible timing for him to be good. It also goes with all respect, showing why we scored so many points. And it wasn't on the quarterback. It was because Todd Gurley, 135 yards, 4 touchdowns. What a machine. And standing between us and the Super Bowl is the 12-5 Atlanta Falcons, who are pretty damn good. A lot of green on their side. Top 10 offense, top 5 defense. They got Saquon. They got Julio. So I suppose those 2 players can carry the offense against our number 1 defense, but it's, yeah. I always knew that our Josh McDaniels offense, Patriots offense, I've seen seasons like this from Drake May, from just other rebuilds. I knew it was always there. I was surprised it never happened in pretty much 10 seasons till now. But, hey, let's view this season within a vacuum. Let's not worry about next year. Let's not worry about the fact Kyle Lauletta was the quarterback of the Falcons, so Julio and Saquon clearly were doing a lot of heavy lifting this season. Good game from Jared Goff, and the Rams are back in the Super Bowl. Ooh, a little Super Bowl rematch from probably the worst Super Bowl I've ever watched. We got Gronk, Odell, Derwin James, top 10 offense, top 10 defense. Let's see, honestly, at this point, let's see if they can survive our Rams juggernaut team. So I have my doubts. Opening drive, just march down, touchdown. It's going to be one of those ones, man, I don't think they're going to get a lot of points. And I don't think they're going to stop us from scoring a lot of points. Big turnover there by the defense, punished with a touchdown. We are a Niners, I mean, it's still early, but we are a Niners late season loss away from a perfect season. Potentially. There we go. I like that. Just chew up the clock. They almost got it. Fuck. Well, I mean, just so many things could have been extra cool about this rebuild. Like, if we could have just won this Super Bowl and Jared Goff sucked. Jared Goff was a passenger to our success. That would have been cool. If we would have beat the Niners. Perfect season. I've never had a perfect season. I don't think in Madden 26. And I think this team, worthy of it. Absolutely worthy of it. And now we're here. Yes, confetti falling. Our 4th Super Bowl of the rebuild. Very nice, man. Trying to keep pace with our last rebuild, the 20-year rebuild of the Washingtons. But now all I can think of is we got to figure something out, or we're going to let a 50-touchdown MVP quarterback go for free. You know? Sweet. So no retirements, no free salary cap money there. At least not to rub it in. Jared Goff didn't get double dev trade increase. He only went up 1 to superstar dev. Nothing changed on the defense outside of Janoris Jenkins, who's out of contract, going up to superstar. And at least one of our deals look good as we re-signed Kevin Byard, and he's now a superstar X Factor. Dude, there's like, no, we have $3 million in cap. I need... There's just no way. In hindsight, Tavon Austin, probably Chris Long. That's really it. If I had Tavon Austin, Chris Long's contracts off the books, and we just paid Chris Long, we might have had a chance. We might have at least had a chance to franchise tag him and not have to blow the team up to get the salary cap under. We have Chad Swag Kelly on the roster. This is literally the only quarterback I think we could even attempt to sign. I mean, this is trust the scheme, I guess. It just keeps getting worse. Looking at, like, I was like, can we get, like, a good pick somewhere? We could have got Justin Jefferson if we had a fucking first-round pick, which we don't. That would have been Joe Burrow if we had a first-round pick. Or CeeDee Lamb if we had a first-round pick. And I you know what? At the end of the day, right, this is the challenge. This is the framework of this series is we follow along what the team's picks were. The Rams had no first-round picks. So, we also, on top of losing the league MVP, we did lose Defensive Back of the Year in Janoris Jenkins. So, we are at least going to be able to recoup that a little bit. We're going to flip, instead of getting Cam Akers in the second round, we're going to steal the Chicago Bears second-round pick, corner Jalen Johnson. So, that's quite a good get. A little bit of positive. Ladies and gentlemen, your new... Does he have a face scan? He might. I don't think he does. Oh, he does. Your new, hope our scheme's the thing that made our quarterback good. Franchise starting quarterback. So we got Josh Rosen, right? We got to start thinking positive. And then in the first pick of our draft here, we get Jalen Johnson, who absolutely will be able to plug in and I think give us a lot of upside at corner. Dev trait. I don't think he's sub 90 speed, but whatever. Ooh, Jordan Fuller late on in the draft pops with a dev trade as well. More depth to our safety room. So take a look at our draft recap. Well, we got 2 kickers now. Cool. Jordan Fuller, 70 the dev trade. That was a great late round find. Burgess at 68. Hopkins, I mean, with us, we have tight end's another spot where it's going to be wide open. Van Jefferson is 71 rated in the second round. That's not too shabby. We've been looking for that wide receiver 3 for a minute. I think he could definitely carve out that role. Go Gators. And then Jalen Johnson, 75 dev trade player. I mean, is there a chance that's superstar dev? Probably not. But there's a chance. He's that damn good. I think he's a really underrated corner. Big fan of his game. All right, come on, Josh Rosen. What we're going to do is we're going to get a... There we go. Start with a bullseye. We're going to get a gold medal here. He's going to go up dev trait. Oh, my God. He almost missed the target. And we're gonna have a career revival within this as a Hail Mary here. Watch this. Here we go. Boom. Oh, yeah. That's beautiful. And or we're going to suck bad enough. I have no idea what our challenge is going to be this year. Because obviously we're the defending champs. We can also, with our quarterback situation, probably the worst starting quarterback in the league, we're going to see how much weight this scheme can pull and our talent can pull around him. I mean, if we can just feed Todd Gurley and make things easy with Davante Adams, things should be halfway decent. But, I mean, look at the roster. We do have Gerald Everett starting tight end. I just, that's what happens when we record these rebuilds over 10 fucking days. Sorry for the lack of uploads. We did re-sign Jack Rabbit-Jenkins, so we have so much depth at corner that, I mean, maybe we look for trading for a quarterback. I think we give Rosen a chance. Look at this, man. He's crushing it. 50K! Almost 60! His time is now. Because, I mean, look at the quarterbacks that are on the trade block. Yeah, Will Greer with a dev trade. Mason Rudolph has a dev trade. Gardner Minshew has a dev trade. So, Minshew Mania. Interesting. Do you need corner? They do not need a corner. What's his throw power? I bet you his throw power. Yeah, you know what? I think when you're getting down the weeds like that, I think Josh Rosen career revival interests me as much. No dev trait, but if he pops off, he'll get a dev trait sooner rather than later. I'm going to cut myself some slack here. Look at our upcoming draft class. This was peak Rams fuck them picks era. No first round picks again, so... I mean, it's not the worst year to miss out on a quarterback. Trevor Lawrence would have been cool if we played the Jags. A couple other guys honestly just fall in line with Josh Rosen of like Zach Wilson, we need a career revival, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones. But we only have a second round pick, so if we do hit our goal, I mean, look at this class. Ernest Jones is a damn good player. Ben Skoronek's kind of stuck around the league a little bit, more of a specialty. It's not a great class. Maybe Tutu Atwell, you know, he feels like still a guy that like occasionally will pop up, make some big plays for the Rams. But with our I'm going to give us a layup. Make the playoffs. I have no idea what this team's going to look like with Josh Rosen. We could just keep on humming, honestly. And we end up making the playoffs with ease. I think things could be really tough. I think we might be pissing away a year. So a very simple goal for the defending Super Bowl champs with the worst starting quarterback in the league. Just make the playoffs. With our gold medal, we're at least able to bring Josh Rosen up to a base 70 overall. Still, again, by far the worst starting quarterback in the league. So mid-season, we are 3-3. Well, at least, you know, we still have the highest scoring offense. Haven't had our bye week yet, which, you know, we'll bring that average down. Our defense is not picking up the slack. We're not bringing back our 50 touchdown quarterback because we're going all on defense. Those are not great ratings, but we've seen at least once before our defensive ratings didn't look particularly good, and then we fixed up shop when it mattered in December, and we ended up with a pretty damn good rating. But Todd Gurley's doing his job. You know, when you have this kind of drop of a quarterback, you better have your 99 running back saying, I'm going to keep this team competitive. We are on a 2-game losing streak. The good news, got a little bit of breathing with our salary cap now, $97 million. I'm thinking this is where we go Jordan Fuller. Jordan Fuller has a dev trade. We have to start thinking about saving money. So I think Fuller can step up to John Johnson's role. Don't really have a tackle to take over for Saffold. So that'd be one. We go 27.5, 13.5. Try to keep him together. Very nice. Gerald Everett at tight end. I mean, this might be his breakout year. I want to gamble that he is going to have his best. Like, it's still, actually, no. The fact that he wants more, I think we might be able to get a cheaper one. And as far as everybody, I mean, it's probably time for Chris Long, right? 30. But also, let's wait and see. Because if we're not going to spend anything in free agency, I'd probably rather have Chris Long, and then that's all of our money for one more year than not. But we'll wait and see. I'm not going to give it to him right away. He might retire too at 35. Let's go! We made the playoffs! 10-7. That is our worst record in like 8 years. And our passing game was not good. But let's just try to view this like maybe we got a little like, you know, to pull inspiration from real life, like a Sam Darnold. You know, Josh Rosen's getting that second chance. Can navigate, hopefully, this really good team. Defensively, finished outside the top 10, which I don't love. But it's a Todd Gurley year, man. Todd Gurley, Davante Adams, and that's a check mark. Very nice with this. Until we start getting first-round picks again, I think hitting our challenge. And that was a good challenge. You know what I'm saying? You see, like, oh, we won a Super Bowl. Oh, let's make the play. C4, you're giving yourself a layup. We fucking just barely got in here. We are the 2 seed. We are the worst 2 seed. 10-7. 1 win separates us from being the 2 seed and the final team that made the playoffs. So, look at Todd Gurley. God Turley, 400 more rushing yards than the next. Josh Rosen was, you know, not gonna lie, those are the kind of stat lines we were seeing out of Sam Bradford. So that's, I can live with that. But Todd Gurley, let's go, man. That is what we need. That's why even when you get Lindsey getting 6 touchdowns, having that talent in that backfield certainly helped. Davante Adams had a great year. You know, Tavon Austin, we have turned his career around. I really want that salary cap. I want that back. I want that off the books. Fred Warner, Bobby Wagner. Look at that from Aaron Donald. 104 tackles, 20 TFLs, 16.5 sacks. Should be Defensive Player of the Year. 10.5 for Robert Quinn, 8 from Chris Long. Could be his final season as a Ram. Our INT numbers aren't too bad. We get Aaron Donald winning Defensive Player of the Year as well as D Lineman of the Year. And Todd Gurley runs away with Running Back of the Year. Jordan Love ends up, looking for some of the rookies. Jordan Love actually ends up with the Packers. Jonathan Taylor on the Giants. CeeDee Lamb, Commanders. Tua's on the Panthers. Interesting. Chase Young on the Cowboys. Winfield on the Cowboys. What a class for them. We have ourselves a pretty wild matchup here in the playoffs. Obviously, with Josh Rosen as our quarterback, known bust for the Arizona Cardinals, but that's where Jared Goff ended up. He is the Cardinals starting quarterback and fell off a cliff, going from 51 touchdowns with us to 16 touchdowns with the Cardinals, but certainly it's going to be a big-time revenge game. For Josh Rosen, I mean, we got a chance here, man. He almost got 30,000 XP for getting 3,500 passing yards. Gives us 6 upgrade points. As long as we have this run game and defense, we can win old school football. We just can't have Rosen, like, turn the football over and really hurt the team. Look at that opening drive touchdown. I think we're going to get the best out of Jared Goff. Uh-oh. All right, down 1, second half. Let's show our championship mentality here. Go ahead, score. 2-point conversion, up 7. Jared Goff has been here before. Multiple third down conversions. What a freaking drive. And they get the ball back. Jared Goff is going to go try and win this thing. He cannot. He falls short. Oh, no, we're going to overtime. Opening drive for Arizona. They get a field goal. Touchdown, and we're in. Field goal. They punt. We score. We win. Oh, no. Jared Goff and the Arizona Cardinals dump the Rams. We can't defend our Super Bowl. But you know what? We might have something in Rosen. But more importantly, we hit our challenge for this year. We get to update the draft class. And I thought there was a chance we had 4 wins. So, absolutely, in my opinion, overachieved. Just, sucks to lose to Jared Goff in overtime. So, as we cleared our lockers, didn't get a dev trade or anything like that on Josh Rosen. Really, the big XP gain was where we got the benefit of the doubt there. No dev trade on Gerald Everett at tight end. Interesting. Defensively, no! Oh, I want to look at the stats. Chris Long retires. Shit. And we lose the X Factor on Kevin Byard 1 year after we had it. Well, I can't look at the stats. See, right here is where you should be able to... Can I look at his stats through this? I mean, it doesn't give us a total, but like if you want to do the math, Chris, I actually didn't know you could do this. Did you guys know? Because I always complain about when a player retires, you can't go back and look at their stats. And you kind of can here. But for what it's worth, Chris Long finishes as one of the greatest pass rushers of all time in this world. So good for him, man. Absolute legend. It gives us a little bit of salary cap back. And if it wasn't for him competing against Robert Quinn, this whole rebuild, he probably would be our franchise leader in sacks. But that title belongs to Robert Quinn till it doesn't. So let's go window shopping here. We have a lot of options here. The only pick I don't really want to swap out is our third-round pick of Ernest Jones. I feel like that's a nice linebacker to have understudy for Bobby Wagner, because Bobby Wagner probably will retire earlier in this save than he is in real life, still playing strong. So in the second round, instead of Tutu Atwell, we could get Landon Dickerson from the Philadelphia Eagles. That'd be a good get. Versatile player on the offensive line, can play guard or center. And we went into free agency. I needed a tight end. We do not have a tight end that we're drafting in the foreseeable future. So I went out and got like another what if. You might meme the name, but there was a time that Jake Butt was regarded as one of the best tight ends in college. And then if I remember correctly, he was a guy that like literally could have been the top tight end or one of the top tight ends the year that he was coming out. And then he got hurt in the bowl game. And then it was in like right around that discussion time of like good players, NFL players, day two talents, sitting out bowl games, meaningless bowl games to prevent injury. And I remember that happened. A little bit of a what if there for Jake Butt coming in. He's new going to be our starting tight end. 2680 with a star dev, and we got him. It was like, just around $5 million a year. All right, so take a look at our draft recap. It was bugged, and it wouldn't let me, like, make picks. Again, I got to reach out to the modders and see why. Like, literally every pick was like, you can't make that pick. And sometimes when that happens, you can just back out, close it out, reload it. It literally gave me, like, double picks. Like, it was like, all right, I want to make Landon Dickerson our pick here. It's like, no, you're actually going to get Tutu Atwell, and then you can make your pick. And then it's like, all right, I got Ernest Jones. Anyways, it doesn't matter. We pretty much have the same class. I will release Tutu Atwell for the sake of our challenge. So we got Landon Dickerson with our big selection stealing pick. That's going to be very nice. He'll actually be a right guard for us because we have David Edwards at left guard. But perfect scheme fit. Pretty cool there. Ernest Jones, 70 with a dev trait, so he gets to kind of be an understudy there for Bobby Wagner at linebacker. 69 rated on Bobby Brown. 68 on Skowronek. Not a bad class. Happy we got Landon Dickerson, though. All right, our first decade is done. We are in the back decade. 2021 season for your St. Louis Rams. We're coming into the year feeling pretty good. Right? Pretty good. Even though there's still question marks about our quarterback. We have a run game that is incredibly dominant. We have the Aaron Donald very much playing like the best defensive player in the league. And while, we don't have a super team by, certain standards that we have set in other rebuilds, there's certain positions that maybe there's some holes and stuff that we couldn't address. We've had a lot of success. So our goal this season, last year was just to make the playoffs, see if we could make the playoffs with Josh Rosen as our quarterback. We've shown that we can do that, even if it's not necessarily all on him. So our goal this season is to make the NFC Championship game, a goal we've had before, but a goal we've never had with this quarterback situation and with our good but not super team roster. We certainly want to hit that challenge because our upcoming draft class was certainly not the best. Just another classic. There's just F them picks. No premier picks. Jacoby Durant has definitely carved out a nice role. Kyron Williams, that'd be a great 1-2 punch to put there with Todd Gurley. Quentin Lake has become a very serviceable starting safety. Kendrick's been around the league for a little bit, but generally speaking, not a premier draft. Would love to maybe flip that Logan Bruss pick into something a little bit better. Make the NFC Championship game with Josh Rosen as our quarterback, and we'll just get to do that here in 2021, better known as year number 11. So mid-season, decent start to the year, 4-2. We've had some pretty tough games. I'm noticing a lot of high overalls across the board in the NFC. Like 89 is good, but it's not like it's head and shoulders above some of the other top teams that we have to compete against. Looking at our contracts, $142 million, so we're going to start Fred Warner pretty close there. I mean, it's expensive, but we need him long-term. I think Robert Quinn kind of fits the same mold. We don't really have much pass rush right now, so he kind of can bend us over the barrel a little bit, figuratively speaking. John Franklin Myers, this is where we're going to budget a little bit. I think we're going to have to probably hit free agency to improve. We have a lot of corner depth as well. So Jack Rabbit, Tremaine Johnson, while very, very successful players here with the Rams, I think this is kind of the point in time that we need to, we're at, the first 10 years are done. We need to start thinking about the last 10 years, and I think some of these expensive veterans, we're going to have to slowly start aging them out. So we're going to get Fred Warner and Robert Quinn re-signed, and there's a chance that everybody else is going to be roster turnover this year. Now we're going to have to lock in a franchise tag here on Fred Warner, so that's not ideal. So this year with 11-6 record, maybe surprisingly enough to get the 1 seed in the NFC. We get our 6th NFC West title, but you can tell that the floor is rising, certainly. The Niners have always been competitive this whole rebuild, but Arizona's starting to put it all together. You know, that's what you need. You need that internal competition, you know, and make sure that we can stay on top of our game. And with Fred Warner, contract negotiations not going our own way, little suspect, but all we need to do right now is we have enough money, I think, to franchise tag him and survive. But we might not be able to kind of fill in those missing holes with free agency with that money that we have to commit. So we need to hit our challenge goal so maybe we can flip one of our not great picks to a position of need. We got to make the NFC Championship game, and getting a first-round bye makes it that much more easier. Josh Rosen's solid. You know, it would be a little boring if Josh Rosen just stepped into the, you know, the 50 touchdown year that we got out of Jared Goff late, and it's just like doesn't really matter. Interchangeable quarterbacks, like he's good. It's definitely not the same level, but I feel like you can win with this. 3,800 yards, 32 touchdowns, 8 picks. We have an outstanding run game. Todd Gurley, best running back in the league, even though you definitely don't love seeing 5 fumbles on the year. 1,000 yards from Davante Adams, 14 touchdowns. Outside of that, I mean, again, look at that from Todd Gurley. Almost 2,000 yards and 18 touchdowns. He might be, they never give running backs MVP, but I'd love to see it. But looking at our team, knowing our salary cap situation is not great. Tavon Austin's contract yet again. Maybe more so paying the price to have the feel-good story on the team. I'm kind of looking forward to get that off the books. Jake Butt, our free agent. That's a nice stat line. Nice having a good tight end here again. Defensively, Bobby Wagner, Fred Warner, tackle machines. 16 sacks, Robert Quinn. 14.5, Aaron Donald. 14 from John Franklin Myers, who, might want to bring him back. Honestly, he was one of those, okay. Who needs edge rushers when you can just get these 3 to be your, and I mean, again, 283, 285, they're kind of like hybrids. It's not unrealistic to have them line up and rush the quarterback from outside, so that's okay. We get ourselves an Offensive Player of the Year award and a Running Back of the Year award for Todd Gurley. And a quick peek at some of the rookies where they landed up. Kyle Pitts on the Seahawks. Interesting. Couple other fits there. Kind of interesting. Michael Parsons wins Defensive Rookie of the Year on the Bears. Pat Surtain on the Dallas Cowboys. Man, Dallas is, it feels like just from the outside looking in, they've been crushing the last couple drafts. Well, all it's going to take is one win, but for the team in our division that's been the biggest pain in the ass throughout the rebuild is what stands in our way. We get the 10-7 San Francisco 49ers. Pretty well-built team, but I mean, obviously from a talent standpoint, when you have 5 points overall on your component, and schematically you're playing as well as we have played this year, it'd be very difficult for us to accept defeat. But you never know, man. The Niners are going to get up for this divisional rivalry game. They're sick and tired of all the success the Rams have had, and they're ready to be the underdog that sends us home crying. It would not be great with Fred Warner's contract up in the air, with the holes that we have at certain positions on our roster, not to be able to upgrade our picks. I mean, now silver lining is we are trailing and we need a hell of a second half from Josh Rosen. Our best pick absolutely would be Kyren Williams, and if we lose that, we're pretty good in the running back department. But we don't want to talk about defeat. We got everything here to go get a game-winning drive from Josh Rosen right here. Minute 39, let's watch it live. So we tend to have better luck when we do this. Come on, Josh. 3rd and 7, 4-down territory. No. Ooh, let's go. Oh, let's go. Don't run out of time. Oh, we're going to run out of time. We got one play. Fuck. Well. Would have been cool to have Kyren Williams on the book so that when Todd Gurley gets to that awkward age, we're like, well, we got a new RB1. But in terms of picks you could potentially lose, knowing you're losing a good player, it's not just a year where you have no good picks, probably the best situation we could have had. But fucking Niners, man. Colin Kaepernick, really? And with that, still hell of an effort. Josh Rosen, so close. And even though it's an L, I do feel like inspires a little bit of confidence that he can win us some games and win us a Super Bowl here. So in the 5th round, we're not going to be able to select Kyren Williams, and we're going to take the Cincinnati Bengals 5th round pick. We're going to get a safety, Tyson Anderson. Love those D ratings. Come on down. Oh, that's awesome. We lose our lockdown. We lose our starting left tackle. Phenomenal. Roger Saffold retires after 12 seasons. And we do not have a replacement in sight. And our salary cap is not in a great spot. Awesome. Saffold ends his career as the most successful left tackle in the league. So that's kind of awesome. Maybe surprising we're not getting any dev traits on Rosen. I feel like he's played well enough to at least get off that normal dev trait. But look at our roster. I mean, potentially we could go Note Boom 75 at tackle, but you know, there's just more money that we're gonna have to disperse around the offensive line. And no dev traits on the offensive side of the ball. How did John Franklin Myers not go up a dev trait? That is very surprising. But as you can see with the secondary, we're gonna let Tremaine Johnson and Jack Rabbit go because we have some depth. J.C. Jackson, Jalen Johnson, like those could be our starting corners. Even David Long's a 79, so you can do a lot worse than him at that corner 3 spot. Very nice careers for both Tremaine Johnson and Janoris Jenkins. Homegrown talents, over 800 tackles each. INT numbers haven't been crazy. I mean, 21 picks ain't too bad for Jack Rabbit. Luckily, franchise tag for an off-ball linebacker, $14.5 million. Totally reasonable, but I do want to try and bring back John Franklin Myers. But look at that. That is just disgusting money. Let's see if we'll take it. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. Fuck you. You didn't go up. If you went up dev trade, I would have paid more. Nope Boom is set to be a free agent, so we'll get him on a 1-year deal. Like he'll, 75 rated left tackle. You can do a lot worse. And hopefully we can figure that out. Here's a look at our team now. And we're going into the offseason knowing that our draft class is not going to be the best. We're getting some nice DBs, I suppose. But I mean, probably need to start considering getting a wide receiver at some point. Tavon Austin's not getting any younger. Same with Davante Adams. Like, what's he at now? 28 years old? 29? So it's like, his regression is going to start to hit. We definitely need to explore left tackle, long-term left tackle. Defensively, need D-tackle help. For sure need a pass rush. That's probably going to be, if we can spend a little bit of money in free agency, it's going to try to find another pass rusher that can play on the other side of Robert Quinn. Look at the wide receivers that are available. Not much there to get a successor in place. At least that I really want to spend right now. I mean, there's a couple values out there, but nothing that's going to be that guy that can develop into that long-term option. At left tackle, again, hey, look, that looks like a nice looking left tackle. $35 million contract. No, thank you. We will go with budget options. Pass rusher. Now, I would pay to bring in a nice pass rushing option if one were to exist. And we are gonna have to get somebody. I don't just gonna run with nobody out there, but Jesus, dude, there's just, you guys getting excited with Kyle Phillips or Coney Ely or Tank Lawrence sucks for some reason. Deion Jordan's a thing. None of these guys are even scheme fits. Let's. This is terrible. This. Oh wait, Sam. Do we have any Sam? Bud Dupree. Oh, here we go. What do we have? Do we have anything good? I know this feels like cheating, but it's the only option that we had. Bud Dupree. We're gonna get him on a rental Band-Aid to be our pass rusher on the other side of Robert Quinn. So here's a look at a draft class that certainly is not going to help move the needle for a team that is starting to look a little shaky after a lot of early success. We get Bruce 65, Durant 68, Tyson Anderson, our L pick 65, Quentin Lake 68. So I mean, Durant and Lake could develop into players for us, but our secondary is really good. So they're just going to be depth guys. Rest of the draft not particularly good. No dev traits in sight. Just a really, really gross year. 2022 is here, and I mean, not a lot of huge regression, right? We did our best to kind of manage our budget just a little bit. But I mean, when I look at the offense, I look at left tackle, probably a little bit of a concern. Offensively, our best skill position players are on the wrong side of 30 now. We do not have a successor really in place for Todd Gurley. And, honestly, Tavon Austin's, it needs to be talked about. Production's not there justifying the price tag. At 31 years old, this is a guy that we need to get 1,000 yards out of. And it has been a minute since 2016 to 2017 when he was last a big-time playmaker for us. So he's really like a glorified special teamer at this point, getting $20-some million a year. Not great. Defensively, we did luck out getting Bud Dupree at a cut rate deal, so he's going to come in and be an upgrade at the pass rush. We only really have one defensive tackle. Luckily, that one is one of one in Aaron Donald. Linebacking core still on point. Got to figure out a long-term contract extension with Fred Warner. I feel like, as far as our starters in the secondary, feel pretty good. J.C. Jackson, all these guys outside of Byron's pretty much a scheme fit as well. They know what we want to do, but it's far from the secondary we've had the last 2-3 years where undoubtedly we were the best secondary in the league. So there's a lot more questions and answers. Our goal this year, we're just going to repeat what it was last year. I don't think we have any problem making the playoffs, even though the Niners are pretty good, all things considered. But I think with the roster that we have and the defense we have, the pass rush we have, I'm going to set the goal at NFC Championship game. Just make it. And we need to hit it this year because we actually finally have a good draft coming up for the Rams. Steve Avila ended up being a good starter. Byron Young, Kobe Turner are legitimate game-changing players, but it's way down here. This will be the player that is up for grabs. Puka Nakua, a mid-round pick. And there's an argument on any given day. He could be one of the most dynamic receivers in the league. And we're saying we got to find someone else that can make a play. A little bit bummer doesn't have a player portrait for some reason. That's kind of weird. But we know who he is. We know what he could bring. We know he could solve probably the Tavon Austin lack of production. Who could be that other guy next to Davante Adams that steps up, elevates this offense? That is our guy. And if we don't make the NFC Championship game, we're going to lose out on Puka Nakua. And we've already missed out on Cooper Kupp a couple years ago. Don't want to swing and miss on the other great Rams receiver during this era. Homegrown, that is. Well, 8-1 feels pretty good. Again, I think win a goal is make a championship game. Give that first round bye. It means you just got to win one playoff game. Win one playoff game, we get to keep Puka Nakua. 8-1. Great start to that. Looking at the rest of our conference, we got the Vikings. Paxton Lynch. Why can't we avoid that guy? And the Niners, as expected, right on our ass. Everyone else in the division's not really having the best of season. So let's take a look at our contracts. $288 million. Come on, Fred. Take the money. There we go. Finally, our salary cap starting to look a little bit better. We got Todd Gurley at 28. He's the best running back in the league, and I think at least half of that contract, he's still going to be 99. So I think, all right, 2 maybe not great value years. Finally, we get off of Tavon Austin, get him off the books. Just the audacity to ask for $132 million when he's been getting 600 yards and 4 touchdowns a year is gross. Our offensive line woes have been pretty bad, so we'll keep Trent Brown at right tackle for the next couple seasons. Franklin's kind of a surplus. Bobby Wags, we got to, at this point, try to make him retire a Ram, make him a career Ram. Never even step foot on Seattle. We got David Andrew. What we got down here? Pat McAfee, a punter. Got him coming in for a little bit. We could keep the vibe strong in the special team room. But we have David Edwards, who's a starter for us, and $7 million. That's actually kind of reasonable, I think, for a starting guard who he's probably going to cap out around 84, 85. We absolutely have no problem paying that. No Boom's our starting left tackle. I'd like to think now that we have a little bit more salary cap, we could be optimistic going to free agency that there will be a better upgrade there long term. I think David Andrews more than solid enough as a starting center. We'll lock him in for 2 seasons. It's a nice little 2-game stretch within the division. Beat the Seahawks, kick the shit out of the Niners in a week that both Josh Rosen and Robert Quinn get all the headlines. We'll just actually get another one, too. Sweep the division, and it's Todd Gurley this time in Week 13. 200 yards, 5 touchdowns. That's why we paid the man, and ignore the Defensive Player of the Week. Piece of shit. We finished the year 13-4. However, not the 1 seed. We got to run the gauntlet. The Vikings and Paxton Lynch gets the 1 seed. They beat us in the regular season, so they earned it. There's no bitching and moaning, It's not like we beat them and they still somehow had a weird made-up tiebreaker. We got to get the Saints in the wild card round, run the gauntlet. They have a 92 rated defense, which may come a little bit of problem. Look at that. Todd Gurley sits atop the leading rusher, 1,700 yards, 18 touchdowns. Excellent production out of Rosen. Second in the NFL in touchdown. That's going to be a dev trade. We're definitely going to be able to get him off his normal dev trade. 38 touchdowns, 7 picks, 4,100 yards. Run game is elite. Pass game, Davante Adams doing exactly what he needs to do. 83 catches, 1,300 yards, 18 touchdowns. Got a little more production at Tavon Austin in his final year as a Ram. Jake Butt has been a great addition for us. Todd Gurley chipping in some even more. 2,000 yards and over 20 touchdowns. Might have some MVP votes when all is said and done. Defensively, Linebackers doing exactly what they need to do. We got 22 sacks from Aaron Donald, just aging like a fine wine. 15.5 from Robert Quinn, 11 from Bud Dupree. And defensive, look at that, 6 picks. Jalen Johnson, his first year starting on the outside. 4 picks, Bobby Wagner. 4 picks, J.C. Jackson. Fuller getting after it. Really, really happy. Those are probably the best INT numbers we've had this whole rebuild. And on paper, it's the worst our secondary's been in like 5 years. Weird how that works. And classic Madden, Todd Gurley doesn't even make the short list. Best player in the league. But we do get Aaron Donald getting Defensive Player of the Year as well as D Lineman of the Year. Quickly looking at some of the rookies. Jameson Williams on the Cowboys. Garrett Wilson on the Seahawks. Drake London on the Saints. Kyron Williams ends up on the New York Giants. Sauce Gardner on the Bears. Jacoby Durant, for whatever it's worth, runner-up for Defensive Rookie of the Year. Good for him. Kyle Hamilton on the Packers. Aiden Hutchinson is a Falcon. Josh Rosen, runner-up to Paxton Lynch on a, just look at this, the who's who of busts. Todd Gurley gets running back of the year. Davante Adams wins wide receiver of the year. I think that's for the 2nd time in his career. And Jalen Johnson ends up being DB of the year. Wins, 2 wins. 2 wins, we get Puka. 2 wins, we get Puka. We got the Saints, and they're a very good defense. Offensively, I think our defense does match up well, but the Saints score and strike first, up 7-zip. Josh Rosen unable to respond right away. And it looks like we are going to go into the second half down 7. Come on. Give him a little kick in the ass here. Come on, Josh. How will we get something to Tavon Austin? Let him get his replacement for the team. Oh, and immediately just under pressure. Perfect, great, perfect. Fucking unbelievable. Yep. The reason why we added this dimension to these videos is for cool things to happen, but in order for us to appreciate the cool upgrades as we recreate history, you have to lose cool additions throughout history. And we got punished way, way back in 2016 when our goal was for Jared Goff to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. He did not do that, and we lost Cooper Kupp. We had to make the NFC Championship game, and we didn't even fucking win a playoff game here in 2022. We are losing PUKA NACUA. I guess, you know what? I didn't have his player portrait, so it's fuck him, right? Fuck, he's not the real guy. He's a fraud. He's a phony. The silver lining from this season, I guess, is Josh Rosen's off his normal dev trait. So, I mean, he's kind of established himself a little bit as a gamer quarterback, even though we do not have anything to show for it in the playoffs. I don't know why our linebackers cannot buy a dev trait, but Ernest Jones is going to finally have a path to start with Zaire Franklin hitting free agency. We lose the superstar dev on Kevin Byard, as we are starting to feel that, like, you know, Byard, Bobby Wagner, Robert Quinn, Aaron Donald, these guys are getting old and older, and bad things happen in Madden as your team and roster gets older. And you need to start fucking winning and hitting your challenges so that we can replace these guys with good players, and we are not doing that back-to-back years. Maybe we'll have to make a manageable challenge for next year's 2023 season, because this is becoming annoying. So the 5th round, instead of getting wide receiver Puka Nacua, we are going to regretfully get, from the University of Florida, Buffalo Bills wide receiver, formerly Justin Shorter. Sweet. Who actually doesn't look horrifically bad, but he's sure as shit not Puka Nacua. Always let Tavon Austin walk. What he's been able to accomplish as a Ram very much redeemed himself from a great what-if type player. Just under, well, let's round that up, 8,500 yards, 49 touchdowns in 11 seasons as a Ram. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. That's always great when the top free agent is Tavon Austin. Sweet. So for free agency, very tempting with Max Crosby there to try and make a move. We also, when we're talking about tackles, the top tackles, look at the contracts we're looking for. We have $194 million. I shouldn't be scared off by a price tag, but when you have 10 teams bidding and there's no interest, we're not going to be able to get Braden Smith. You look at the left tackles. We have $30-some million for Cam Robinson or Andre Dillard. That's Those are pretty gross figures, all things considered. Like I look way down here. We got Ben Bartch, 25.74. He's a scheme fit. You know, again, just kind of a placeholder until, like, I'd pay that for a premier tackle. I'd pay $35 million if I was getting like a 26, 27, 90 plus rated lineman, not just a guy. And I think when it comes to Max Crosby, like, we have our hits from this class. Yes, we're losing PUKA NACUA, but like at D tackle, we're gonna get Kobe Turner. We're gonna get Byron Young as a pass rusher, like a very nice pass rusher. We have Jared Verse, assuming that we get started hitting. Like, it just doesn't make sense, even though it looks kind of fun to get Max Crosby. You got to understand the challenge within these rebuilds is we're reliving some of our upcoming classes. So I'm going to look at Bobby Trees, bring him to the Rams as a one-year rental at wide receiver, and we'll see if Ben Bartch can develop into just even a serviceable left tackle for us. All right, so looking at our draft recap, even with losing PUKA NACUA, which stings, we still had a strong class. Steve Avila at guard coming in with a dev trait. We'll figure out where his best position is going to be. We got Byron Young. He's going to come in as a pass rusher, 71 with a dev trait. We get Kobe Turner at D tackle. He's going to come in and play alongside Aaron Donald. He has a dev trait as well. Stetson Bennett, I mean, they were Justin Shorter. There's instead of who needs PUKA NACUA when you get Justin Shorter? Davis Allen's had a decent career. We got Hodges, Tomlinson, Zach Evans, got a punter, just a bunch of depth there. But I really do think first 3 picks, 3 dev traits. It's been a minute since we've been able to acquire some dev trait rookies. And these guys are going to have to develop into key starters for us down the stretch of this rebuild. 2023, I'm telling you right now, win a playoff game's our goal. Fucking sick of it. 2 straight years of losing some all-time special players for this era of the Rams. You know, we were able to go get Bobby Trees in free agency. What we're going to do, even though we paid Ben Bartch as the cost of doing business, we're going to take David Edwards, who originally was a tackle. We'll slide him out to tackle so our highest pick, Steve Avila, can start at guard and gives us some high ceiling there. But, like, I mean, outside of Davante Adams, which we only need Davante Adams, and how our sim has kind of played out and our scheme has played out, there's only really been room for one wide receiver to kind of put up big-time numbers. So from that, I'm fine. But we're not going to be able to reinvent the offense and see if we can find a way to kind of unlock, you know, a dominating passing attack. I think we're just got to admit for the time being, till we start stacking some classes, and we, you know, the fact that we've missed out on PUKA NACUA, we've missed out on Cooper Kupp. This offense has to run through Todd Gurley and Davante Adams, and that's not a bad problem to have. Defensively, we got Kobe Turner. We're going to try to get these young guys on the field as much as we can. A little bit of discrepancy there between Dupree and Young, so maybe we'll have those guys rotate throughout the season. But we have superstar Jalen Johnson, made the most out of his first year as a starter last year. I'm expecting him to continue to pop off a little bit. Ernest Jones gets his first opportunity to start when we're in base defense. Excited to see what that could potentially look like. And, I mean, Aaron Donald's playing the best football of his career. I don't know how many more years we're going to get out of Robert Quinn. He's starting to regress, finally falling from a 99 overall. But this is absolutely a team, at minimum here in 2023, that should be able to hit our goal of getting a Josh Rosen Rams playoff win. Looking at our upcoming draft class, it's another good draft class, man. There's a reason why the Rams have been one of the better teams in the league. We got Jared Verse in the first round, who is one of the better young pass rushers in the NFL right now. Fisk, an underrated pass rusher in the NFL. Very versatile. Blake Corum would be a great running back to put behind Todd Gurley. Kitchens has been a nice starter, and there's just some solid depth moves there for the rest of the day 3 picks. So it's a really, really strong class. Would love to hit this challenge and then look at upgrading one of those day 3 selections. Probably not going to be a lot of movement on these first couple picks. But, hey, I want the opportunity. I want the choice. And we have not been earning the right to get that choice. Let's see if we can do it here in 2023. 7-0 feels pretty good at mid-season. I mean, our goal is to win a playoff game, and we can literally go perfect 17-0, lose the first playoff game, and it doesn't matter, right? I don't have any issue with where our team's at regular season-wise, but, I mean, he does feel pretty good. Number 1 offense, number 1 defense after the bye week. Looking at the contracts, just so much money. We have, obviously, Davante Adams needs to be a career Ram. Don't have to worry about, I don't know. Is late regression the right term to describe, like, what kind of happened with Tavon Austin? We paid Tavon Austin when he was getting 1,000 yards. Then after we paid him, just fell off a cliff. I don't think we have to worry about that with Davante Adams. So we'll get him locked in. Jalen Johnson, now that he's finally starting, I think absolutely get him locked in. He's a ceiling of like a 99. So we'll figure that out. J.C. Jackson. Josh Rose. I didn't know it was time to pay Josh Rose. No. Okay. Okay, we got Jordan Fuller. Lock him in. I mean, this also, like, we have so much money, right? Like, contracts that usually even go like, ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's financially, feasible. We have so much money, we could just keep paying these guys. Let's get Jake Butt on a 3-year. He's been actually really solid, really impressive. I think we'll pay Jalen Johnson and Josh Rosen. I think that's going to be a sit and wait. Let's see how we do in the playoffs before we commit to Josh Rosen. There we go. Hey, if I'm going to lose my undefeated season, better to lose to a team within the division with that a little bit more fuel to the fire of the rivalries. Damn it. 9-8. 9-0 is a great start for Josh Rosen and the gang. It's not great vibes. Limping into the playoffs would be the best way to describe it. 9-0 start. We finished 11-6. Now, there's no real worry about us missing the playoffs, but we don't win the division. Niners, classic Niners, pain in our ass, and our ratings feel really great, though. I will say, even with our ratings, 11-6 seems kind of weird to be all green, and not an absolute lock to be plus. And then we have Josh Rosen again, just kind of being, we go back to Sam Bradford. That's really kind of, we've come full circle in this rebuild. We are back to, like, do we pay a quarterback that's never going to really light the league up? Maybe not even reach, we now know the ceiling. The ceiling on this offense, we got 50 touchdowns with Jared Goff. Nothing has changed. So that is the ceiling, and we've not really scratched that surface. And at least with Sam Bradford, we have the Super Bowls. Josh Rosen doesn't have a playoff win, and he's looking for almost $200 million. So I don't even know if we win just, I think we need to make probably the championship game for me to want to be like, all right, I think we should pay Josh Rosen. Todd Gurley with a solid year, but he's at that point where it's slowing down season, 1,300 yards, 12 touchdowns. Davante Adams, 12-12. Bobby Tree's almost got 1,000 yards. Not bad. Jake Butt, you love that. Pay him a contract. His worst season since he's been here. Bunch of tackles up and down the board. What a season from Aaron Donald. 100 tackles, 23 TFLs, 15 sacks for a defensive tackle is insane. 12.5 sacks, Robert Quinn. 11.5 from BY, the rookie. 6 sacks, Kobe Turner. I think we're in a good spot on the defensive line. Because we have BY, Kobe Turner can be long-term. Like, these guys could be guys we build and grow. Aaron Donald, hopefully he plays a lot longer than he did in real life. But, assuming we win our one game, we have Fisk and Jared Verse coming in. Fisk versus Young Turner, like the actual D-line that the Rams have right now. If we keep that together, that is certainly going to be a strength of this team to close out the rebuild. Shout out Fred Warner, one hell of a year as well. 125 tackles, 3 sacks, 5 INTs. Bobby Wagner still crushing it too. He could also maybe be on that line of, I think him and Robert Quinn are both 33 years old. So now it's, we need to count their days, unfortunately. Aaron Donald wins Defensive Player of the Year and Defensive Lineman of the Year. We also were able to get Byron Young getting Defensive Rookie of the Year. Looking at some of the other names, Jack Campbell on the Cardinals, Devin Witherspoon on the Giants. Offensively, Anthony Richardson's H-Chan. Okay, got a couple big names over here. Just while we're here, brought it up. I don't think they're going to retire this year, but they could. I'd like to see Robert Quinn one more game, right? Get 1,000 tackles. But look at that. 1,670, 37.5, 20 picks. Bobby Wagner, legend. And Robert Quinn, 173 TFLs, 162 sacks. A legend. So for us to achieve our goal, we got Paxton Lynch and the Minnesota Vikings. And you go, oh my God, Paxton Lynch is still a thing. Yeah, he fucking won MVP again. Never would have thought starting this rebuild. You do, gun to your head. Who's going to be your arch rival, your arch nemesis in a 20-year St. Louis Rams rebuild? If I would have said Paxton Lynch and the Minnesota Vikings, I'd say, what kind of mushrooms are you on? So come on, Jared Verse is on the line. If we win this game, we get to keep a pretty good draft class. And we're getting down to, we only have two draft classes left after this of replaying through history. And all due respect to the Rams' future class, this is a big one. This is the one that you want. Jared Verse is going to be an excellent, excellent piece. Perfect successor to Robert Quinn. That's looking good, babe. Let's go, man. All the pressure on Josh Rosen, me saying, hey, if you want life-changing generational money, you got to start winning some playoff games. He says, okay, boss, 35-14, I'll send the MVP Paxton Lynch, who's probably won 3 or 4 MVPs at this point. And it was the quarterback. 3 touchdowns, 260 yards. Finally, a check mark next to our season challenge. We finally get to keep our picks, and we even get to upgrade one. So we're playing with house money this season. We get the Carolina Panthers in the division round. Pretty well-built team across the board. Top 10 offense, top 10 defense. Okay. I think it does feel like a lot of times you kind of play the same teams. I haven't seen Carolina yet. This first time the Panthers have made their appearance here in the playoffs. Interesting to see what they got kind of going under the hood. Hopefully not enough to beat us. And our defense doing a pretty good job holding to a couple field goals here. Low scoring game. Credit to the defense. Ugly game. I like our defense. So there's no way they have like Luke Kuechly. You know what I'm saying? Is he still there? He'd be getting up there in age a little bit by this point. Still could be crushing it, but just not enough juice to get that one over the line. And the Rams are in the NFC Championship game. Oh, no. That's what they got going on? You got Tua time? That's like one of those ones now in hindsight. If we would have lost to Tua, that would have been pretty rough. Ooh, we got a good one here. Super Bowl on the line, and it's the best team we've met every single time. Twice a year, sometimes 3 times. The San Francisco 49ers, 12-5. Now for this one, do they still have, is Colin Kaepernick still their quarterback? He's got to be getting up there in age, like 30-something. They got Carson Wentz. We know what needs to be done here. I have a very bad memory about the last time I remember Carson Wentz playing the Rams. Some say we're Super Bowl champions because of that moment. But we will see. Josh Rosen, Carson Wentz, 2 just elite quarterbacks, titans of industry. Let's be honest, this game's going to come down to what defense get the most stops. But I'll tell you right now, I know San Francisco doesn't have Fred Warner patrolling the middle of the field because we have Fred Warner. And Carson Wentz is just falling apart, man. Completely letting his team down. They couldn't even sniff the end zone. 17-13, the Rams. After 2 straight, 2021 and 2022, incredibly disappointing playoff campaigns. Honestly, it's been the defense. Josh Rosen in that first game for sure, and he's kind of been point guarding this thing. But it has absolutely been the defense. That is, they're backpacking us towards a Super Bowl. 2 sacks there, Byron Young. 2 sacks, Bobby Quinn. Fred Warner getting after it. Bobby Wags with an INT. And we're going to ride this defense to a championship. Oh, there's a fresh opponent. The 14-3 Titans have a higher rated, what? They got a higher rated defense than us. What the hell does that team look like? Trey Lance. They have Dak Prescott. Joe Mixon. Okay, they're just like, it's just a God squad here. Elijah Moore, Perriman, Josh Gordon, David Njoku. Offensive line is solid. Maybe not an elite offensive line, but you got Sewell at right tackle. Epineza, Granderson. Jarrell Casey's almost a 99 rated. Jerome Baker, Josie Jewell. Luke Kuechly, speaking of, that's where he's gone. I thought he would have been potentially retired by now. Taylor Rapp, there's a player that we lost. Way back, a couple years back, Taylor Rapp was the punishment, and he is now a 94 X Factor. That stings extra. So this is a hell of a team for Tennessee. We got our work cut out for us if we want another Super Bowl win. Now, this is a big blow for Josh Rosen. I'm still undecided, honestly, if we're going to pay this man. They're calling my bluff of me saying, like, we got to have an X amount of playoff success for me to want to pay him. Because this just might be the rebuild. Like, if we didn't pay the 50 touchdown quarterback, do we just keep rolling? I think honestly, what's going to look I got to see if there's a good quarterback in last year's draft class or this draft class that we got. Can we upgrade one of our picks to a quarterback successor? Potentially, that needs to be considered versus paying $200 million for Josh Rosen. But so far, so good, man. We got a 4th quarter lead to win a Super Bowl. Josh Rosen did it. Either he just earned himself a new contract, or he goes from one of the worst bust quarterbacks of the last 20 years into a Super Bowl champion with the Rams. That's what we do. We turn best quarterbacks into champions. Sam Bradford, Jared Goff to an extent. I don't think we're going to call Jared Goff a bust quarterback, but you know what? Getting him a Super Bowl, that seems like something that's currently going to elude him for the rest of his career. And now Josh Rosen. We make diamonds here at our quarterback. Steve Spagnuolo, Josh McDaniels. Give me your junk, and we will make him into an absolute treasure. But I think that's what we have to do. 100%. I'm gonna bring back that I'm paying Josh Rosen as he fucking probably just got Super Bowl MVP. Yeah, 3 touchdowns, no picks. That's gonna get locked in. Probably the cost probably went up. I'd be shocked if the contract extension is what it was the last time we looked at it. But I think we first, now because we hit our challenge, we may need to look at potentially, like, Jared Verse and Brandon Fisk, some really good picks. We can flip that into a quarterback. That might have to be our top priority. First things first, no retirements for the Rams. So first checklist for how we got to handle this draft. We're still good there. So no Robert Quinn, Bobby Wagner, they're running it back. I suppose if it makes it sting any less, Josh Rosen was not the Super Bowl MVP. Davante Adams with a hat trick of touchdowns. Nope. I meant no disrespect. Absolutely deserved it. Should have looked at the rest of the team. So the draft that had Caleb Williams and Drake May and Jade Daniels, the only quarterback we could potentially get would be Michael Penix Jr. Nope. Unfortunately, it's just one of those years where like a big slam dunk pick didn't really work out. Right now, it's like we could have got Marvin Harrison Jr., and that's losing Jared Verse in the first round. We're not going to do that. The only thing that makes sense, 3rd round pick. We got Cam Kitchens, who does look like a pretty solid corner, but Kalen Bullock, the safety, Kitchens safety, Cam Bullock, the safety there for the Houston Texans, has already made a Pro Bowl, so we're going to go just with a slight upgrade there in the secondary. So what I'm seeing here with Josh Rosen having 0 re-sign interest, I think we let him hit the open market, and if all the other quarterbacks suck, we come back with our tail between our legs. It's going to suck losing Kevin Byard, but with the upgraded pick of Kalen Bullock, I think the upside's there for him to develop into our long-term safety. So that means we still have money to spend, and I am going to invest a little bit here. J.C. Jackson, he's looking for a 4-year deal. 3 of those 4 years, he's going to be still in his prime, getting better every single year. So I'm thinking something like this, 4-year, 154. Let's lock him in. Well, isn't that awesome? Well, what does that put us? Not even on the top 5. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we have Desmond Ridder, unless we just want to get like Andrew Luck or Matt Stafford for a year. We'll just see what he can do. Just commit to a tank. We have Minshew Mania, but like that's still a stretch. I mean, I think this is what we do. I think we just do this. Hope that there's a glitch in the system. I'm also going to be looking at Chase Claypool. We have desperate need for a wide receiver. I got depth there on the offensive line. Keith Eastmail, he's going to take us to the fucking town here. But there we go. 67 rated Matt Stafford. We're just recreating history. We are absolutely fucked next season. We need to flip a pick. We need to hit a challenge and get a goddamn quarterback. So draft recap for your defending Super Bowl champions. Even though it might not feel that way with the current quarterback situation, just wait till Matt Stafford proves you all wrong. Looking at our class, I mean, we got Blake Corum in the 4th round. He's 72 normal. So there's at least something in the pipeline behind Todd Gurley. We get Caleb Bullock. That is our success for hitting our challenge. He's 72 with a dev trait, and he is going to start right away at free safety, being our successor for Kevin Byard. Fisk in the 2nd round. We're going to move him inside to defensive tackle. That could actually raise his base rating here. Let's see, 74 right now. I could see him going up to like 76 when we make him a defensive tackle. That was going to be defensive tackle 3 for the time being until Aaron Donald. Actually, his rating doesn't change any. That's still fine. 74 the dev trait. And then we get Jared Verse in the 1st round. Sam, right now, he's obviously going to be an edge rusher. We're going to put him at right edge. I'm going to guess we're only going to get 1 more season out of Robert Quinn. And Byron Young was so good last year. I mean, we can't bench him. He went up dev trait. So Jared Verse, look at that. Moving him to right edge. Many people thought he was the best pass rusher in that class. 80 overall with a dev trait. Let's go. All right, year 14 for the St. Louis Rams. New look Rams. I have no idea. I mean, we have to make our goal. Like, I can't go win a Super Bowl because we have a 67 rated quarterback, but it can't be an easy goal. I think we should just be, NFC Championship game. I think that's like a reasonable challenge because there's obviously a lot of question marks right now, but I feel, we had Chase Claypool, the offense. That's a different dynamic. Defensively, we're looking healthy. Verse, Fisk, Bullock gets the start at safety. It's just, it comes down to that quarterback position. We need it the challenge. See if we can potentially flip one of our picks to a known quarterback. We do not have a quarterback in this year's draft, obviously. Our class was with no first round pick. Terrence Ferguson, I liked him. I was a big fan of his game. You got Stewart, you got Hamilton. You know, it just kind of looks like your classic Rams draft on paper, where it's like, all right, no first, but probably 2 or 3 guys that are going to be solid to long-term starters for the offense. But we desperately, NFC Championship game, let's see if we can flip one of these picks for potentially a QB. But very tricky to do with not having a first-round pick. It's probably like Shedeur Sanders. That is our option. Okay, so mid-season, we're 500. We're still being competitive. I was like, all right, look at those numbers. Almost top 5 passing yards for Stafford. It could be worse. And he has 15 picks. Okay. Well, the fact that we're not fucked and completely out of the playoff race with that many turnovers, not the end of the world. Looking at our team here, $250 million. Well, we got Landon Dickerson. Usually in rebuilds, I don't pay guards because you can just draft them. We need to pay them. Now, we do have a little bit of a nice little, like, you know, they're going to throw us a bone here with Ernest Jones, Sam linebackers. I don't know why the contracts are like that, but we're taking advantage of it. We have Mr. Aaron Donald. You are here forever, so 2-year deal. We'll figure out how to make that happen. This is where it starts to, like, we might have to be ruthless because we have Byron Young, who got a superstar dev. We have Jared Verse. You know, you can't keep everybody, even if it's someone that's like your all-time freaking lead. Like, I think we keep Bobby Wagner. I think that makes sense. He might retire. I think this is just one of those scenarios. Let's let it play out with Robert Quinn. Hopefully he does retire, and it's like a smooth exit. We'll come back and obviously make sure we can get a 2-year deal here for Aaron Donald. Well, I would have saw that coming. Yeah. 7-10. We'll just get it out of the way. We lose the challenge. We're going to lose Terrence Ferguson at tight end. It's really early, and there wasn't a blue chip player from our class, so we'll just go with the player that I'd be the most annoyed to lose because we lost the challenge. We got to figure out our quarterback situation. I mean, I don't know. I definitely don't think flipping Jared Verse for Michael Penix would have been the right call, but hey, free agency exists. Maybe we can get something interesting and strike gold like we did with Josh Rosen. So only so much you can do with Stafford. Todd Gurley, he's still solid, but he's getting old. Davante Adams still solid, but he's getting old. Didn't really get great production at Chase Claypool at that wide receiver too. But again, our passing offense was so limited. Maybe it's not fair to judge these guys. Defensively, Bobby Wagner, what could be his final year, tackle machine. Fred Warner was pretty awesome. We got 13 sacks, 23 TFLs for the ageless Aaron Donald, who we did get signed to a 2-year contract extension. 8.5 sacks, Robert Quinn, could be his last year. 8 sacks for Byron Young. And then Jared Verse kind of rotationally, 10 TFLs, 4 sacks. Not too bad. 3 picks, Jalen Johnson and Jordan Fuller tied for the lead in the team. Kalen Bullock, our award-winning challenge player. Not too bad for a rookie. 103 tackles with 2 INTs. He's just a god in this, I'm telling you right now. Take a look at where some of the rookies went this year. Bo Nix is on the Bucks. Marvin Harrison on the on the Seahawks. We got Brock Bowers is on the Cardinals. Nice, within our division. Unbelievable. Love seeing that. Cooper DeJean. Oh, that's gross to see. Same with that. So with all of our old heads kind of get up there in age, just always nice little take 20 seconds here. Todd Gurley, 13,000 rushing yards, 125 touchdowns, 13,000 receiving yards, 159 touchdowns for Davante Adams. We get 1,800 tackles plus a bunch for Bobby Wagner. Over 1,000 tackles for Robert Quinn. 185 TFLs, 170 total sacks. And yeah, I'm glad we did that. Bobby Wagner retires after 13 seasons. And as we requested, Robert Quinn retires after an iconic 14 years here, starting the rebuild with us here in St. Louis. He goes 14 seasons, and now we have a perfect transition now for Jared Verse to become our starter. And instead of Terrence Ferguson, we're going to get the lowest graded guard in the NFL from his rookie campaign, the guard from the Dolphins in the 2nd round, Jonah Savainia. Sweet. Needed a guard. Not. So going into free agency, some interesting names. Roquan Smith is there. For us, if we want to just continue the pipeline of having great linebackers, I think Ernest Jones has earned the right to start. We have Bobby Wagner. Moving on. I think he can step up because it's still Fred Warner's linebacking room at this point. And then you just get kickers, which kind of sucks. There was just something like we need wide receiver, and I thought they're kind of a feel-good story right there, but also feels too close. Like no matter what, it feels like you're almost like, just trying to get a cheap exploit pop. Rondale Moore, terrible story, man. One of the most electrifying players I remember in college football. Sucks that, obviously that's just a brutal situation. So we'll kind of just avoid that for the time being. Quarterbacks, we got Justin Fields, we got Mac Jones. I'm going to try to get Justin Fields. 2676 has a dev trait. What can he do in our scheme? What can he do in our system? With no quarterback in sight, I think that made the most sense. We're also going to get Derek Barnes here at linebacker, versatile linebacker there. Let's see it, man. Can Justin Fields be the next Josh Rosen? I hope so. Recapping our final redraft before we can start kind of carving out our own path. There is our L pick, Jonah Savanea, 67 rated normal dev guard. We got Josiah Stewart, 68 normal, Hamilton, 68 normal, Jarquez Hunter, 69 normal, 66 and 66. So, I mean, generally speaking, I mean, it's still too early to kind of accurately go back and regrade these guys, whether they're bust or hits or not. I mean, all solid depth guys. I imagine all these guys are going to be here, and maybe one or two will develop into future starters. But we need Justin Fields to be pretty damn good next year. I'm sick and tired of this whelmingness of our roster. Even though we do have one Super Bowl kind of out of nowhere over the last 5 seasons, it just feels like we're kind of treading water here a bit. All right, we are now into present day, kind of. I mean, we still got to get through this season. So there's no more stealing picks. We now get to build this Rams team out the way that we see fit. We have 2 first-round picks, like the Rams do in real life. I made sure that that is something that we are inheriting. So that is very, very good. That, you know, if Justin Fields doesn't happen to be the quarterback of the future here, we're going to be able to potentially at least make the moves that we need to make to get this team back to where we need to be, back to being great. We have to kind of also admit, like, you know, you never know. Todd Gurley, Davante Adams, our key players on the offensive side of the ball, every year from here on out could be their last year. Like, we are an old team in terms of star power. Defensively, same can be said. Aaron Donald's not getting any younger. Fred Warner's starting to almost get to that point, right? So we need to win. We can't have another below 500 season. But we also have no idea what we have here in Justin Fields. Is he going to be the next great redemption story quarterback for the Rams, or is he going to be Justin Fields that we know in the NFL right now, and we might be just loading up an 8-9 season? Let's find out. If we suck just enough, maybe, you know, it could become a possibility. So mid-season, we are 4-3, not terrible. Maybe more surprising that our defense is struggling. Offensively, Justin Fields and company are pretty good. Pretty good start. We got a Davante Adams, Week 7 Player of the Week. Ageless wonder right there. He's now moved full-time into the slot. Looking at contracts here. Well, now that it's kind of like, now it's a rebuild. Now I don't have to worry about, like, we have to re-sign Trent Brown because there's no tackle inside. We can kind of handle that accordingly. That's a lot of money. But, I mean, it's a 1-year rental. You know, we're probably not going to be spending that money elsewhere on the open market. I don't foresee us handing out multiple $50 million contracts. So let's see if we can get Trent Brown back on a 1-year, maybe another $500,000 on the bonus to get that one across the line. We'll see something I just saw that is kind of funny. So when up until this point, I run like the retro mod. And then from here on out, I run like a new draft class mod. That's how we get like Mendoza's pictures and stuff like that. But when you do it for whatever reason, all the coaching pictures that have been modded in are gone. And look at Josh McDaniels looking like $1 million. Looks like my Nana. All right, just because I threw out 8-9 as an example didn't mean that's what our record needed to be. Well, the offense was top 10. It's not like we're going to be able to probably throw all of this on Justin Fields, who played fine. You know, if those interceptions were cut in half, that'd be a pretty respectable season. 14 picks is certainly on the high side. Todd Gurley was still solid. Definitely, unfortunately, with our playbook, not a scrambling playbook, so we're kind of cutting, you know, the abilities of Justin Fields in half. Davante Adams probably pretty content with Justin Fields as his quarterback. He had a great year, 77 catches, 12 yards, 13 touchdowns. We definitely need to find another weapon here. And just, I mean, losing out on PUKA NACUA by blowing that challenge certainly stings. He'd be so good to have right now. Defensively, Fred Warner, Ernest Jones, very, very solid. 14 sacks by Young, 10 from Jared Verse. Aaron Donald, no, he's getting old. Oh, this better not be the beginning of the end. And look at those terrible INT numbers. Yeah, honestly, for the standard that we have, obviously Justin Fields wasn't good enough, but the defense has all of our talent for the most part, and they severely underperformed this year. Fuck off. Look at where some of the rookies have landed for the final time. We got T-Mac on the Eagles. Cam Ward's a Saint. Marion Hampton on the Tampa Bay Bucks. Defensively, Jalen Walker on the Commanders. Shamar Stewart on the Eagles. Mason Graham on the Giants. Derek Harmon on the Vikings. Man, the Vikings, they could F off. I was just going to do this every year real quickly. Todd Gurley, crushing it, man. Keep crushing it. Come back another year, please. I think we could get 150 rushing touchdowns. Same with Davante Adams, man. We might be able to close in 200 total receiving touchdowns. He's only 32. Aaron Donald slowing down a little bit. I think another guy, man. Let's get a second win for a year, too, and let's get the all-time sack record, or at least the OG rating. I think we can get 200 sacks. There we go. The first win of the year for the Rams. No one retired. And because Gurley and Adams are so good, I don't think we even have to worry about, like, old man regression. They are still firmly producing like some of the best players at their position. Defensively, though, can't be said. Aaron Donald loses his X-Factor. One down year, and they punish him. We lose the superstar on Jalen Johnson as well. Gain a superstar on Jordan Fuller. Cool. But we're going to the draft. We have the Saints first round pick. So that's 8. And we have our own first round pick, which is 11. Let's go to work. I think I know what I'm going to do with those 2 picks. But at the quarterbacks in free agency, I think it's fair to say Justin Fields is good enough when we can't find anybody else, but we should always continue our pursuit. And that includes free agency and the draft. And free agency, not looking good, but with the draft, we desperately need to find another wide receiver, maybe honestly even 2. So we're going to get George Pickens, who in this world, it's not necessarily the George Pickens in real life. 2582 normal dev, but still plenty of room for him, given the right opportunity to develop into a good player. And there's a nice wide receiver, too, for us for the time being. Now, take a look at mock draft 5. I think I hinted what our play was going to be, and it's not staying at pick 8 and accepting Ty Simpson. It would be not only going and being aggressive to get the best quarterback in the class, not letting him go to the Chiefs. That is almost as important. So we're going to pick our 2 firsts this year, and I feel like that maybe it's a slight overpay for the number 2 pick, but we're also going to get a 3rd rounder in this year, and as always, when we make a trade in any rebuild, I always want to overpay, not underpay, because you can't bitch about it. So we have done that with the Cleveland Browns. Almost helped them prevent, instead of going running back, they were going to go Jeremiah Love at pick 2. Maybe that helps them out a little bit. They could probably still get him there. But we have moved up, ladies and gentlemen, finally, hopefully, to close out this rebuild. For the final 5 seasons, the Rams are going to have a franchise quarterback, Fernando. Come on down. And then we're going to follow it up in the second round, getting a wide receiver, KC Concepcion, number 70 in true value at 43, but he has a high ceiling. And with Davante Adams, any given year now, could be hanging it up. Yes, we did go get George Pickens, but we need more in that pipeline at wide receiver. And Concepcion, great slot. I think our next option here, the 3rd round, Eli Stowers. Now, I'm literally recording this on Combine weekend, so these draft classes are all pre-Combine. But Stowers, that's pretty damn close, man. Like, insane. What was it, like a 45-inch vert, just a big-time vertical threat athlete. We missed out on Terrence Ferguson from losing out on a challenge. We do have Jake Butt, but he's on the last year of his deal. So let's just kind of slowly start now, retooling the offense, get some upside players. I think we've done that with our first 3 picks. Same goes for center, man. We need a center. We got Jake Slaughter, Florida Gators. Shout out to the PC mod, man. I don't need to. What was the last rebuild that we would have done? The Titans rebuild. Slaughter's always like dashed out. So I made him Hugs, Warm Hugs or something like that. Happy Hugs was his last name. But there we go. We got Jake Slaughter, top 100 player, as a dev trait. It's so many picks. Got a lot of depth on the back end of the roster. Got Julian Neal here in the 6th round, 70+ rated. But, I mean, all these guys that are like high 60s absolutely will take every and all bit of depth. 4th round, we got Blake Miller. Don't know how he fell to the 4th round. Almost also surprised didn't have a dev trait. But there, with us just bringing back Trent Brown for a year, maybe there's developmental tackle in there. Slaughter, 71 dev trait. Stowers, 73 dev trait. Concepcion, 72 dev trait. Maybe Mendoza getting lowballed a little bit, 73. We all know rookie quarterback ratings tend to be a little bit undersold. I hope that's not a silver boy behind that dev trait. But maybe growing pains this year. Maybe. But I'm expecting within this year or next season, we're going to be back on track. Perennial Super Bowl contender. We start the 2026 season, better known as year number 16. We got our new starters in place, and the team's starting to look like we're going to come back on the come up. We have a good mix of young talent and veteran talent. Concepcion's going to be our wide receiver 3. Get George Pickens in free agency. Get a new starting center there. I think a lot of upside in Eli Stowers at tight end. Defensively, let's just keep on keeping on with Aaron Donald and hope he just never retires ever. That is the best case scenario. But it's all about Fernando. You can also honestly make the argument, should we try to trade Justin Fields to get some additional draft picks in return? Let me actually look right now, because he doesn't have like a mentorship tag. There's no real reason to kind of be keeping him. Maybe there's a team that would want to give us something good. Capping out around like 5th round picks here. I mean, we're probably all right. Mid-season, we were 3-3. You know, maybe for our team rating, a little whelming, but growing pains. Rookie quarterback, you know, unfair to say immediately we need to be competing, contending for Super Bowls. So we got Jordan Fuller here, looking for a 3-year deal. We'll lock him up. The superstar safety's developed very, very nicely. Byron Young, another player, old rookie. Like this is the asset of his rookie deal. He's 28, which you'd never love, but I think a 2-year deal, and we'll make it maybe like 16-16. Would probably get that one done. Don't have to worry about any regression during that contract, so that's good business there. Kobe Turner, another one that's just like, this is get up there in age, but we have the money. Because if Aaron Donald retires, which he could any moment, that'd be a pain in the ass. Like, oh, now we just decided not to bring back Kobe Turner. Steve Avila at guard. I think we're just in that territory of we have enough money that it can go around and keep our kind of good pieces all around. Todd Gurley, yep, you're staying here till you retire. Lock you in for 2 years. Aaron Donald, same deal. Pretty much whatever the price you are going to get paid. We're probably not too far ahead. We make sure that locked in. We don't need to bring back Jake Butt. We got Stowers that can step up in that position. We have David Edwards at left tackle. Whoa, actually, I regret hitting that because that was a lot of money. $30 million a year. Pretty gross. So we'll let Trent Brown walk. That'll kind of offset that money that I now regret throwing out there. We do have Blake Miller, I think, can develop into a right tackle, and we'll get a contract figured out with Aaron Donald. All right, growing pains. This is probably the last year that I'll be like, okay, it's not the end of the world. We didn't make the playoffs. But, I mean, our defense still has no excuse. Our defense has zero excuse to be the 25th ranked defense in the league. Nothing has changed. Take a look at the stats here at Mendoza. Not terrible. 3,700 yards, 32 touchdowns, 10 picks. Off of that, we got 9 upgrade points here. So, you know, as soon as you hit 3,500 yards, 30 touchdowns, you get a big upgrade. So that is 9. I'll bring them up to around 80. You know, well, obviously we're all going to be in a scheme fit. So that will give us a very nice 86 rated quarterback going into our second season. Todd Gurley, don't retire yet. You're still playing really, really well. George Pickens goes over 1,000 yards. And, I mean, he's on normal depth. So it'd be really, really nice for him to potentially get up to star off that. We can start developing that. Davante Adams, ageless wonder as well, much like Todd Gurley. Good season at a conception as well. 8-8 there. Defensively, Ernest Jones takes over as the tackle leader over Fred Warner. Fred Warner has him beat with 4 INTs. 10 sacks Byron Young. 10 sacks from Aaron Donald. 6.5 Jared Verse. Haven't quite got Jared Verse going in full gear. I think that's maybe a part of why our defense underperforms so much. We have way too much talent only to have 26.5 sacks between Byron Young, Aaron Donald, and Jared Verse. Love these timelines. Love it, Mitchell Trubisky wins. Well, we did get Offensive Rookie of the Year, though, for Fernando Mendoza and Conception there at number 2. So that is our only award winner, but I'll take that one because that could be very nice because Mendoza, surprisingly, only a star def with these modded draft classes. Yeah. Probably the 2 guys that are going to the thumbnail both decide to retire at the same time. Damn. Both retire as the all-time team leader in rush yards. Todd Gurley, 16,000 rush yards, 148 touchdowns. Davante Adams with yards, touchdowns, and receptions. Aaron Donald did not retire, has now also got the Rams sack record for a whole career. So look at our team in closing. We are potential. I mean, we could maybe go with Corum. Like, I don't want to necessarily hit like free agency and bring in a running back, but we could certainly draft a running back. We get George Pickens off his normal dev up to a star. Mendoza gains his superstar dev trait from winning Offensive Rookie of the Year. We have Conception now as a wide receiver. So, you know, I think it was smart business getting George Pickens in free agency. Luckily, we guessed the right year that Davante Adams could potentially retire. Offensively, though, we are, I mean, I paid just a gross amount of money to David Edwards. We're going to let Brown walk. Miller, probably, I'm going to give him a chance to start for us at right tackle. Could look there in the draft as well. Stowers going to take over as our starting tight end 1 this season. And I think that's, you know, that's a good transition right there. He's ready to become our starter. Defensively, as far as depth traits are concerned, Byron Young makes a jump from superstar up to an X Factor. and everyone else remains the same. Now, you know, I think in this circumstance, Kenneth Walker makes a lot of sense. 26.90, 13 a year. We have the money. We also have an offense that's become really reliant on having a consistent run game with Todd Gurley. We've been spoiled in that department. I don't really want that big drop-off. I think to help the continued development of Fernando Mendoza, we're going to want to have a consistent run game. We also would like to maybe look at a right tackle. There's not really much there unless you want to be paying like $20 million a year plus. So I think we'll go with the young buck and or look maybe early in the draft. But welcome to the Rams, Kenneth Walker. So yeah, I'd say looking at this, going to the draft, right tackle. And it's not the, it'd be one of those, like, it's not the end of the world if we can't get a right tackle. I think we could develop Blake Miller, but it'd probably be easier to get it, you know, we only have 4 years left. Get someone maybe with a higher ceiling that can contribute right away. Everywhere else, though, like, I feel decent about the wide receiver room. I think Pickens and Conception are going to continue to develop nicely. We have Horn Jr., got a sneaky dev trait there. So, like, there's room for growth on the offense. Defensively, I mean, it just kind of comes down to production. Every one of our starters in the secondary is a dev trait. We have 2 great linebackers. Our defensive line is pretty stacked. We have depth if Aaron Donald retires. So it's kind of like, we have a top 10 pick here. I believe the number 8 selection in the first round. Let's go see if we can get an offensive tackle. We go to the final mock draft. Got some big name players here going ahead of us. Jordan Seaton, top tackle off the board at pick number 5. We're at 8. They have us going Sammy Brown. Now he is a very, very good linebacker, but we may need to be kind of, you know, looking at some of these tackles. And I don't think we really need to overthink it. We have Trevor Gooseby at left tackle, A, run block, B, pass block. He's also a scheme fit, disciplined player, big time athlete, running a 4.78 at his pro day, 36 reps on the bench press at the combines, top 3, takes a lot of boxes. That's going to be our high ceiling. Now, you don't really love the true value there, but you love the upside considering it was by far our biggest position of need. However, outside of that, I mean, kind of just a modest draft. Couldn't chase down dev traits, but we got some nice ratings. Got a 70 rate there, Tucker. We got the Boise State pass rusher, Virgin Morgan. We got Taylor, very talented running back from Minnesota, has had a lot of production early on in his career. We got Bear Alexander. I thought he's going to be a better rating. Jair Hill from Michigan. I was kind of looking ahead at some contracts that we have coming up, like Fisk has a contract coming up. J.C. Jackson has a contract coming up. So it's like if we get a hit, maybe on a dev trait, one of these players. I got Green in the second round. Just not a lot of dev traits here in the 2027 class, but at least we found one at the most important selection, Trevor Gooseby. Right away, we're going to slide him over to right tackle, where I don't think we magically have like a different scheme archetype deal at right tackle. I think it's still the exact same, right? No, Cora. No, we're good. We're good. He's universally going to be great. So, not the best class, but franchise tackle, we'll take it. We start year 2027, which would be year 17 of our 20-year rebuild. No more not making the playoffs. This team is offensively no weakness. Our offensive line is very strong. We have young, ascending skill position players. We have George Pickens, who continue. Hopefully, we got that rocket strapped to his back. I'd love to see another back-to-back year of dev trade increase. We get Kenneth Walker off the heap. Defensively, we got veterans. This should be a win now. It should be one of the best defenses in the league. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And we have a bona fide stud now at quarterback. The best quarterback we've had in this rebuild. 17 seasons in, we've had no one that compares to Fernando Mendoza. It is time for him to prove it. You know what? Just to ensure success, put the C on his chest. Oh yeah, also worth knowing, like now that we turned the OG mod off, we're back to the modern jerseys. We're now officially, I guess, in LA. Even though we're not officially in LA, we're officially in LA. All right, we're just not fucking figuring it out. That's not good. Top 10 rushing offense. Why are we 27th? Is it because our offensive coordinator's mama? You know, a mama. Fuck. Yep. We'll get Kalen Bullock locked in for the rest of this rebuild. We'll get Jared Verse, who needs to fucking figure it out. I almost regret throwing him that money, but we're in a really good spot salary cap wise. Let's see. Fisk. I mean, again, another one of those, like, as soon as we let one of him or Turner last year walk, you know Aaron Donald's going to retire. We want that cover, so when Aaron Donald retires, there's not going to be a big drop-off. J.C. Jackson at corner. I feel like we could probably draft a successor. He's going to start regressing now. That contract's not the best. I think Jimmy Horn as a fun wide receiver 3. That could, oh my God, these guys, no one wants to be here. Because our team doesn't know if they want to be the LA Rams or the St. Louis Rams. I don't blame them. I'm confused. Well, that's not bad. Go to our bye week. It's been a dog shit year, but at least we can every now and again show some potential. Mendoza with a 4-touchdown player of the week performance. We just need to get more of that. You want everything that kind of goes through the history of the Rams. One of the most quotable things since I've been following football is Jeff Fisher saying the Rams going to be better than that. Was it 7-10 bullshit? Back-to-back 7-10 years. While Spag's contract got where we're going to have to get rid of Mima here at OC. We are going to be looking for a new offensive coordinator. We're going to see with the final 3 years of this rebuild, we can kind of freshen things up because our offense is certainly not playing to the level that they need to be. Mendoza has way more of a ceiling. Our run game, Kenneth Walker was solid. Didn't have a single 1,000-yard receiver. Gross. Defensively, you know, they're old. They're tired, boss. Pass rush, I mean, that's solid. Pass rush for our big 4. Certainly will take that. But for our secondary, there's a reason why I'm not paying $30-some million to J.C. Jackson. Just hasn't had the production to justify it. I just had to look at something. Oh, my God, dude. Can he retire? Just in case big man hangs it up. Come on, one more year. One more year, and we'll definitely hit 200. Wasn't meant to be. Not as much heartbreak as, you know, him retiring as early as he did in real life. But come on, man. One more year. Pad your stats. Unfortunately, Mima, get out of here. Why not, man? Kind of feels like this is a fitting way to end it. All these years of Josh McDaniels / Mima. Now let's finish it out with Sean McVay. One of the obviously bright spots in Rams history. Luckily for us, schematically, not going to change. We're still going to be West Coast zone run. All right, so look at our team. We have, with Aaron Donald retirement, $230 million of salary cap. So when we're looking at it here, big picture, Stowers makes the jump from star to superstar. I mean, we're good at the offensive line. Probably have to start maybe considering, like, I don't think Edwards at left tackle is going to make the final 3 years of this rebuild. So that's, you know, that'd be like a mid-round kind of option. Plus, you know, we have one more realistic draft class, and then we get some Madden generated ones. So like that, we could probably wait tackle there. I feel pretty good offensively. I think the new scheme's gonna work defensively. That's why we kept Fisk and Turner, because we knew Aaron Donald retiring was inevitable. I feel real good with that D-line. Jones is now from star to superstar. Fuller from superstar to X Factor. Like corner. We need to find someone that can play at corner. That is where I will do my investing, hopefully, with our free agency bucks. And of course, J.C. Jackson is the top player. And there's no other corners even remotely interesting, worth bringing in. So, you know, you can have Aaron Donald's money. And hopefully, oh, fuck me, huh? Okay. Jalen Ramsey on a 1 year. Another player kind of running back the history of the Rams. He spent a minute here, had a cup of coffee in L.A. We'll bring him in, and now we have a target. We have a position group for the first round. Let's look for another corner. Ooh, that's a slam dunk right there. Devin Sanchez, A-man, A-press, B-zone, 6'2" at Ohio State. Runs a 4.3. Oh, yeah! Fucking needed that one. Number 1 true talent. Let's go. And then, speaking of finding like a tackle successor, we have this guy, Andrew Sprague. A pass block, A awareness, 6'8", 320 at Michigan. Disciplined tackle. A little bit low on the bench press, but he doesn't need to play right now. You got to be an understudy for David Edwards, and that's exactly what he's going to be. Ooh, we did some work here, man. Taking a look. Recap, got some solid depth, 74 normal. And the tight end, DeJuan Lane out of Penn State at strong safety. Just great depth. As we try to find like our best possible second. He can be a guy that just, you know, maybe develop him into a little bit of a nickel role. Sprague, 72. Now we're going to slide him right away over to the left tackle spot. But back-to-back years, we've been able to get a guy that likely will contribute at the tackle spots. Gooseby last year being an absolute slam dunk. and we'll see what happens with Edwards. But we have a successor, a plan in place, and we get the #1 player just outside the top 10, Devin Sanchez from Ohio State, former 5-star recruit. Perfect scheme fit. Excellent, excellent. The tides are turning. We're gonna win one more Super Bowl. I guarantee it, to close this rebuild out. 3 years to go. So as we kick off 2028, 2 straight 7-10 seasons, we got a new offensive coordinator, Sean McVay, and we're giving him an offense that absolutely is a Super Bowl caliber offense with a quarterback that has the capabilities to go on and become an NFL MVP. We had 51 touchdowns. That's our personal best with Jared Goff. We could certainly find a way to hit that here with Mendoza. Defensively, we get the #1 player in the class in Sanchez, who's going to start at corner. We have no more Aaron Donald, so a lot of slack needs to get picked up here by Kobe Turner and Brandon Fisk. Really, there has to be a community effort here. I think all 4 of these guys need to play and step up and pick up the slack. I think they can do it. This needs to be like inverse, like 10-7 minimum has to be our record here. All right, so going to the bye week, 4-2, the best record we've had at midseason in a minute. And offensively, 3rd, defensively, 2nd. It's early, it's at the bye week, but if we could just kind of maintain these numbers, we certainly should at minimum be a playoff team this season. Look at our contracts here. Just a ungodly amount of salary cap at our disposal. So any and everybody, probably for the rest of this rebuild, they can get themselves new contract deals. So we'll get Pickens here on a 3-year, lock him in for the rest of his prime. Fred Warner, career man right here, boom, lock you in for the rest of the rebuild. I mean, we'll wait and see how Jalen Ramsey, that regression could bring him under an 80, which, I mean, we're not going to rush to overpay for that. We have David Edwards' successor in place, so we're not going to throw $30-some million there. So we're looking good, man. Salary cap in an excellent spot. Wouldn't mind a cheesy free agency where there's a bunch of hot targets because we could go get probably 2 or 3 top-tier guys if they become available. So year 1 of having McVay back in the building, and we are back where we need to be. We go 12-5. Didn't do enough to get the first round bye, but the #2 offense, a top 5 defense. Somehow our defense got better after Aaron Donald retired. Does not make sense. And, you know, Tampa deserved the 1 seed. They're not really particularly close, 14-3. Great record. Mendoza, though, there we go. Playing like a top 5 quarterback, 4,200 yards, 37 touchdowns, 8 picks. Exactly what we're looking for with the change at offensive coordinator. Kenneth Walker, 1,200 yards, 17 touchdowns. Awesome. George Pickens went off. 113 catches, 1,400 yards, 19 touchdowns. We got 1,000 for Conception. Stowers with 8 receiving touchdowns defensively. Tackles look good. Linebackers played well. Finally getting something out of Jared Verse. Sack numbers are good. INT numbers also pretty good. Sanchez, nice debut in the NFL. Who needs PUKA NACUA when you got George Pickens, Offensive Player of the Year and Wide Receiver of the Year, going to George Pickens? We also had Devin Sanchez win Defensive Rookie of the Year and Fernando Mendoza get Quarterback of the Year. It has been 4 years since we've been in a playoff game, and we are here in the wild card against the Arizona Cardinals, who I'm pretty sure we all remember. Hopefully you remember. Hopefully I've told the story of this world enough that you know who their quarterback is. We'll look at the stats here at the end of this game, assuming that we can win. Our defense, great job holding them only to field goals. But let's just say they have a Super Bowl winning veteran quarterback that knows a thing or two about the Rams. Look at this, Mendoza, first playoff win. You should have known with the way that he played for Indiana, the way that he elevated that Indiana program. Just all the confidence in the world that he could outduel Jared Goff and get this Rams team back on a Super Bowl trajectory. Now in the division round, we get PUKA NACUA and the 11-6 Detroit Lions. They also have Christian McCaffrey, John Franklin Myers, who spent some time here with us. Double-digit sack player, so Detroit got our sloppy seconds. I don't want to say our standard has fallen. I'm just happy with the first playoff win. Like, we got and shown that we can get a win during this Mendoza era. But the reality is our team has more than enough talent from here on out for 2028 this season, 2029, and 2030 to close out this rebuild to be right in the hunt and win a Super Bowl or 2. For the St. Louis branded LA Rams. Come on, boys. See this one out. Defense doing a great job. Just a lot of punts. Ugly second half. But with the way that we scored points, just finding a way. 21-10. And the Rams are back in the NFC Championship game after quite the hiatus. But what a performance from Fernando Mendoza. Come on, fellas. A below 500 Washingtons. They got a good defense. CD Lamb and guys. But, I mean, this shouldn't be close. Handle business, please. Get back in the Super Bowl. I'm thinking this might be, we might need to hop in here if things get a little shenanigan. There's no way. we get denied another Super Bowl appearance to a team that doesn't deserve to be even in the playoffs. Sympathy award. Someone from the NFC's had to make it. And they're kicking the shit out of us. Wow, really? Yeah. I guess it's Growing Pains playoff version. We figured out the regular season. We're good enough to get some playoff wins. We just got to get that little 10% better not to fucking blow it to a Zach Wilson ugly Washington team. Jalen Ramsey starts the offseason off by retiring. That's good. I wasn't probably bringing him back anyways. So to close the year out, though, it still was a very successful season. We had Kenneth Walker and George Pickens both making the jump from star up to superstar. We have a successor in place for Edwards, who's going to be the highest rated player we lose to pending free agents. Defensively, from a dev trait, Kobe Turner jumps from star up to superstar. Same with Jared Verse. Lose the X factor on Young. Gain the X factor on Fred Warner finally. Secondary looks good. Devin Sanchez is a superstar dev and the most important man on the field. I mean, there's a chance that we hit 99 X factor from Fernando Mendoza before the end of this rebuild. So, I mean, as far as needs are concerned, like nickel, like another game changer at wide receiver, like Conception could be a slot, Pickens, and then somebody else on the outside, but like that would be it. Now, Mendoza's contract is going to be absolutely nuts. So it's not spending for just the sake of spending, and I don't think there's a single real upgrade that could be had here on the open market, so we'll just hold on to all our bucks. Look towards the draft. Wide receiver, I would say. Like, let's see what we can get there. Now, we're not going to be getting in the top 5, but for the wide receivers not within the top 5, we have Becton here from Ohio State. A, deep route running, B, release, B, catching. Looks pretty good. We have Mr. Shane Black. Looks also pretty good. Definitely Becton would be my favorite. We have Lance Brooks from USC. A, deep route running. The fastest. Okay, that one's, I mean, you always want to try to add speed. And we have Long here from Texas. Also looks fairly solid. I'd say Becton and Brooks would be the two that I kind of like. Obviously, we are picking way down here at 30. But let's just see. Becton and Brooks. Where are they going? Brooks is going 16th. So we'd have to go up to 15. Becton's going at 14. I'd be fine with Brooks. That means we have to trade up to 15, which I'm willing to do. So it's going to cost us our second this year and second next year to move up a bunch of spots, but I think it's going to be worth it considering we don't have a crazy amount of needs. Someone like Lance Brooks should be able to come in and develop into that outside wide receiver that we need. Number 15 in true value, exactly at pick 15, 98 speed out of USC. Let's go. Now, unfortunately, because we made that big trade up, essentially like tanked the draft for the rest of the picks. We got a couple good depth guys there. Wide receiver down here as well. Just continue to add a little bit of speed at Ohio State. But Lance Brooks is going to be that dude. Going to contribute right away as a rookie. Undeniable speed that you can't teach. I expect Fernando Mendoza to hit 99 rated this year. I also have no idea. I'm almost regretting not picking him as fifth-year option because I think it's probably going to be literally a game-breaking extension that won't let me pay him. But excited to see what he can do, man. We go out and get an elite weapon for him at wide receiver. George Pickens has popped off and developed to the player that he kind of is in real life. No weakness on this team. Offense, defense, we're back to where we need to be. We had 4 down years, which usually never happens to us. But now we're going to finish it out strong. 2029 this year, year 19, 2020 next year. Let's get back-to-back Super Bowls. Yeah, we're going into our bye week below 500. It's not Mendoza's fault. We have a top 5 passing offense. Everything else not up to standard, unfortunately. And now with our $290 million salary cap, Mendoza wants $855. Excuse me. So I'm honestly, I'm gonna have to give him a deal with the mod tool for one more year. What is he looking for? You know what? I think that'll be the fairest way to do it. When we get out of this, I'm gonna look at what 1 year of the contract will be, and I'll just give him that for 1 year because literally I can't pay him any more money. Yeah, we'll give him a 1-year, $93 million deal. 33 salary, 60 bonus. All right, so we got Mendoza paid for at least the rest of the rebuild, which is good. We have everyone else who needs to get paid. I've already handed out some contracts. And now we're not going to be able to keep everybody, I don't think. We'll see. But maybe we could. That's what happens when you have almost $300 million of salary cap. We've definitely done a good job of managing our salary cap. So, with that being said, we could probably replace Avila. Gonna get cheaper here. Because there still is a chance that next year when we get into that 1-year deal, it just fucks everything up. So, let's have about $75 million of leeway here. And we're looking good. So, we're able to make our way into the playoffs. But making is, you'd like to come in and say, we crushed our way to the playoffs. 10-7. We squeeze in there as the 6th seed. Don't have an NFC West title. So, we've been hurting for that for a minute. But ranking still, like good offense, top 5 defense overall. Looking at our player stats, no one really had a great year. We did not have a single award winner. I kind of looked ahead there a little bit, but like solid. George Pickens was real damn good. Brooks, not so much, but he's a superstar dev wide receiver, so more than enough to justify the price tag that we had going up and trading for a player. Defensively, 15.5 sacks, 14 verse, 12 from Byron Young, so our pass rush has been on point. And the secondary, not terrible INT numbers. And just because Fred Warner is kind of getting up there in age a little bit, just a reflection of what he's been able to accomplish, but hopefully he returns for 1 more year. So we get the Bucs, who have a very impressive defense, a 91 rated defense, the #1 defense in the league, a top 5 offense. That is not a good matchup for a St. Louis Rams team that's kind of just a good team, where you go up against the Bucs at home, who are a great team. But they don't have the quarterback that we do. Mendoza can be the deciding factor in a lot of these matchups. That's what happens when you almost have a 99 X-Factor QB that's worth $100 million a season. You expect him to go on the road and find a way to manipulate the #1 defense. And look at the way our defense is showing. Haven't given up a single thing. Pitching a shutout through 3 quarters. 18-0. Oh, my God. Let's go. Taking down one of the, for 12-6. Their ratings were a lot better than a team that was 11 wins. So that is very much an upset for the Rams, and an upset that we absolutely dominated. Run game went off. Mendoza kind of steered the ship a little bit, and the defense pitches a shutout against Bo Nix and the Bucs, and we are rolling. Next up, the 13-4 Dallas Cowboys in the divisional round. They have a top 5 rushing offense, top 5 defense overall, the #1 rush defense. So maybe we won't be able to rely on Kenneth Walker too much. Mendoza needs to show up. Let's see it, Fernando, on the road at Jerry World. Let's get 4 touchdowns. 4 clean touchdowns, a sweat-free victory en route to a Super Bowl. Dallas jumps out to a very quick 10-0 lead. And there hasn't been a whole lot of Rams football played in Dallas's half, but they had a good first half. We could have and respond with a great second half. Only 10 points, 13 points, still manageable. 2 quick touchdowns, and we are right back in this thing. Oh, back-breaking drive there. Fuck. Defense did their job. 13 points in a playoff game should be good enough. 7 points from a $100 million X-Factor perfect quarterback losing to Ty Simpson. Oh, that is not good. Not great. And now we're going, not Super Bowl bust. Obviously, we've had Super Bowls, but we have 1 more chance going into year 20 to get something with Mendoza. So as we end the season, pressure's on a little bit. Fred Warner didn't retire. George Pickens is now an X factor. We have a superstar. Like, everything's kind of put itself in place that, like, we should realistically, maybe even be on paper, the best team going into next season. We've lost a couple depth traits there on Young. Fred Warner's no longer an X factor, but still a superstar. Jalen Johnson back up to a superstar for the 2nd time in this rebuild. Verse as an X factor. Not a lot of work. Let's see if we can get maybe a corner. Let's see maybe if we can get a, just surplus. We have just to spend money for the sake of spending money, get another linebacker for in base. And offensively, I think we're good to go. On second chance, we have so much money, we might as well keep Avila, 84 star depth guard. We're not going to be able to draft someone that's going to be that good, and we have more than enough money to pay him. For free agent, we're going to swing for the fences here. We have Denzel Ward at corner. More than enough to be that upgrade at that nickel spot. Perfect scheme fit for our defense as well. Mentorship tag, which will help with Devin Sanchez's XP as much as he could possibly get in the final year of the rebuild. So, like, a perfect free agent signing. For our final draft, literally just look for BPA. We had Nick Peak, no dev trait, but 75 rated scheme fit at Sam. Again, just saying for like getting a linebacker in base defense. Didn't look like a particularly strong Sam class, so we'll get a guy here that's an immediate contributor. Wasn't necessarily trying to chase a dev trait. Get a dev trait here late, though, on a nice non-nose tackle cheese D-tackle. Bryce Rivers out of Michigan. We'll take that to kind of pad our stats and give us a little bit more depth on the defensive line. Very nice way to start year 20 out of the rebuild. We are able to get Fernando Mendoza for year 20. A perfect 99 X Factor. That is it, man. It has been 7 years since we've last won a Super Bowl, and we have more than enough talent to put everything together to go do. We have the best quarterback in the league. We have the most depth across the skill positions in the league. Our offensive line does not have a weakness. Defensively, we have 3 pass rushers that are almost guaranteed to get double-digit sacks every year. We have the best 1-2 punch at linebacker in the league, led by a veteran, win-now player. Our secondary is on point, especially with the addition of Denzel Ward right there at that nickel spot. I don't know. I don't know how we didn't win more last year. We got too much talent to not close out with one Super Bowl win here. So for our final year of the rebuild, not able to get a first-round bye, but 11-6 on the year. Number 1 offense. Defense, pretty solid, all things considered. Able to cash in another NFC West title. Very nice. Look at the stats. George Pickens, the leading receiver in the NFL. Mendoza was really, really good. Solid. I mean, no one's got to that 50-plus touchdowns we had with Jared Goff randomly one year, but a really, really respectable season. Kenneth Walker, 1,200 yards, 13 touchdowns. He's been awesome. George Pickens has just got a rocket strapped to his performance and production. Incredible. Haven't seen that since peak Davante Adams with our Rams receivers. Fred Warner, why not, man? An absolute machine this whole time. 12 sacks, Jared Verse, 10.5 Kobe Turner, 8.5 from Young. INT number Sanchez, the next big thing at corner in the league, continues to be an absolute ball hawk. Mendoza ends up runner-up for the MVP award. You get George Pickens winning Offensive Player of the Year and Wide Receiver of the Year, and maybe a surprising Running Back of the Year award for Kenneth Walker. Now, as we kind of close up the 20 years, look at what we've accomplished in our history. Mendoza is now the all-time career leader in Rams passing touchdowns. That's surprising, given the quarterbacks we've had. Todd Gurley, we rebroke that history. Davante Adams, Aaron Donald, rewrote that history from a single season perspective. We got Goff with that 51 touchdowns just super randomly. We hit that with Davante Adams with 22. Aaron Donald with 22 sacks. The numbers of kind of this new wave. We don't have a lot of old heads. We had just under 20,000 yards passing for Mendoza, 166 touchdowns to 46 picks. I mean, he's just the only thing holding back his resume right now is the lack of playoff success. Kenneth Walker has done. I mean, it's all these guys mostly have come as free agents. Conception and Stowers, homegrown talents there. They've been solid. Defensively, look at that. Fuller, homegrown, over 1,000. Very close for Jalen Johnson, homegrown, over 1,000. 25 and 23 picks each, respectively. Fred Warner, 1,700 tackles, 69 TFLs, 40.5 sacks, 23 picks for a first-ballot Hall of Fame linebacker. Just under 100 total sacks for Byron Young, 74 for Jared Verse. He started picking it up the last couple years of the rebuild. Kobe Turner's had some really good production as well. And, yeah, man. These guys are studs. Let's get them a Super Bowl. They earn another one. As far as, like, all-time numbers, Spags is the all-time head coach. Quarterback is fucking back. Get out of here. Gross. Todd Gurley just finished behind Arian Foster for running backs all-time. Braun Breakers, fullback. Cool. At wide receiver. Holy Cole Beasley. Looking like my brother. Hi, Robin Steele there. Davante Adams, number 2. Hawkinson at tight end. Latham at left tackle, left guard. Where's some of our fellas at? Landon Dickerson, number 2 for right guard all-time. Aaron Donald, all-time defensive tackle by a decent amount. That's pretty sick to see. Robert Quinn, 3rd all-time for right edge. We got Bobby Wagner and Fred Warner, 2 and 3. Man, Patrick Queen still crushing it. Denzel Ward, well, we just signed him. So that's, hey, that's poaching one of the best. That's a good signing right there for us. Taylor Rapp, one of our big misses. John. I mean, we had a lot of these guys. They've spent time with us. So that's cool. Pretty cool, man. A lot of history accomplished here, but we want to finish it up with at least one more Super Bowl win. First, we got to run the gauntlet. We get the New Orleans Saints at home. And they have a good rushing offense and the top 5 defense overall. Points could be at a premium in this one. Come on. What do you want the history to be? St. Louis Rams, even though we might not look St. Louis. I mean, that's been the vibes have been off ever since we have changed our logo and branding. It's like the Springfield Isotopes. We're still technically in St. Louis, but everyone's talking about how they're going to move to LA. And since then, the vibes have been fucking embarrassing. Come on, 99 X Factor quarterback. What are we doing? Fuck! Now, we do still have 5 Super Bowls in 15 years. But, I mean, to end the way we did, we haven't won a Super Bowl since 2023. 7 years without it. With the team that we had, with a quarterback like this, and George Pickens being unstoppable, and we have the best running back in the conference in Kenneth Walker. That's just, you know, that's the thing we'll toss it up to. The weird vibes. So we're like, oh, we're just going to change our jersey, and there's rumors moving to LA the last couple years. Well, we tried, and we had a lot of success. And that was hopefully answering any of the questions out there. What if the St. Louis Rams never left St. Louis? Could they still have success? We got 5 Super Bowls. Shout out Sam Bradford, Todd Gurley, Davante Adams, Tavon Austin, Robert Quinn, Chris Long, Aaron Donald, Fred Warner, Bobby Wagner. Maybe that's the thing. Honestly, when you look at, when I think of this rebuild, I think of those guys. I don't think of, Jared Verse. I don't think of, honestly, Fred Warner hasn't made an insane amount of plays. I don't think about Fernando Mendoza, unfortunately. Like, we just never, I guess, replaced the legends of this team. And I don't know. I think that maybe it's a little too harsh looking at hindsight, saying that's the reason why. We still got 5 Super Bowls in 20 years. It is very successful. I hope you guys did enjoy. As always, if it is your first time stopping by, don't be afraid to hit that subscribe button. Please let me know in the comment section below what team you guys want to see next for a 20-year rebuild. And when you throw a team out there, let me know maybe one of the picks of all time. Because I know a big reason why I wanted to do St. Louis and I moved them at the top of the list was in part a lot of people were like, man, Tavon Austin. A second swing at Tavon Austin, maybe become a guy. And I went, you know what? Yes. Someone said maybe Sam Bradford is too. Yes, I'm in. So if you want to throw in a little pitch with why I should choose your favorite team, your suggestion for the next 20-year rebuild, please let me know. Again, these videos take fucking forever to record. Like, I'm literally losing my voice now. But I hope you guys enjoy it because I love doing this. This is the most interesting, entertaining thing in terms of piece of content that I create because we're pretty much just recreating history while also embracing the challenge of some bad draft classes that actually happened. And I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I enjoy recording it. But yeah, that will do for me today, guys. Thank you very much for watching. And until next time, it's your boy C4 saying, hit that old like button, man. Come on. Help share the love. There's too many people that probably don't know that this type of rebuild, this type of franchise content exists. And you guys helping me manipulate the algorithm in favor of my content is very much appreciated. And I'll see you guys back here on the next one. Till that time, it's your boy C4. Peace. I love you. Have a good one.